No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Three, the fan.
Blackwell into the slot, shoots, save made through traffic by Blackwood. Blackwell scores! It's over! This series is tied!
What a call, and what a way to open up the Tolo Tuesday edition live of Sean and RJ. Choppy's still out on the honeymoon vacation. I'm Sean Sharpe alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we have a tied series after the 4-3 Stars overtime win over the Avs, if everyone stayed up for it.
Yeah, you got a couple of fourth line goals in this game, Sean. I mean, it's something that driving in, I was thinking about it. It was, the fact that it's the one guy that they swapped on the roster from game 1 to game 2 in Blackwell.
Didn't play.
And I mean, I heard a note when I was driving in. This was the first time Dallas had outshot a team in 16 games. First time they had gotten more shots on goal, but you could feel it when he makes that goal and you just see the whole team. It was like this.
Yes.
It was like this giant exhale from everybody of like, thank God we got this straightened out.
I always judge a team in the moment where you're down 0-1 and then you're down 1-0. And I'm like, all right, this is where I'm judging you. Are you going to cave? Are you going to fold? Are you going to fight back? You're able to answer back. And then you get the equalizer. And then the Avs, you go back and forth. And it's like, all right, are you going to break? How much are you thinking about the losing streak? You are at home in front of a raucous arena. But the Dallas Stars answered the bell because down 1-0 and then 1-0 in the game. All of a sudden, you become Shaquille O'Neal having to run off the set because the stomach starts messing with you a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's one of those where it wasn't just 1-0, it was consistently all night where they would, you'd catch up and then you'd be down again. And it felt like, to me, watching that game, I was like, this is a game they're going to lose. Even though they were playing well, it felt like, all right, here comes the string of bad luck. There's just always going to be an answer from Colorado. And they stepped up in a big way. Otter stepped up in a big way. And I mean, it was a game that was just, it's that playoff hockey feel of just being on the edge of your seat for the entire 60 minutes.
They were the only team before last night to have lost a postseason game at home. So that adds to the pressure as well. McKinnon with the power play goal early on. He's already got 3 in the series. Sagan returns from the extended absence, and he ties it at the end of the first on a power play. Harley in the second for the lead. The Avs tie it seconds later. And then you got O'Connor falling down with under a minute left in the second after the Stars power play. And I was like, is that a weak goal allowed by Ottinger? He started off red hot, and I was like, this guy falling down with a shot over his shoulder. Is that weak? And then PK Subban and others are starting to go at Ratnan. He's starting to become the focal point of, where are you? Let's go. Big acquisition. Did you mess up team chemistry? Are you here for the money? You're settled in with your 8-year contract. We'll talk to Mac Engel and Gavin Spittle about it a little bit later on. But it felt like, Bobby, kind of that playoff pressure was honing in on him after the big deal that happened.
Yeah, and not just the big deal. I mean, what was it? It was like last couple games of the season when we were sitting in one of our meetings with Gavin, and Gavin had mentioned, he's like, if you look at the numbers historically, he's one of the biggest playoff performers of all time. Like, he's one of the biggest crunch time playoff performers. He's going to be huge for them. And so, yeah, I think that's definitely zeroed in on him. That pressure is zeroed in on him. You mentioned Sagan. I saw this note last night. So Sagan was so determined to return this season. Apparently, he turned a portion of his home into a personal rehab center. He told reporters last night that he spent, quote, a considerable amount of money to install equipment, including a hyperbaric chamber and infrared therapy to aid his recovery from hip surgery. And so a lot of great storylines last night, an exciting game.
Wish Luka would have rehabbed like that.
I know, Nico would have loved that. But a great game, an exciting game. I wish it wasn't starting at 8:30, 8:50 at night, whatever the hell it was.
Oh, it's not 8:30.
No, it's not. That's a generous time listing.
Glad we got the ESPNU peek in as I'm watching. I think it was the Ranger game, and it's like Stars peek in during a Caps intermission, and I was like, oh, nice for the peek in, and I didn't even realize they still had ESPNU. Do we have ESPN2? Do we have ESPNU? Do we have the Ocho? Do we have the Cornhole channel? And then I'm sitting there, I go to the bathroom, I come back, and it's like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and they switched it back to regular ESPN, but I missed the transition in the announcement while I stepped out of the room, not like Shaquille O'Neal. Pepe, your thoughts on a late win last night, as Pete DeBoer suggested that this saved the season?
Yeah, I mean, it was during the last 4 minutes or so of the second period where they had back-to-back power plays. They had a short 5-on-3 for about 7 seconds. Didn't get anything done there, but they only had about 45 seconds where I thought, okay, this Stars team is about to score. This is going to be the momentum booster they need, and they didn't score. And I think it was the second power play. The last 2 minutes, was pathetic. It was awful. And then you had 20 seconds later, Colorado takes the lead, and I turned off. I was like, man, I mean, the momentum has shifted here. This is how you go down 0-2. But this is what the Stars do, right? We talked about they lose game ones, and then they win game two. I mean, I think there was a stat last night. They're 12-5 after playoff losses the last 3 years. So it's like they're able to get momentum after losing a game, but that's just the Stars team.
Here is Pete DeBoer after the series tying win.
Well, listen, I mean, our season's on the line. Let's be honest. I mean, if we lose the first 2 games here, we got away with it last year in Series 1 against Vegas, but you're probably not going to that well again this year and coming up and winning. So, we knew our season was on the line, and I thought, like I said, we got more direct in our game and more competitive, and got rewarded for that.
Interesting quote from Blackwell afterwards. Again, he was a healthy scratch in game 1. He was put in there because of his energy, and he said, yeah, I think I have a game that translates to playoff hockey. And I was waiting for the follow-up, like, how so? Like, and maybe it's about the energy. But he went to Harvard, had a real tough concussion injury where he was out for his junior season, a lot of his senior season. Told around in the minors, and the Stars are the 6th organization that he has been with. So, not playing game 1, again, that's a test of the mental fortitude as DeBoer and these coaches go, just be ready, okay? Just be ready. Just continue to get your warm-ups, continue to get your mental reps, and he did for the playoff game winner, where that puck was spinning there, and he was able to take it high and net.
Gets his own rebound and puts it back in. And
it's like, where is everyone? It's just kind of sitting there.
It is like time slowed down for a sec. You're just watching. It's like, oh my gosh. But I mean, because I would have thought, like, I mean, it feels like there's 4 or 5 people standing right around the puck and just, obviously I'm going to sound like the hockey novice to somebody here. But when I'm watching, I'm just like, why? How's the puck just sitting there? How's nobody getting there? And then, he just slides in, gets the shot off, and I'll tell you what always amazes me about hockey fans is how quickly they process the goal went in. Because I see him shoot that, and I see the arm shoot up, and I'm like, oh, okay, it went in. Cool. I couldn't tell right away. But it was, it was a great game. Their last win had been April 3rd against the Predators. And not to totally dump on Jock Peterson. I don't want Sandler to kick me. A day before that game is the last time Jock Peterson got a hit for the Rangers. April 2nd.
Stars ramping up the physicality as well. In the first game, they were out hit 30-18. Last night, both teams had 45 hits apiece. Otter getting it done. Jamie Benn with a good game. Again, you're missing Miro and Robo with the injuries. And then right back at it tomorrow night in Colorado for game 3.
Is that a 10:50 puck drop? Something like that? That'll be a great one to turn around and wake right up for. But look, I will say, as much as I'm irritated by the late start times every year, it feels like. And
8:30, so again, 8:50.
I was talking about it with Spittle yesterday, and he was saying, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's just, you got the East Coast teams, and they've got to start a year earlier. And so even though you're in the Central, you end up getting pushed later. But as much as it's frustrating, it is, like, you every year I get wrapped up into the late game and sitting there and just checked into it and the playoff hockey atmosphere really does translate, I feel like, even through the TV.
Let me hear that call again, because it was a sensational call of the game winner to give you an extra jolt to wake up this Tuesday morning.
Blackwell into the slot, shoots. Save made through traffic by Blackwood. Blackwell scores! It's over! This series is tied!
Great call. Great call right there. There's a fresh Spits and Suds that is out after Game 2 and before Game 3. Gavin Spittle will join us in studio at 9:20.
Turn around.
I asked him the other day, I was like, oh, you have extra sympathy for us doing this every day after these late games? And he looked at me like I was speaking another language, which he actually would like if it was a certain language. And he's like, well, no, I have other things to do after my broadcast during the day. I have other things to do during the day. So I was like, oh, okay. All right. I thought there was a little sympathy in there. Staying up like Rangers Athletics starting tonight on the Fan.
Yeah, we stay up late. We grind. We get up. We read the sleep study yesterday. We don't get the fortunate daylight pouring into our room like Gavin and G-Bag and everybody else. But we manage, and we rise above.
And before the Stars began, you had an electric highlight in the game before.
The puck is free, and a great chance for Pavillier. Ovechkin scores! Now he has that playoff overtime goal!
Never had one. Man, I love Sean McDonough. Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN. Ovechkin with his first ever overtime playoff goal, and the Caps end up getting their W. So, where do things stand with the rest of the playoffs as you sit there and look at, again, crazy things happening in the NHL? The Caps lead their series 1-0. The Jets are up on the Blues 2-0. And then you have the Kings leading the Oilers with a 6-5 win.
Yeah, and Money Puck said that the Caps deserve to win that game 54%, Sean.
Why don't you talk about Money Puck with our game? Because they were wrong again?
Because, no, I'm trying to give you a change up. I'm trying to change things up. I'm sure it said they were supposed to win.
Last night in the association, a couple of games going down, and this is going to end up, I think, being the best first-round playoff series.
Another chance here for the Clippers. Porter's down. They're playing 5-on-4. Here is Powell, and he finally drills one. What a big shot.
Kawhi Leonard was fantastic. The call on TNT, Kawhi hits the clutch one to put this out of reach. He scores 39. Joker had a 26-point triple-double, and this series is 2 for 2 in terms of entertainment level. And I think the Clippers are going to win the series. They should have won Game 1, in my opinion. We all had the Russell Westbrook experience that helped Denver pull that one out. But I'm going to go ahead with the Clippers in this series. They win Game 2 on the road.
Dude, they just threw up one of the highlights from the game last night, and I thought it live last night, and when I just saw it back, I was like, oh yeah, I'm glad I got reminded of that. When you watch Kawhi, as good as he was last night, he was really good. But he hit that 3 as the shot clock was winding down, and you watch him walk down the court. He looks like an old man moving sometimes now, where it's just like you see him moving down the court, and I'm just like, is he like, he looks hurt every time he moves, and I think it's just he doesn't move as well anymore.
The Pistons were up 8 heading into the fourth quarter against the Knicks in Game 1. New York went on a 21-0 run to grab Game 1. Well, last night they were up 8 again. They did not let the lead slip away. And Cade Cunningham, good for him, man. Cade Cunningham, one of those first-round picks that at least I forgot about. He steps up with 33 points. No other starter had more than 15, and they are able to overcome Jalen Brunson's 37, Nico, in order to even up that series at 1 apiece, heading back to Detroit.
Cade Cunningham, an Arlington kid, and the last couple times, these last couple days, whenever I've watched Paolo Banchero for Orlando or I watched Cade Cunningham for Detroit, I just get mad all over again. Where I'm like, why wasn't that the return for Luka? Like a player like that. Why didn't I get a Banchero? Why didn't I get a Cade Cunningham? Not a guy who's equal to Luka, but at least somebody who's exciting and, you know, brings the juice a little bit. Cade Cunningham shows more respect to Dirk Nowitzki than the Mavericks organization does. He had been at All-Star Week, and he got asked about, like, hey, who's your dream horse matchup? And he was like, Dirk, because he grew up watching Dirk, and he's like, that's the dude that I'd want to play against. He's so fun to watch. I love Cade Cunningham.
Another Dallas Maverick Nico spectacle. Let's recap what we think is the final press conference of the season, with Nico saying he didn't realize just how loved Luka was in DFW. Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and Bobby just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Get that sleep out of your eye and the coffee in the system. Going to get you through the morning and your day right here on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
PregamenePreps.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Mac Engel causing more havoc at local press conferences. In the middle of yesterday, Mac tries to break things up as only he can, and he asked Nico Harrison, "You having fun?"
Whenever I
what
see
a smart ass. I texted him, I'm like, "You little smart ass."
I gotta wonder. So we've started rewatching The Wire, which I know I was talking about with you the other day, and you've never watched the series, but
I bailed early.
But you're familiar, I'm sure, with the Omar coming, like Omar with the shotgun walking around, and Omar coming. That's what I feel like.
Coming.
I feel like that's what Dallas sports executives think whenever they see Mac sit down at a press conference. Like, dear God, what's Mac going to come in here and do? But it's why I love Mac. It's because I know Mac's going to go in there and stir it up. He's going to ask something uncomfortable.
He'll join us at 7:20 during the commercial-free expressway. I don't know where to start. I thought, and this was probably a stupid thing, Bobby, first thing he said, he's like, how'd your tweet go over? What I'm slowly adjusting to with Twitter, and I broke it yesterday, is saying something that will get frozen in the moment and receiving the backlash for it. Yesterday during the show, towards the end of the show, you asked if Nico would have a different tone, right? Would he be less defiant? Would he come across as less arrogant? Would he bend a little bit? Would he show any type of sympathy with the fan base? I thought it was a great topic. I thought it was great questions. I thought yesterday, in watching it as well, not just listening here on the fan, I thought Nico tried to adjust his tone.
Yes,
I thought he tried. He took. Now look, just because you go from a 0 to a 2 doesn't mean you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Okay. Before all these press conferences and the way they were coming across was a 0. I thought he took it up to about a 2 yesterday. I thought he was trying to be more genuine, trying to be more human, less defiant, some accountability, complimentary. That's the first tell. That's a great question. Oh, you know what? That's a really good question. That's a fantastic question. He was trying to be nicer, but no one gives a rat's ass, and nobody cares.
Yeah, he was. He started with that's a nice question. By the end, he was saying to people, I think that's a really unfair question. Like asking about Luka, if he's a championship player. And look, here's how I looked at it. I think you're right. When you go from a 0 to a 2,
yeah,
it's better. It's still not good. And I think yesterday was a bad performance overall. I still think there were plenty of moments where he seemed defiant, and there were plenty of moments that were gaffe-worthy, but it was better than what they've done. And I'll say this, his performance yesterday, standing up there and answering questions, was better than the silence they've given for 2 months.
Yeah.
That will if he would have spent the last 2 months talking consistently, I think he would have shaped his tone and his message better over the course of 2 months to where he wouldn't be behind. He's behind now, and so he still messes up.
Yeah.
Whereas if he would have just spoken directly to the fan base and the media consistently, I think he would have sharpened his words, and he would have been at a place by now where he was prepared to answer all this.
And I guess because he stood in there and took the fastballs, props to the FW media. Because when you sit there and you're listening and you become uncomfortable with 2 or 3 questions and the guy stands in there and answers it, I know it doesn't excuse the trade, too little too late, I know all that stuff. I guess I give Nico some credit for that, because I thought that the Mavs media yesterday I know you agree, they did a tremendous job. I mean, things got uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, consistently everybody, there were uncomfortable questions from Dorothy Gentry, Isaac Harris, Sam Gannon, Mac. Everybody was asking really pointed, direct, uncomfortable questions. The one I give a ton of credit to is probably Isaac Harris from Locked On Mavs, where he stood up there and just, he worked up to it. You could tell it's an uncomfortable thing to ask, but I give him credit for having the stones to just go, why shouldn't you be fired? That's to say you've got this arena chanting fire Nico. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end, and so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick, the leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
So he dropped his defense wins championships early, but I thought the number one phrase that he leaned on as the crutch is championship team. We have a championship team. You're going to see it next year. The Luka anger would not have been. That's another thing I probably would have advised. Maybe stop thinking. You might be right, but no one is going to admit it as a sports fan here. They think, and he thinks, that more success on the floor this season without injuries to AD and Kyrie would have really silenced the noise, and it would have really toned down the anger. And even if that's true, which there's no way of knowing because they're on a beach somewhere in Cancun, stop saying it because fans already dug in and set in and saying, I don't give a crap if you three-peat. I still hate you.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the issue is that's where he still has a disconnect. That's where he still doesn't totally understand.
We'll win you back. When we win, you'll come back.
Yeah, and they it's not going to be that easy. Now, if they win, yeah, maybe they do eventually pull people back and enough time passes, people forget about it. It's not going to be like that. No. They could start winning and they'll still have empty seats in there next year is what I think. But, I mean, yesterday it was, you mentioned people pressing him. There was Mike Curtis from Dallas Morning News, who we have on the station pretty frequently. He had said that, he had asked him, he's like, you keep saying you're confident that if you win, people are going to come back. Okay, but what if they don't? Like, what then, dude? And Nico just told he's like, well, I'm optimistic. I'm an optimistic person. It's like, really, you don't ever seem very optimistic.
Here is the Mac attack that probably made the number one headline throughout the country.
Did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
So the headline becomes, and it reads so much worse than actually hearing it. And hearing it is not great. But the headline basically reads, Nico didn't know how loved Luka was by Dallas Maverick fans. And that is an awful, terrible look.
It's a bad look. You're right. It reads.
I could have spun it and said, I knew there was Luka mania. Did I think people were going to bring coffins? And did I think that people were going to... I knew it would be a 9 out of 10 anger level. Did I know it was going to be 17 out of 10? No. Like, you could have tried to go there.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was probably trying to allude to, but it's not going to read like that.
Yeah, no, it reads really poorly. Because there's a different way to say it where it's like, I knew fans loved him. I knew fans would be upset. I didn't know fans would be devastated 2 months later. Like, still devastated, heartbroken. I didn't anticipate it. I think it's actually, in a lot of ways, it's refreshing because he's admitting he was wrong about something. I'm still not. I still think Nico Harrison should be fired. I still think he should be driven out. I'm not happy with the way he performed yesterday. But it's refreshing to hear him say, I was wrong about something, and I mismanaged or miscalculated something. That's new for him.
Well, it's also scary because you couple that with the Tim Cato report that Patrick Dumont had resentment towards Nico because he didn't tell him that the outrage would be this bad. That was earlier in the day before the press conference that Dumont was like, yo, man, like why are they flipping out like this? You didn't tell me they loved him that much. That's frightening. That's terrifying because Patrick Dumont did not take over the team before this season. Patrick Dumont stood on that podium, got his undeserved attention and spotlight after mommy-in-law gave you the keys to the Ferrari, and you witnessed your only experience here is Mavs mania to an NBA Finals run led by Luka Dončić, and you're mad at Nico for not explaining to you why everyone's wearing 77 jerseys? Both of those statements combined is terrifying and depressing at the same time over the status of Mavs leadership. That both of you didn't get it, it'd be like Cuban trading Dirk and saying, I didn't think people would be that upset.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Now, it's
the number one star in town. It's not even close.
What's funny about it, too, is the fact that if he is that upset about it, which I understand a little bit, if you've fully trusted Nico to, hey, I don't know basketball, you guide me here, and I'm going to put... I maybe get some level of, okay, everybody is now saying this is totally stupid. Why did you think this? I get some level of that if you're basketball ignorant, which Patrick Dumont clearly is. But you got to remember, he probably has still to this day the most incendiary comments about the Luka trade of anybody when he talked to Brad Townsend the day after.
Yes.
To Patrick Dumont, his answers are, before some of the stuff we got yesterday maybe, were like the official answers we had from the organization that were most infuriating from people.
Yes.
And he was the first one to get crushed for how do you skip over Dirk? How do you ignore Dirk? So Dumont, he can be angry all he wants. He has had some of the worst answers throughout this entire process.
I thought there was some fantastic questions honing in on Luka. There was hesitation here from Nico. I thought that gave the real answer. He was asked straight up, do you think that Luka Dončić is a championship player?
You know, that's kind of an unfair question. Luka's no longer on this team. But what I am excited about is I do believe we have a championship caliber team, and we'll show that next year.
All you had to say was, yes, I do believe. I believe he's a championship player. Okay, well, then why didn't you keep him here? We're trying to win as many as possible. Maybe that was the right way to answer because he's not here. But there was hesitation. Alec did a good job of, cutting up all the audio, not having pauses. But there was a slight there, and it was a slight. There was a slight hesitation, and it led to the slight of, well, I can't really answer that.
I mean, honestly, it's a little bit like when you had asked McMahon last week, like, hey, try to explain such and such to me. And he's like, I can't explain illogical. And I think there is a little bit of, he can answer things as smoothly as he wants. At the end of the day, like, Nico Harrison is trying to defend the indefensible and trying to defend the completely illogical, and no answer is going to sound good.
You keep saying defense wins championships. Defense wins championships. Isn't that also saying that you could not have Luka as the centerpiece because he's not great at defense?
No, I think it's really doubling down on defense. And, like I said, when we had the opportunity to get Anthony Davis, who is one of the best two-way players in the league, we jumped at that opportunity.
So there it is. More about Anthony Davis. When you get someone who is an all-NBA defender, we jumped at that opportunity, but it was not met with any type of praise or applause after another Nico presser.
Some of the feedback on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney's fan text to yesterday's press conference. 903 says they're called the Mavericks, not the Lukas. 817, Dumont is what y'all want out of Jerry. Let others do their job. 469, why didn't anybody ask him about the training staff? 817, his job is to know I won't be back until he's fired. That was from Casey.
His job is to know I won't be back.
What the reaction was going to be to Luka being traded. He can't be surprised by that.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We continue with what Nico had to say. I do feel better about Jason Kidd after yesterday. There's reports on Jason Kidd's anger with Nico. How much did he really know? Where do we go from here? Plus, Mac Angle, who was stirring it up, will join us during the commercial-free expressway. And the G-Bag Nation not applauding the multiple-time G-Bag of the day, Peyton Russell. We have that audio coming from the Nation next on 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back to the Stars overtime thriller last night, just a few hours ago, as a matter of fact, at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out this week with the honeymoon in Italy. We got Bobby Belt, we got Peyton and Aiden, and we got you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So Nico Harrison saying, I did not realize the actual love level for Luka Dončić yesterday, answering why he should not be fired. But what about Dirk, Dumont, and Jason Kidd? Stories coming out from Tim Cato, Brad Townsend, and Tim McMahon yesterday. Dumont was reportedly frustrated with Nico for not warning him how the fan base would react. How tone deaf is Dumont in his own mind for not being here and realizing that Luka Dončić is loved? And Cato says Dumont no longer sees Harrison as a figure with irreproachable basketball expertise. So he's not looking at Nico with the invincible label apparently anymore. And yesterday Nico was asked, was it Patrick Dumont because of luxury tax concerns, Supermax? Was it Dumont who instructed you to make that trade?
No, not at all. Patrick reminds me of the leadership that I had at Nike, and a really good leader doesn't tell the people that work for them what to do. It's a collective, well thought out process to make a big move like that. And then also, unfortunately, I'm super stubborn, so someone telling me to do something doesn't work too well for me.
That's accurate.
Don't say that. Don't say that, especially after the McMahon article came out about how insecure you are and you just wanted yes people around you and you were getting rid of anyone who had strong ties to Dirk or Luka. Don't sit there and tell us that character flaw of you just being too stubborn. Just don't say it. Don't say it.
Which, isn't it a little counterintuitive, or not even, I guess, maybe hypocritical, where he's like, look, a good leader never tells people what to do. It's like, didn't you get rid of Luka because you were just defiant about him not doing everything exactly the way you wanted it to be done? Like, he's a walking contradiction. I still think, like we said earlier, I still think this was a better performance than I was expecting. It wasn't good, but it was better than I was expecting. And this is also a good example of why
D plus.
It makes more sense to just always talk through it. I know a lot of people say, like, just stop talking. And for a while there was, they didn't need to talk. But it reached a point where it's like, we need to hear from you now. You got to start defending this or answering for this a little bit. And if they would have been doing that more consistently over the last couple months, I think they wouldn't have repaired things, but it would not be as intense of blowback.
Part of my advice before the press conference was praise 41. Just kiss his rear end. Do anything and everything to try to fix that gap that Tim McMahon reported. Dirk wanting to step away from the organization because of the way that they treated two of his really good friends in Scott Tomlin and the former trainer Casey Smith. Here's Nico asked how he regains the trust of fans with this Dirk story as well.
Well, one, you mentioned Dirk, and so it's important to say, like, he's the single most important figure to the franchise, so that's extremely important. I believe winning will help repair the relationship with the fans, and that's what we plan to do next year.
That's the first compliment they've paid to Dirk in 3 months. That's the first positive, and you can tell it was in his notes, and someone told him, go out of your way to praise Dirk, whether his name is brought up, mentioned, or not. That's the first positive thing about 41 in all this time.
Did you think it was a little odd in McMahon's article yesterday that the opening line talks about they're on this flight to the Basketball Hall of Fame and Nico's on the flight, and McMahon mentions that in the 20 years that Nico was with Nike and Dirk and him had familiarity with each other, that he said they weren't particularly close. Like it almost felt like they didn't like each other a ton before, is how I read it from Tim. And that makes me wonder, did Cuban, who had him here as an advisor, did Cuban not ask Dirk, like, what do you think about Nico being the GM? Because it doesn't sound like Dirk would have been like a big hearty, hey, love him, yeah, add him.
You know, a lot of people, and I've defended Cuban to a degree this offseason in selling to these people and letting the takeover happen. Well, why didn't you stop it? You should have known they were going to trade Luka Dončić. So I've defended him there. I think that's kind of silly. No way for him to predict that unless they told him. But I'm not going to defend Cuban with the criticism that came yesterday that he was there for a lot of this Casey Smith drama.
Mm-hmm.
This was a long time with Mark still owning the franchise. You didn't intervene. You didn't step in. You knew how important Casey Smith was, and you didn't do anything about it. So Mark Cuban got criticized there with that. So I can't defend Mark over that timeline.
It's just it struck me as though Dirk was not necessarily a big fan of Nico Harrison going back to his Nike days, is how it read to me. And so it does just make me wonder.
Maybe that wasn't his client.
It could, no, yeah, and that's something where that's probably what it is. But
there's a ton of Nikos at Nike. I'm sure that they all don't know every player that each other represents and have that close relationship.
But then you have the Navy SEALs who do their little secret handshake, and you would at least think that Dirk would be familiar with, oh, yeah, that's the secret handshake guy.
What about Jason Kidd? I've been wanting to know if J. Kidd has blood on his hands. And Tim Cato, he reported that Jason Kidd had resentment towards Nico because, yo, man, our whole season, our entire team, our entire roster, all of our strategy is built around this one dude. And now you want to turn it upside down. So that tells me that Jason Kidd was not all for this trade. The trade, again, according to Nico, was at the 11th hour. He said, it's not about agreeing with me from Jason. It's about alignment. He agrees with the principles. He agrees with defense is very important to winning. And he said, yes, we are connected, despite that report that came out yesterday. So I am now believing that Jason Kidd was not all in and totally in agreement with this move.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think it is ultimately kind of what we were talking about yesterday, which is the idea of he probably complained about him every now and then. He probably did get annoyed with certain aspects of Luka.
Oh, yeah.
But then probably was like, but I didn't say trade him.
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, I bitched and moaned about him sometimes, but don't trade him.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So there you go. Little recap from Nico. Mac Engel was there at the presser. He'll join us at 7:20 to talk Stars as well on 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday, Lucius, he finally played it.
Yeah, so he's been hyping up Peyton's song as he wanted to play it. Now he did say, he's like, it's great. It's great. It's great because it's bad, but it's great. And I think we all feel that way. It's Peyton had his song.
It was funny.
It was funny. It was funny. But I mean, and that's what you want out of these songs. You want to lean into, if you're singing off pitch, you want to really lead into just making it as pitchy as possible. And just as a refresher, this was the chorus for Peyton's song that he did, the John Legend parody.
'Cause all of me loves all three of you. Love your screaming and your yelling. Your passion is never dwelling. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. I'm sorry I canceled Life Hacks. Maybe you'll have to bring Troy back. 'Cause I give you all of me.
Nailed it.
How can I give that props?
It's good. Hey, Broadus voted for it for G-Bag of the Day yesterday. Only one who voted for it, because right after they played it, Peyton took just a group kicking from the G-Bag boys.
It's so bad, bro.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history. And that song helped put him over the top. Bless you. I felt like it was a diss song, but from an abused child.
What would I do without the morning show?
What did I do at the morning show? It sounds like it was written by Jim Henson. That was great.
Is that a Muppets reference? Gonzo? It sounded like Gonzo was singing it.
It's not bad. Look, Eric just taking the straight shot, going like worst half hour radio. They all took their turns though. Worst half hour radio. Then you got Dawson coming in with what's a really good lie, because we all said that didn't sound like a depreciation song. That sounded like a diss. And Dawson pointed out that it was a diss song from an abused child. And then, yeah, you're a Muppet, I guess, to Lucius. Peyton, do you want to respond to any of this? Do you want to go after G-Bag any?
Look, Eric's already stepped up to the mic. You know, he sang his song, great stuff. Lucius, Broadus, Dawson, Walchuk, if you want to participate actually for once.
Broadus voted for you. I'd pull back on Broadus.
That's right. Broadus did. Okay. He laughed there, though. There were some laughs in there, I believe. Yeah. That's all they do. all 17 of them just start laughing. And they look at each other. Who's going to talk next? Who's going to talk next? You go next? Who gets paid less on the show? You talk. Yeah. So I'm just saying, hey, Lucius, Gavin, Walchuk, step into the mic then. Sing a song. We'll play it. Let's see what you got.
Wow. All 17. Who gets paid less?
That hurt his feelings. That hurt his feelings. He came ready to take some.
It's like Russian roulette.
Well done, Pepe. Well done, sir. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on the show.
Yeah, and the reason that got played is because, Peyton, you did get stopped as G-Bag of the Day. So you no longer have your title. You lost to some comedian, but you've lost it. But they were big fans of your stuff. You've gotten a lot of airplay on there recently.
So why was Lucius so excited to play? Because he thought it was so bad? I thought he was going to be like, this is so good. That's why I'm saving it all these days.
Yeah, no. He thinks it's one of those. It's so bad, it's good.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a car crash. You can't look away. He thinks it's one of those things. But now, to be fair, Lucius loves Peyton. He said when he first played his clip the other day of him hosting. He said, "That's my guy right there." He goes, "That's my guy." He said, he's the one who introduced me to women's field hockey." And that made me go, What? And so Peyton, please explain.
So I think it was probably before a Cowboys game or something. They had on ESPN up here on the TV in the studio, they had women's field hockey. And I was like, man, they're really attractive for field. I didn't realize field hockey girls were really attractive. And he's like, no, there's no way. And so Lucius starts watching for a few minutes. And he's like, dude, they really are kind of hot. So I give him props. It was women's college. It was like Wisconsin, Ohio State or something.
And hey, it stuck out to Lucius enough to reference it. He's like, hey, he looked out for me. He told me about these attractive field hockey players.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it, according to Pepe and Lucius. All right, we have the commercial-free expressway coming up after we relive the glory of the Stars tying up the series against the Avalanche. We're all square at 1. Let's give the Stars their props. And are they talented enough to win it all? Experts have weighed in. Let's discuss it next here on 105.3 The Fan.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.53 The Fan.
Still played the puck. Lost it to Johnston. Fired towards the net. On the doorstep.
ESPN with the call. It was scary. It was nervous. But the Dallas Stars end up tying their series against the Avalanche at 1 game apiece. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us and being a Tolo. That is what Turn It On, Leave It On stands for, as the man who did not get any time on the ice in Game 1 is able to respond. Colin Blackwell scoring at the 17:46 mark of overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, that whole fourth line was just aggressive all night long and playing really well. They got 2 goals out of that group. And Blackwell was the one who was all night kind of flashing and showing up, and he gets that first shot off, and then it just feels like time freezes for a second. That puck is just, you remember Inception, where you get they got the little totem, they spin the little top there, and you just watch it spin and spin and spin, and it just kind of slowly starts dropping. Like, that's what that puck felt like it was doing, just sitting there spinning, and then he gets the rebound and puts it back, and obviously you could tell it was like a whole team exhaling at once.
Yes.
When they got that goal, and it's just like, thank God this is over.
All right, Bob. Talent. Where do the Stars stack up amongst all these other teams competing for the cup?
Yeah, and look, I'm not gonna pretend to know every single person on this list, but you know who will pretend typically? Peyton. And so, Peyton, I would like to see if you can name the Dallas Stars that ended up on this list. So ESPN, every time they get to the playoffs, they generally will rank the top 50 remaining players for whatever playoff there is. So Stanley Cup playoffs, top 50 NHL players in the playoffs. NBA, same thing. And so they go through this list. The Dallas Stars, it turns out, according to ESPN, are the most talented team left in the playoffs because to make the playoffs, because they got 6 players in the top 50, which was the most of any team. Colorado was second with 5.
Oh, well, that's fun for your first round matchup. It's not surprising that they have the most, because kind of the knock, if you're searching for one on the Stars roster, is until the trade that happened late in the year. Really good roster, doesn't have the top heavy superstar, right? Not going to have McKinnon. Not going to have you don't have any headline name. You got a lot of really good players.
Although they tried to address that a little bit with Rantanen, probably, and so
that's what I said, the trade.
Yeah, Peyton. Let's see if you can name the 6 Stars players that are on this list.
I'll start with Wyatt Johnston.
Nope, not on the list. Wow, your very first one.
Jake Ottinger.
Jake Ottinger is on this list. He is the 3rd star listed. He is player number 26, I believe.
I'm going to go with Jamie Benn.
No Jamie Benn.
Jason Robertson's hurt, though. But is he on there?
Jason Robertson is on here.
Okay.
Miro.
No Miro.
No Miro. Miko. Is
Miko. There you go. Miko's the highest ranked star on the list. He's
So what
number
do I have,
9.
3 here?
You got 3 of them.
Tyler Sagan.
Nope.
Rantanen.
He just threw out Rantanen. So the remaining ones on here: Rope Hintz, Matt Duchene, and Thomas Harley.
There you go.
Coming in at 46. But you've got 6 players basically crammed in there from 9 to 46. So if they lose the series or if they get bounced from the playoffs early, this isn't going to be necessarily a talent issue, but
Where's Ottinger in terms of the goalies? How many goaltenders are above him on that list?
That's
I'm
a
curious.
good question. Let me see how many it is.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Let us know if you went to that game as well, because that was an electric crowd.
He is 6th. He is 31 overall. He is the 6th ranked goaltender. The number 1 player on the entire list is a goaltender. It's Winnipeg's goaltender, Connor, and then pronounce it for me, Peyton. Connor Hellebuck. Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
He's
Connor
number
Hellebuck.
1?
He's the number 1 player according to this list.
Wow. All right, the NFL draft is getting closer and closer. We got the official coverage on Thursday. Bobby and crew will be at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Myself and others will be at different Pluckers locations throughout the Metroplex. I'm going to be at the one in Mesquite. So stop on by for all the drinks, all the food, and all the fun. Some of the latest rumors out there, it appears that the Tennessee Titans are going to stand in and make that pick, as Adam Schefter is going to take you around with the mailbag.
Yeah, so the Titans are going to stand in. They're going to make the pick. They're going to go ahead and roll with Cam Ward at quarterback, it appears. But it wasn't without some level of interest from the rest of the league in terms of trying to work with Tennessee and go up there and get Cam Ward. So this, first off, I think the important thing to point out is that the entire league is if anybody's moving up, they're trying to move up for Cam Ward. So the important thing here is Will Chambers was wrong about Shedeur being the consensus number 1, like I told him. And so just remember that, Will, and remember who's your NFL draft daddy. But this is what Adam Schefter wrote. He said, it's easy enough to figure out the top picks in this draft. Cam Ward is expected to go to Tennessee with the top pick, but he did say that both the Browns and the Giants at 2 and 3 had tried to move up and pursue the number 1 pick, and ultimately Tennessee's choosing to stand in their pick. And it says one of the biggest reasons for the lack of movement is what evaluators perceive to be the lack of blue chip quarterbacks. That's the reason why there's not a whole lot of movement right now, discussion going up or down in this draft. There isn't a quarterback outside of Cam Ward that's worth trading up for. Browns inquired about the possibility of trading up. Giants were even more persistent in their efforts to try to trade up for the top pick with Tennessee. The Titans have resisted those overtures and are expected to hold on to their pick. Is there any part of that, do you think, that would be, let's just hold out to the last second, try and get everything we can, see if the Giants will play? The 49ers did that a couple years ago when they picked now Dallas Cowboy Solomon Thomas. They had the second pick, and they just held out and basically waited until the last possible second to make Chicago give up everything they needed to flip for that pick.
No, after I heard Cam on the video game feed
talking about Treylon Burks, 4th best receiver in the NFL, baby.
Yeah, they told him this thing is over and done with, and they're printing up the Ward jerseys there in Tennessee.
Now, one of the things that we talked about, how Cam Ward is pretty much the consensus top quarterback. He's not the top quarterback for every team, though. Schefter mentions Tyler Shuck at Louisville, who played at Oregon and Texas Tech and is 26 years old, is one of the older prospects in the draft. That Tyler Shuck is actually the top quarterback for some of these teams. And I hadn't heard that he was the top quarterback. I heard that he was ahead of Shedeur for a lot of teams, though. And so you're talking about teams that I guess are not scared off by the age. There was actually a write-up the other day, I think ESPN had it, where they were talking about there's a general sense from the NFL that we're not as worried about these older players anymore, which to me used to be a death sentence, especially at quarterback.
Yes.
When you think about Chris Winkie, Brandon Weeden, like these guys who were 26, 27, 28 years old when they got into the draft, and you couldn't count on them to be sustainable options at the quarterback position.
I am really, by the way, we're going to have guests in studio tomorrow and Thursday. We got Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram for 2 hours, and Zach Wolchuk. Wolchuk tomorrow from 8 to 10, and Nick Harris, who's going to be on the draft show coverage as well, 8 to 10 on Thursday. So thanks to those fellas for lending the expertise.
Yeah, it'll be an hour and 40 minutes of draft talk with Nick, because he'll probably try to carve out 20 minutes to just say, I told you all about Jimmy.
Yeah.
What I tell you about playoff Jimmy there. But one of the interesting notes he has in here is that because there's not a lot of movement on the draft picks themselves and saying, all right, there's not a reason for us to go up and get it, he starts pointing to players that could be moved this weekend. Guys who are either young players who are on rookie deals and might be cheap options if somebody's willing to give up capital, or a handful of the veterans. So would you like to entertain some of the names on the veteran list or the cheap, younger rookie type players?
Veteran.
All right, the veteran players that he says could be available via trade this weekend. Jalen Ramsey, cornerback from the Miami Dolphins. Jair Alexander, cornerback from the Green Bay Packers. Kirk Cousins, cornerback from the Falcons. There was a report yesterday that Minnesota is willing to potentially entertain taking Cousins back if some of the money is eaten.
As a backup?
That would be the thought, I would guess. I mean, they entertained Aaron Rodgers there.
Phone lines are open to Browns and Giants for second and third picks. Both teams are listening, according to Peter Schrager. But yeah, apparently the asking price has been too high in Atlanta because they want another team to eat a ton of that money.
Couple of notable tight ends who could be on the move this weekend. Dallas Goedert from the Eagles. And there was talk that Schefter had written in there that Philly picking at 32. Howie's Thomas Dimitroff told us this last week. Philly's always looking to go up. Howie wants to go up. Howie wants to be aggressive. And so maybe that's a case where they package Goddard in something to go up. Mark Andrews, the playoff GOAT for Baltimore. Boy, if he gets moved and that's his last moment in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And then Trey Hendrickson, the edge rusher from the Bengals. Some of the rookie contract players who could get moved this week, obviously Will Levis with the Titans. He mentions Treylon Burks. I don't know if Cam Ward wants to give up the 4th overall receiver in the NFL. One of the names that's interesting here, and you're starting to hear some buzz about, Kayvon Thibodeau, who was a top 5 pick a couple years ago for the Giants.
Dez's best friend.
And he seems to have tension there with the Giants right now. Now, he has not totally lived up to his potential yet. He is a cocky, swagger-filled type of player.
Yeah.
But
the Cowboys had him 2 or 3?
One
on the board.
Thibodeau was number 1 on their board a couple of years ago. And so I'd be kind of interested to know if they would try to swing something for Thibodeau. But Thibodeau would make some sense, I guess, because they would just look at it as like, we've already invested in Burns. If we're going to take Abdul Carter, like, do we really need to just keep throwing all these resources at edge rusher? Also, Evan Neal, who's been a bust to this point. Jalen Hyatt, the receiver for the Giants. So the Giants may be in the market to move some of these players.
Cowboys pre-draft press conference today at 11:30?
I believe it's supposed to be at 11:30. Yeah, I don't know if they've firmed up the time yet, but yeah, Cowboys are supposed to have their pre-draft press conference today.
All right, speaking of filthy, A.J. Brown yesterday came out and issued a little threat to someone in Philadelphia to whoever stole my car last night. I'll make a deal with you. Bring back my car and I won't press charges. Or when I find you today, it's going to be what it's going to be. Take it or leave it, my guy. Well, AJ went on Twitter to provide a car theft update.
I'm out here grinding for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I got to look for my car. Come on, man. Nah, but look, we already got the whip. See, I told you to just turn the car back in. Just turn it in now, and now you got to deal with the consequences, man. I'll tell y'all a little funny joke, man. This morning, when we was talking to the police, my little son going to come up and say, hey, Dad. Paw Patrol. I said, hey, everybody got jokes this morning, huh? Yeah, and the joke's on you.
Got him. They got him somehow, some way in filthy. He wanted to turn the entire city against this criminal by being, I'm out here working for the Eagles. I'm out here trying to sweat it up, trying to defend the championship.
By the way, Adam Schefter had a note about A.J. Brown in his little draft rundown. He said, despite the internet chatter, he's like, A.J. Brown is not going anywhere. And there's been some people who thought
he's just a disruptive guy.
He is.
That's
the biggest problem. But a lot of people have wondered, like, hey, Vrabel, the beginning of the end for Vrabel in Tennessee was when A.J. Brown got traded and he didn't want him to get dealt.
Yeah.
And so maybe the Patriots, somebody just sent in on the fan text, said A.J. Brown to the Patriots, that's their call for this weekend. But Schefter says don't expect A.J. Brown to move.
Howie Roseman said that Big Dom is the best, not only in the league, but in all of sports when it comes to gathering that intel on draft prospects, going and getting that dirt and using. I bet Big Dom found AJ's car. I guarantee you. Imagine how many voluntary police officers are hitting up Big Dom to be like, hey, here's someone who's doing something bad. Here's a little lead. Here's where the car may be. And he's the best in sports when it comes to draft intel, according to Howie.
You remember when Slater sat in here with us and she was telling me, she was basically playing mom and she's saying, hey, I did not approve of the way you handled Dan Orlovsky at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was bad. I had to have a similar conversation with her when she took a photo with Big Dom at the Super Bowl, which was just, he looked ridiculous with like the two-tone glasses. I do too.
I kind of want to meet him.
I want to have him on, but he's this weird mythical
He's the most
figure.
interesting man in the NFL.
You know what, though? It's honestly the way people talk about him is kind of the way people talked about Nico when he got hired as GM here. Just like, ooh, this is the man who gets it all done. He's the guy behind the scenes. And so, but no, that is a very, very important job. If he's the best in the league at that, that's definitely an advantage where, especially if they're going to pick all these Georgia car racers over there in Philly, they need to know if they actually did it or not.
He got Jason Kidd to slip up with the Babe Ruth comparison, and he created the headline yesterday that Nico didn't realize how much Luka love there actually was in the Metroplex. Mac Engel, our great buddy from the Fort Worth Star Telegram, kicks off the commercial-free Expressway live on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube next.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, you know, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, you know, go on and on.
Well, the headlines were not quiet after Nico Harrison answered the question of our great buddy live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, Matt Gangle, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out on the Italian vacation. So, Mac, I know you're really disappointed over that, but thanks for joining us either way.
I'll be honest. I wanted to ask him why he wore the cowboy hat during his wedding ceremony. I'm like, dude, you're not fooling anybody. Give it up. Yeah. You know you don't have any hair. You don't need to mask it. It's okay. Not that was a bad look. And I'm like, you're not fooling anybody. We get it. It's all right.
Mac, you got to go to a steakhouse with these two because you think it's going to a Ranger game with the amount of. I thought you couldn't wear hats at steakhouses anymore, but it's just hanging on for dear life from both of them. RJ is just trying to find a fancy way to do it. We all can't have your quaff, as he would call it.
I felt, you know what? When you asked me yesterday to come on, I forgot that you guys do it via Zoom now. I totally forgot. So when I got up and then your producer's like, "Yeah, join via Zoom." I'm like, "Via Zoom?" I was still in bed. I'm like, "No way!" My hair looks like a mop. So I just put on my my alma mater's hat. It's not a good look, and I'll be honest with you. I'm 51, Sean.
You look good.
It's still there.
Yeah.
But I'm aware. I'm aware that. I got to take care of this because it's not going to be forever.
I found my first obvious gray the other day, and I almost had a meltdown. It wasn't good.
I found several of your grays before that.
It's in the beard, but not up top. Why don't you take off your hat?
It's gone, dude.
Shut the hell up.
Look at that.
Take off your hat
leaving,
and
Mac.
shut the hell up. Mac Attack, take us inside yesterday's event, and how hurt were your feelings if you did not get the private invite last week to Nico's Roundtable?
Little hurt, little stung, not going to lie. It's kind of like seeing your best friend gets invited to the party that you don't get the invite. Like you see it on Instagram or social media, and you're like, wait a minute, why am I not at the party? And that's where you know where you really rank, and I'm clearly not in the cool kids club. But yesterday, they were like, okay, I guess we got to invite all the losers and nerds. So, it was, Sean, I'm not going to lie, it was a little tense. I know he's getting killed for it. He should have done it 2 months ago. I was critical of him the day they introduced Anthony Davis, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's the guy who pulled the trigger on this trade? And he did own that he screwed it up. The PR staff was very nice about it. They made a mistake. And what it hit me was, Sean, Bobby, is there anything that he could have said, any combination of words other than I screwed up and I quit, that you think would have satiated fans right now at the moment?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
No way.
Then I agree with you. And when I asked him that question, there was 4 questions I wanted to ask, and he was very nice. I mean, look, that was a really tense press conference.
Great job by the media. I thought the questions from everyone were fantastic.
So do I. Thank you very much. I thought everybody asked good questions, and I thought he was very decent about it. It didn't get tense. It was just, any exchange wasn't tense, but the whole mood of it was tense.
Yes.
And I thought he handled it as best he could.
Yeah.
But
I got killed for giving him props for it being better than the last interactions. People can't, nowadays, especially on social media, two things cannot be true at the same time. But I thought he tried to adjust yesterday for the better.
So did I. I totally agree with you. And I think the problem is the answers aren't good. No one likes no, what I mean is no answer is good. And to me, the flaw, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it a lot, this is basically a 3-year window. And year 1 and year 2 of it are basically gone because the player that is the second most important piece to this suffered a major injury. And now year 3 of it, these guys are going to be 35 and 34 years old. I can't think of championship teams built around 35 and 34-year-old guys. Maybe it happens. And then if they go out and get KD, it's going to be some AARP, AAU convention. And I'm not seeing it. And I'll give them, there's one part of this I'll say, and I said it from day one. You give me a team with a healthy Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving with those other guys, that's a team that can win a title. They didn't get the team, but for what, a half?
Yeah.
And we're not going to really see it again.
Matt
In
Gangle,
exchange for Luka Dončić.
Matt Gangle, 4-star Telegram here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to go back to his answer to your question over not realizing the Luka love. Should we be outraged by it? It reads, as many things in life, it reads a lot worse than the actual sound. Or did you think while he was answering it, oh my gosh, you're going to get destroyed for this? Or was he just trying to say, I know Luka was loved, I just didn't know that there would be near riots?
I want to give him credit for that one in terms of what you just said. I knew he was loved. I didn't know they were going to be picketing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's like a lot of decisions that you make. You kind of brace for one scenario and you're like, okay, I know this is going to be bad, right? You know the breakup's going to be bad. Oh, I didn't know she was going to burn my house down.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Yeah, right. I didn't know she was going to kill the bunny rabbit. So I just think in this case, yeah, you know it's going to be bad. You know it's popular. But until you actually pull the trigger and you see the outrage, then I don't think anybody could have really prepared for it. Because, Sean, guys, I can't think of a precedence for something like this where you, other than Babe Ruth, which is kind of cool, I just can't think of one. So
I got to take it back to my Baltimore days of the Colts leaving the Browns,
Yeah.
like a franchise leaving in the middle of the night. That's the only thing I can think of with the rage.
And, I asked Randy Galloway about it. I called him a couple weeks ago to write about it. And I said, can you think of any example like this? And he said the closest would be when Jimmy Johnson left the Cowboys, when Jerry fired him. The difference was that team was still rolling.
Yeah.
And as upset as they were at Jerry Jones, justifiably, they kept winning. Well, they made this trade and they made the play-in and then didn't make the playoffs. I just can't think of anything really where there's like a comp where Nico and the management can say, well, okay, we should prepare because this kind of happened there. Well, there is no comp. You just went and made history. Good job.
Matt, when we look at the history of Dallas Fort Worth sports, I feel like when I grew up here, I felt like basketball was always third for the city. Like it's Cowboys, Rangers, Mavs generally. Why is it though that Luka has such a connection as the most beloved star? And then further back to that, if you were to put somebody else up there, it's another basketball player. It's Dirk. Like Juan Gonzalez getting traded didn't get this reaction. Des Bryant getting cut didn't get this reaction. Why is this one so intense? Why is a city that has basketball third so in love with their two stars?
That's a great question. I've thought about that, why we identify with the Slovenian. I think some of it has to do with he walked in the door at 18 and we knew him right away. He was following the legend's legend, right? Dirk can do no wrong. So he followed him, and I'll be damned, it looked like it was actually going to work. And I think he was just identified with this guy, Bobby, who, when he played, you knew just by the way he carried himself and the bandages that he was leaving everything out on the floor. And not only that, he carried the entire fandom in the city on his back with a middle finger at his opponent while he was running out there on, two bad knees or this or that and dropping 50, grabbing 15 and dealing 11 assists. I mean, just put up stratospheric numbers. And I think it just seemed genuine. And I think people just gravitated toward it. And I hate to say this, but I do think there is an element to it. I don't know how big of an element, but he's a white dude. And I mean, it does. It's like the Josh Hamilton thing. People loved Josh Hamilton. They loved him. I'm not sure had Josh been Hispanic or African American that the fandom would have been the same. Because he was an amazing talent. He's a good guy. He wasn't going to cure cancer, but he was a good guy. He was a good player. But I think with Dončić, there was just an identification that there was. I remember Jimmy Johnson said this one time about the Dallas Cowboys and why it was important. It was something in their life, in our lives, that we identified with as a positive. And being a Luka fan, win or lose, was a positive. And now you've given him away to your hated rival in exchange for a really great 32-year-old center, Max Christie, and a future first-round pick. I'm sorry, that trade, that part of it is negligent.
Yeah.
And I just can't get my head around that one.
Is there a part of this, do you think, that's at play of, because there was that 1 year overlap with Dirk and Luka, and we saw 18-year-old Euro, that almost this city views them as one. Like Luka and Dirk, that was a one carry, and so it's almost like you've just destroyed the image of who has represented that team because people tie them together so unconsciously.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. There was just some seamless transition, and I'll be damned, but he did it. I'll never forget this. The rookie season, Luka's rookie season had ended. And remember, that was Dirk's last year, and they did the big, great game send-off in San Antonio. And the next day, they've got him at the practice facility, and Dirk, holds court with the media, and he walks off. And then Luka walks in right behind him to a wall of microphones. And I'm like, holy cow, that's a lot for this guy. And he did it. I mean, how hard that would have been? And he actually did it. And, I mean, as great as Dirk was, Luka's actually better. And unfortunately, and I was thinking about this when they played the first time in Los Angeles, there's only like 10 or 12 Dirks. One guy who plays his entire career, Hall of Fame career, in one city. Michael Jordan didn't do it.
Yeah.
Most guys don't. And I think we had unrealistic expectations set by Dirk, but I think he would have been here in his 30s had Mark Cuban still on the team, but it's gone. And, someone who's observed this now for a long time and is sort of detached emotionally from it, I got to tell you, on this one, it sucks.
Back angle forward star Telegram was at the Nico presser yesterday, joining us here during the Expressway. What do you think of Patrick Dumont?
I don't know. I think this is what he reminds me of, and I've covered it for a long time. He's a very wealthy guy who's been in business, done very well, married extremely well, good lesson kids. And he doesn't know what he doesn't know yet. And in terms of owning a sports team, he's never done it. And it doesn't function like a hotel. It doesn't function like a restaurant. The widgets are different. It's just a really weird business. So I think, when he turned the keys over to Nico Harrison, Nico did what a lot of these guys do, which was he was really empowered. The guy who was his fun governor was gone, and Mark Cuban, and then he could clean house and he could put in his guys. And that's why we saw Casey Smith, some of these other guys get jettisoned, because Nico was in charge and he's like, I can put my guys in place. Okay, that's pretty standard operating procedure with a management turnover. And you had Patrick Dumont, who sits there and says, I don't know anything about basketball. You do. Run the basketball team. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So now what's going to happen, I think, Sean, here in about 2 years is, the second year, 2.5 years of Dumont's ownership, he's going to have met a lot of people. He's going to get some knowledge. He's going to be into it. He's going to be interested. And then he's going to look at his GM after next season and say, you know what? Great job. I want my own guys in place. Unless they somehow go on a run, and maybe they get to the second round next season, but I don't think they're going to, and that's why I think ultimately the fire Nico chant will actually be realized, but it's not going to be until this time next year.
Did you think Nico was going to resign at any point? When does he? The only question I think wasn't asked yesterday is, do you ever plan on sitting back in your seat at your home games?
It's a good question. There was like 3 or 4 other ones that I thought of that I thought I wish I'd asked that. Because one of them was, if you believed in this trade so much and you're leaning into it, I don't want to run from anything. Why aren't you sitting in your seat? And I understand that would have been really,
yeah.
Dorothy Gentry asked a question of, how are you?
Yes.
That's a legitimate question.
Yes.
You're now, they're just crucifying you. And the killer about this, Sean, is that the trade was almost 3 months ago, and it hasn't faded at all. In fact, it's almost getting worse.
Yeah.
And I think it did flash for a second. I thought because he had his notes, and I thought, I wonder if he's resigning. But obviously he didn't. He just had some bullet points, people he wanted to thank and make sure he covered, X, Y, and Z before he took questions. I think the one wild card in on this is that if you look at NBA teams, look what happened in Memphis, look what happened in Denver. You just never know. Sometimes crazy things happen, and maybe he does. Maybe the ownership situation changes. That's what that's what I would predict. But I think for him, if he hadn't learned a lot these last 3 months, then he's a lot dumber than I'm going to give him credit for. But moving forward, this is clearly his team for now, and he's going to have to be a little bit more front and center on it because the Dallas Mavericks are his. They're not Jason Kidd's. They're not Patrick Dumont's yet. And I do think he completely misread almost all of it to catastrophic levels.
You feel bad for Kidd?
No, not really. I mean, I think my sympathy for these guys in these situations is changed significantly because, I remember when I asked him before the homecoming game, I was the one who asked him, fans are upset. And he said, this is a business. It's a business. He's been in it for more than 20 years as a player and as a head coach, and he gets paid a ton of money to do it. That it's just the reality of it. I feel bad for him in the sense that, he was handed a completely different roster flip on February 1st, and to not be clued in on that, that's a little cold. But nope, he said it. It's a business, and hey, some people are comparing it to Babe Ruth, so that's kind of cool.
All right, how did that happen?
I threw out a softball. No one was it was before the game, Sean. No one was asking him about it. I'm like, oh, well, I got to ask him about it. And I just asked him, what do you tell fans who feel like there's no hope without Luka Dončić? And he said, this is a business. And then as I know you are familiar with this, sometimes these guys, in their effort to be nice, they just keep talking. And sometimes they talk and they construct a sentence that you would say, oh my God, you did not just say that. Or the other theory, so he says, some people are comparing it to trading Babe Ruth.
Which is
the only
awesome.
thing I thought was,
kind of cool.
it was fantastic, right? The only thing I thought, Sean, was maybe he's saying it to throw his general manager under the bus. Maybe. He would deny that publicly. But I thought, if he's doing that as a passive-aggressive shot, mission accomplished.
So the Babe Ruth response was running through your mind of more, oh my gosh, what are you doing, versus Nico and the Luka Love thing yesterday?
Well, when I asked him when I asked Jason Kidd that question, I never thought he would say anything like that. No one could.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that is just totally out of left field. And so and that's another question. I wish I had asked Nico that about his GM, about his head coach making that kind of comparison. I'd be lying to you if I said when I heard some of those responses, I think the problem was I don't think they thought it through. And to me, it's kind of an analogy of the trade. I don't think they really thought it through.
Matt Gango here on 105.3 The Fan. The reason I'm so shocked that you said 720 was okay was because of the Stars game, and you used to cover that team with an 850 puck drop. Were you worried? Where was your Stars worry after losing game one and then being down last night?
Huge, because they're not playing well, and the guy that they made that huge. They made the trade that the Lakers made in getting Rantanen from the Carolina Hurricane and giving him an 8-year deal, and he has not been good of late. I mean, that they picked that guy up to be the scorer that they hadn't had in the playoffs. And my real concern was, having gone to game one, was if they don't get Miro Heiskanen back, that, I'm sorry, with all due respect to Jim Nill and Pete DeBoer and everybody else, you can't lose a player of that caliber for more than a few games and expect to win a Stanley Cup. And he's missed months.
Yeah.
Now, so did Tyler Seguin. I can't believe how good Tyler Seguin has been. But my thought was, if they lost last night, they were done, because they hadn't been playing well the last month. I mean, they hadn't won since April 3rd. So for them to pull that out, I would fully expect them to get one in Colorado. And now you're looking at maybe a game 6, game 7 scenario. I'm still not crazy about the way they played, but they get. And if some of these other guys show up, then they should win. But every year, Sean, there's one great NHL regular season team that gets to the playoffs and lays an egg. And my fear for the Stars is, having gone to the Western Conference Finals in each of the last 2 years, it just may be their turn.
Matt Gango, Fort Worth Star Telegram, AC/DC reviews. And what's the podcast? Where's the pod?
The podcast is on patreon.com, the Sunset Lounge. Thank you very much for the shout out to the AC/DC show. I dragged my daughter to that one. She did my work for me. Podcast is Angle Angle. Got to get you on it sometime. Would you please join me?
Well, it feels like kind of a afterthought invite. You know?
No, it's not. I've got a list. I do. I have a list of guests, and you're on it.
Yeah.
And so, but then somebody else will come like, okay, I'll do that one. Yeah. And then, I mean, it is. And you do this every day for for the last however many years. You know how this goes. You're like, oh, I know I can get him.
Yeah.
So, that one. Oh, okay. Then I'll take one. I'll get Mac next week or whatever it is.
McMahon's got a book coming out.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Thank you, brother. We love you. Fantastic job. Keep killing it.
Thanks, guys. Great seeing you. See you later.
Love him. Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That is right. It is time for Ask Reddit on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Answers there. We will also get your answers over on the Twitch and the YouTube, and we'll kick them around the studio here. Peyton Russell, we're going to lead off with you because Sean doesn't like the first question. Peyton, what motivates you to be nice and kind to people even when you don't feel like it?
It's simple. You never know who's watching. You never know who's around.
John Quinones.
Because if I meet a stranger and I'm a D to them, they might be a guy that I'm looking to try and hire me for their job or something. They might be a boss later on.
You're looking.
Well, no. I didn't say that. But you never know who's around. You never know who's watching. So that's why.
So how did you phrase this? What
motivates you to be nice and kind to people even when you don't feel like it?
I think it's just a basic, how you were raised. You know what I mean? My wife also will be like, she doesn't like when I make like an airplane joke about the plane going down or something. It's, you're putting the energy out there. Don't put that energy out there. It'll come back. Or you do something nice for someone. And you can sleep well at night. But my wife gives me all these lectures about not even putting the jokes out into the ether because it'll circulate and boomerang back at you.
Oh, the fan text waiting in 469-817-682. All of them saying the same thing. Karma. They're worried about karma a little bit. I'll say for me, it's usually if I don't feel like being particularly nice to somebody or I don't like what they're giving off, I usually start thinking to myself like, there's a decent chance they're dealing with something that I'm not aware of, and I'd probably feel guilty if I find out after that there was a reason for them snapping a little bit.
I never really find myself. I don't start off on the attack. I don't just like jump someone for no reason, even if I'm not in the best mood. Mm-hmm. They got to be on the other end of the hotline of screwing up or not communicating. There's always a cause.
They got to be poking the bear.
Yeah, or bad at their job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So I get yelled at.
So I never go into it like just jumping somebody for no reason. There always has to be a legitimate reason.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
And now the answer is your children.
Yes.
I got young kids who are going to follow and emulate.
Exactly. Sean, what singer's voice can you listen to endlessly without getting tired of it?
I put way too much thought into this. I
put no thought into it.
I think for the songs or someone's soundtrack that we did the other week, I think I picked Darius Rucker, but I wanted to go with like I didn't want to go with a specific genre because I'm like, all right, Darius Rucker is too much country, or John Party is gonna be too much country. Michael Bublé, that's good and chill, but that's kind of a style that I couldn't listen to nonstop, so I chose a surprise. I'm just trying to pick like a basic voice.
Not bad. No, it's not a bad choice.
That I wouldn't get sick of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a style that I wouldn't get sick of. I like country music, but I couldn't take twang forever. And that's how I thought about it.
No, I think she was one name that had popped into my head. Honestly, I was surprised when I read this question.
Like Sam Smith I thought of, but like I even felt like Sam Smith had too much of an accent for nonstop listening.
So when this
Gather the Foreigner
question was popped up, I had thought about it and instantly a name popped into my head that I was like, wow, that just like, I didn't even have to think about it. That came into my head. I was like, that's not the answer though. There's got to be another. And the more I thought about it, I was like, every name I thought of was like, I don't think I would enjoy hearing somebody's voice more than this one. And he's not a massively popular artist, but this is the voice that I came up with.
As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you.
It's James Arthur, who is a British singer, and he won like X Factor about a decade ago. I think he had like.
Is this his original song?
No, this is him doing an acoustic cover of Billie Eilish.
Okay, I was like, it's a good song.
But I think his voice is just. I like the when you've got the cry in your voice a little bit when you can pull that off.
Like
I'm a
Peyton's
big fan of
song.
that. Yeah, like Peyton's song. Peyton, I went in the studio earlier and was talking to you about this. You shocked me with your answer.
Yeah, this one, because I was thinking with this question, I was like, okay, it's got to be country, right? That voice just stands out a lot. And this might shock a lot of people, as it did Bobby, but this is mine.
What would I do?
It's myself. It's myself. No, I'm sorry. All right. It was already there, so I might as well just play it. But no, so this was my true answer. Look, it's like, you get you in the holiday spirit here, and Bobby's surprised I actually knew who this guy was.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play.
Frank.
So Frank.
This man said he can listen to Frank. He doesn't know who Margaret Thatcher is or Freddie Mercury, but he's all about Frank Sinatra.
He's just got that voice, man. That voice is just any mood you're in, you can just listen to, and he puts you in a great mood.
Yeah, for a dinner party, or you're making some Italian food, you just go down the Frank list. It's phenomenal.
Some of the answers on the Twitch.
It is shocking, though.
Over at Twitch, we've got DFW Dad says Chris Stapleton, the Sethnicity, who was at Draft 101. I got a chance to talk to him. He says Stevie Wonder. Ronnie Merritt, 07 says Bob Seger. The text, 214 says Prince. Yesterday was the 9-year anniversary of Prince dying. By the way, that popped up in my Facebook memories.
Stapleton's
Clay
so
Aiken
unique.
from the 469. I'm surprised by that. 469 also says Morgan Wallen. 201, Steve Perry. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell. They say even when pizza is bad, it's still good. What food is the opposite and has the wildest swing between good and bad?
I think this is a good answer because it was the first thing that popped in my mind, but it's fruit. There's fruit that you can have, like a strawberry, for instance, that you can find the most crisp and juicy strawberry. You take a bite of it and you're like, this is really good. And then you find one that looks great and it falls apart in your hand. It mushes in your mouth. It's like on your fingers, it looks like a crime scene. Like it looks really bad. So, and I think watermelon's the same way. You can have some really juicy and tasteful watermelon, but then you have some that you're like, what is this? This is disgusting.
Darth Terminati on the YouTube says beef ribs. It's kind of what we discussed with Choppy about the Tex-Mex versus barbecue. To me, it's barbecue. If barbecue to me is either great or I don't want to eat it.
I agree.
And so to me, that's the big one that kind of stands out as like, there's no in between. It's either fantastic or because there's such a level, it's awful. Jaime T on 23 on the Twitch says French fries.
Yeah.
EJL Viking says grapefruit. DFW Dad says sushi. And then McKeever Design comes in with the barbecue answer as well.
817 says spaghetti. So you have some Italian answers on there.
I feel like spaghetti's just kind of spaghetti.
Basic. Yeah.
But yeah, the sauce can definitely be either great or I'm not interested in eating it.
Yeah, I think barbecue's a really good one.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
What about tacos? Like, sometimes you go in there and you know that they're just like reheating the meat,
right?
Or the tortillas aren't fresh. Or do you think all tacos are kind of in a similar ballpark?
So I think there's definitely levels as to which one's better, but I feel like tacos generally I can eat any of them. Like I can eat Taco Bell, I can eat Taco Bueno, but then I can also go to like a really good, authentic Mexican restaurant. All right, Shan Sharpe, as we do Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the male equivalent of a pick-me girl? For those of you that don't know the phrase, aren't familiar with the phrase, a pick-me girl is essentially the loud life of the party. Hey, pick me. Let me be part of your sphere. That's the pick-me girl.
Probably Bobby drinking.
Like I've been good in public lately.
You have been good in public lately. Bad Bobby felt like it was, look at me, I can drink the most, I can chug the most, I can get messed up the most. So maybe prove it drinker guy.
It's a good one, Peyton.
Yeah, Bobby's the guy that's like, oh, this isn't supposed to be shot back like a shot. It's supposed to be sipped on, and then he shoots it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your answer?
Mine would be like the nice guy. the guy like, oh, I'm such a nice guy, like, look at me kind of guy. Like, but he's not really the nice guy,
I can see this. I get what he's saying.
I think I phrased that right.
No, I get what you're saying. Basically the energy of the guy who goes, yeah, girls don't want a nice guy, they just want the bad boy. I'm a gentleman. Yeah, that dude is.
I'll take care of you. I'll buy you flowers.
Yeah, I agree with that. I can definitely see that one. Some of the answers coming in on the Frankel and
My
Frankel.
wife, man, she's got a pick-me radar for other girls. Oh, man. Get a couple drinks in her. Hopefully she doesn't throw up on you. She could just rip off some pick-me girls in the Metroplex.
There's some great answers on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text. 254, the craft beer guy. 915, gym guy. 214, ask for a hug guy. Where my hug at? That guy. 972, the guy who doesn't like things just because everyone else does. Which you tell me I have some of that. I don't feel like I run counter to everything.
Not everything.
It's usually the most popular thing just kind of irritates
Choppy,
me.
I was always convinced was a contrarian. Choppy has some pick-me tendencies in terms of let's get the attention here. You've been better.
EJL Viking on the Twitch, the one with the most cologne. Zeno XX gives a good answer. I think frat bros. The frat bro does feel kind of like a male pick-me. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. I think we got time for one more here. Peyton Russell. Let's go with what are some icebreakers you keep in your back pocket for social situations?
Anything religious or political. You don't start with it. And I mean, you talk about an icebreaker. I mean, it would be an Avalanche if you brought that first thing. First conversation, you start asking, who you voted for, or what religion you like, or what are your beliefs, something like that. I stay away from.
But like, if you're walking up to a stranger and you need an icebreaker of like, how do I start a conversation with this person? What's your like go-to defaults for conversation with anybody?
What do you do?
So
now a lot of people will be like, they don't want to talk about work. They don't want to talk about their job. I find that people just love to talk about themselves pretty much in any way. Get someone to talk about themselves.
It's funny, when I first started here, and I remember the first event we went to was a Twin Peaks in Burleson. We were doing a fan event there. And I remember just watching all you guys interact with people, and I'm like, I have no idea how you're talking to people you don't know. Like, I can't do that in my everyday life. When we do the firehouse tours and other things like that, which we got another one coming up next Wednesday in Anna. Yeah, we're going to be in Anna Fire Station number 1 with Zach Walchuk.
Show hats.
Yeah, we're giving away hats, and those are going to go fast. But I'd say, like, after doing the firehouse and getting to know listeners a little bit, you find, it's the work one, or just like, where are you coming from? Or where are you from? And then, like, once they start giving you an answer, you can usually build on that and say, oh, okay, you're from there. How long you lived out there? And the more people just get a chance to kind of be interviewed, I think you're right. They start answering back a little bit.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time with Roberto Bobby Belt during the commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station. Charles Barkley tells the Dallas Mavericks to just shut up. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, if you missed any of The Fan...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jess. I mean, it's right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Another chance here for the Clippers. Orders down. They're playing 5-on-4. Here is Powell. And he finally drills one. What a big shot.
That was the call on TNT. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out on the honeymoon vacation. We got Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Clippers even up their series against Denver by winning the late game. And we have TNT reaction to the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison. Other leftovers from the press conference. Nico kept talking about the injury depletion. Defense wins championships. We have a championship level team. You'll see with our front line, we have one of the deepest and most versatile benches. He did say we could have been better at mitigating the noise. The goal is not to run away from the media. We need to, and we will be better. So that was a little give there from Nico. There was a little change and acknowledgement and accountability, which we have not seen or heard.
Yeah, I think we both agree, just talking through this, I think we both agree he wasn't good yesterday. Like, it wasn't a great performance from Nico Harrison. It was just a little more like an actual human.
Yeah.
Instead of just an authoritarian robot like he's been. He was willing to show a couple different times yesterday, I think, that I can be wrong on things. But then he would also double back and start talking about how stubborn he is or how, well, that's an unfair question. It's almost like he can't help himself.
He said the round table last week did not meet the goal. It fell flat. And they didn't do a good enough job. Of course, everyone believing now that Patrick Dumont made him go out there and do it. And a lot of people yesterday, a lot of Tolos said, this is setting it up now. Nico is going to get fired. He is going to be the fall guy with some of these Dumont reports that Patrick Dumont was mad at Nico because Nico didn't explain to him how beloved Luka was. What about that Mark Cuban conversation? Cuban didn't tell. We know he texted Nico or told Nico, don't do it, I disagree. He didn't tell Dumont. Right. He didn't tell Dumont, I'm telling you, this is a really big mistake. When you were sitting down to negotiate the $4 billion sale, Mark didn't say, or probably didn't feel like he needed to say, now Luka Dončić is the man here. He's like our next Dirk. What type of elementary introduction was given to Patrick Dumont about the basketball team when he was having his mother-in-law write the check?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of...
you just watched the NBA Finals, and Dumont didn't know the Luka love, and then yesterday, Nico telling Matt Gangle, who we just had on, I knew he was loved, but not that much.
Like I'm trying to think of something that's equally just like it doesn't need to be said that exists in society. I mean, it
Roger Staubach?
Yeah, like
Roger maybe above it?
Yeah, or even... I mean, it would be a thing of like... I feel like not even that. Like if you were to just look at a modern society, some sort of like where you sell a business or something like that, and you're like, hey, by the way, I don't intend for you to just knock down this building and like fold the business. I'm selling it to you to like actually sustain it. That's essentially what they did. They took a wrecking ball to the Mavericks. I wanted to ask Mac this, and I'll throw it over to you. 6 months from now, roughly, they'll probably play their first regular season game of the next season. In 6 months, is it still just as intense, the heat on them? Or does enough time...
It's so hard to do these forecasts because we all want to say yes, right now in the moment. Time does heal. Do they have Kevin Durant?
No. It's the same core.
The same core. Their first game, AAC. I think there'll still be some fire Nico chance. As intense, I don't know.
Is it going to be a case, you think, every year where it's just going to ramp up again whenever Luka comes to town? And then we're just going to, it'll be fresh every single time. And then it linger. Because, I mean, honestly, I'll be honest. He didn't answer it in a great way, but I also kind of agree with Nico. I mean, he way underplayed it. But I knew how upset I was. I didn't know the city was necessarily going to be 2.5 months down the road still this upset. I knew I was going to be, but I also thought, well, nobody's as upset about this as I am.
Would we have been as upset if we got an absolute haul back in the deal? Would that have lowered it a little?
That would have lowered it probably for people here, but if
you got another young star in exchange,
I didn't want him gone. Like I wanted him here. That was upsetting to me, just as like we had talked about with Mac, the transition from Dirk to Luka being so seamless, and just you had the Brett Favre Aaron Rodgers setup and you bailed on it. And that was what was frustrating. And also just how much he clearly, it shouldn't have taken his return for people at the Mavericks organization to go, oh, he loves Dallas. Like the other thing, we got to remember, this is his home. Like when you think about, he came to America, this is his American home, is Dallas. It was essentially like growing up here as an adult.
I wonder if Nico and Dumont heard some of the playoff criticism of Luka and the referee criticism, and they weighed that too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, did they hear Windhorse too much?
The Windhorse thing.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially somebody when we hear about how, for lack of a better term, it seems like they would privately acknowledge just how ignorant Patrick Dumont is about basketball. Then, yeah, I would bet if you see the biggest reporter like dressing down your player on TV right after you guys lose a tough game, that can sway you and influence you. But Nico should know better.
Last night on TNT, Charles Barkley and the crew reacted to the Mavs presser.
Listen, man, I consider you a friend of mine, Nico Harrison. I consider you a friend of mine. I wish you nothing but the best. I thought you did a good job last year with the Mavs, and obviously whatever happened this year didn't work out. Man, don't do no more press conferences. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't. Like, I got sympathy and love for you, but I have zero idea what you're trying to do. This war is over, brother. You got to take in the L. I hope you keep your job. I hope that team get healthy. But man, don't do any more interviews. Please don't.
And we're laughing and chuckling at it. And it's hilarious. He looks dead serious. Like, as somebody who is your friend, stop talking, dude.
Yeah.
But I think that's actually been their problem, is him not talking. Dumont talking is a problem usually, I feel like.
Yeah. He's very aggressive.
Nico not talking is the issue. Nico needs to be in front of this. Nico needs to be trying to connect. Like, the biggest problem is there's no human element to Nico because he won't connect with people. If he would connect with people, it would be harder for people to just despise him. It made it easy when he did it and then he hid. Because it's like, I don't have a face. There's no reality to this. There's no humanity behind it. So I can hate him because it doesn't even feel like there's a human behind it.
Charles also had another message for whoever made this decision at the AAC.
Whoever announced the ticket hike, right in the middle of that, got to be one of the dumbest individuals in the history of the civilization. You drop that. Everybody know in sports entertainment, you drop it at 5 o'clock, 4:59 on Friday, so it can particulate during the weekend and nobody talks about it. You don't drop that right in the middle of the Luka Dončić trade. You raising ticket prices. That's just stupid.
It's every single move they've made has been the wrong one. It feels like it has. I think Bontemps said something like this recently on Hoop Collective, where it's like every single time it's almost like they were going, what's the worst decision? Let's do that. Like, they were just almost messing with people. Like, let's do the worst possible thing each time.
Shaq then gave his Maverick thoughts.
See, his problem is he wants to be liked when he should just be focusing on doing his job. He made a decision, whether it was his decision or the upper decision, listen, we live in a world, you're going to like it or you're not going to like it. I could tell by his answer, he wants to be the like. Of course he knew the importance of Luka, but he just wanted to be nice. He wanted to give the corporate answer. So my advice to you, brother, is just do your job and to just go with the flow. As long as the owner's got your back, you should be fine.
And the owner should have his back because clearly the owners threw him under the bus. I mean, listen, I don't know Nico that well. I know him a little bit. He's not going to trade Luka Dončić without the owners doing that. And now he's taking all the bullets, and rightfully so, because that's the job. But don't go on TV no more, man. Lay low. Just lay low. Because Luka's still playing. You're not playing. Anthony's hurt. Kyrie's hurt. Don't go on TV anymore.
Man, I actually disagree with Shaq. I think Shaq just probably heard the highlights of that press conference. Nico's been guilty, as you just said before that clip, of not caring whether he's liked or not.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the most likable. I know people can't wrap their brains around it, and they get all mad on social media over my tweet and everything. Yesterday was by far his best effort of trying to connect and be liked by the fan base. And again, that's not saying much, but it was his best effort.
It's like this. It's like if I were to actually dress like an adult, I would go from a 3 to a 5. I look nicer, but that doesn't mean I look nice. It's like, hey, he made some effort. He looks nicer.
Right.
It's still not great.
Yes.
But at least it's nice. That was not great yesterday. It was better than what he's done for 2 months.
Yes. Kevin Gray sent me this. The Mavericks are now considered one of the NBA's worst franchises, according to players in the anonymous player survey conducted by The Athletic. What is the league's worst organization? You want to guess, Bob?
The worst organization is going to be Phoenix?
No. He pays at least.
The Knicks.
No.
I don't know if people still hate Dolan like that.
Knicks had 2.7% of the vote.
The 76ers.
Wizards.
76ers got 5.3%. Wizards are second. It's another team in the East.
Another team in the East. Wow. Let's go
Hornets.
With...
Good job.
Well,
not good job. It took you 6 guesses. Hornets got 38% of the vote from the players. Then Wizards, Pelicans, Kings, Sixers, Mavericks now at 4.4%. Bulls, Knicks, Memphis, Utah.
Does it say when they conducted it?
No.
Because I'm curious if that was...
You can go to The Athletic. I'm sure they'll say, or KG, you can send us the follow-up text.
Hello, baby.
But Nico was asked great job, I thought, by DFW Media yesterday with all these questions. He was asked, are you worried about this affecting future free agents? Why would people want to come here when you stab Luka Dončić in the back? He said he's not concerned. It's the least of his concerns. And he was also asked, hey, why didn't you try to trade for someone? You're mad that Luka wasn't available. Then you go and trade for a guy named Street Clothes. Why?
Yeah, I mean, when you trade a guy of Luka's caliber, you're not taking it lightly. So we discussed everything. But we really feel that defense is our calling card and what we're going to hang our hat on. And when we had an opportunity to get one of the best two-way players in the league, we jumped at that opportunity.
Why didn't you get more? His answer back was, you either value Anthony Davis or you don't. It's kind of like what I said months ago. You could say Anthony Davis is worth 3 1s. So you could say you got 4 first-round picks when you throw in the extra one. You could say AD, hey, if AD got traded today, he's getting at least 2 1s.
Is there...
So you can say we got 4 1s. It depends how you want to spin it.
I'm sure he wouldn't answer, but I would have just liked to have seen him react to just being asked about some of the reports about getting talked off of Austin Reeves or getting talked off of an extra first. And why didn't you get the... Fine, you like Anthony Davis. The reports out there, though, are you were talked off of other aspects of this trade that you could have fulfilled. And that's what I understand. By the way, the Athletic survey, that was done. So this is all the Mavs blowback is filled out because it was done from mid-March through mid-April. So, I mean, everybody has all their information about the Mavericks. So it hasn't moved it so much if it's only 4%.
Is Shannon Sharpe in trouble at his job? Micah Parsons is happy that Shannon's got another job. And the best guest in radio yesterday, that Kevin Hagen's going to absolutely love and support? That's next on Sean and Bobby 105.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Blackwell into the slot, shoots, save made through traffic by Blackwood. Blackwell scores! It's over! This series is tied!
What a call. Victory Plus, ESPN, all of it as the Dallas Stars tie up the series against the Avs. There goes the losing streak. And Blackwell was a healthy scratch in Game 1, put into the lineup because of energy, making Pete DeBoer look really good. And Gavin Spittle with the background story. He went to Harvard, had a concussion injury. Yes, except for to Donald Trump. Had a concussion where he was out for his junior year, a lot of his senior season. He was just sitting there floating in the minors, and the Stars are the sixth organization he has been with. And DeBoer said, look, there's so much attention on the Stars in the postseason, not his Dallas Stars, on the superstars, the big dogs, that a lot of times, and again, your Derek Fishers, your Robert Ory's, your Rick Foxes, your Tyson Chandlers, your Sean Marions, it comes down to those individuals who have to help you win series and championships, and you saw it last night in overtime with Blackwell.
This is what they do. They clean up their mess from Game 1 consistently. There's all these things that we can check off with Pete DeBoer. Pete DeBoer will lose Game 1. Pete DeBoer will win Game 2, and if unless it was the Golden Knights last year, and then if it goes to a Game 7, Pete DeBoer's going to win that every time because Pete DeBoer is Mr. Game 7. So no, it's good to see them all get this cleaned up. They'd gone on that. I mean, that was 8 losses in a row after they'd just finished up 7 straight victories. And so it's been a little bipolar these last couple weeks, but I was talking about this with Spittle. We're talking about just the finesse nature of the Stars, like we referenced at 7 o'clock. They're arguably the most talented team left in the playoffs when you look at the list that ESPN had of the most talented players left. But there's a little bit of like that 21 Cowboys effect to them, where it's like, man, they're finesse and they can hurt you and they can really do a number on you. But if you punch them in the mouth, sometimes they struggle with that.
Yeah.
And that's something where last night they seemed to play with better physicality. And the first 2 games, honestly, even though they lost that first one 5-1, they've seemed to play better with that more physical style in these first 2 games.
Here's DeBoer after the huge OT win.
Well, listen, I mean, our season's on the line. Let's be honest. I mean, if we lose the first 2 games here, we got away with it last year in Series 1 against Vegas, but you're probably not going to that well again this year and coming up and winning. So, we knew our season was on the line, and I thought, like I said, we got more direct in our game and more competitive, and got rewarded for that.
So Game 3 tomorrow night in Colorado, same puck drop in case you were hoping for a little bit more sleep. Spits and Suds is out with a podcast recap, and Gavin Spittle will join us at 9:20 in studio for all of your hockey questions and takes.
With a special surprise, according to Peyton. He's teasing a big surprise for us.
All right, the following 10 minutes, cancel alert and dump button alert.
Uh-oh.
Because yesterday at the end of the show, we told you about the allegations from a woman towards Shannon Sharpe saying that he raped her repeatedly, even though they were dating for a long period of time. Well, yesterday, a move I've never seen before, as Shannon Sharpe's attorney went and put out the text messages that this woman allegedly sent to Shannon, and Shannon Sharpe just simply tweeted it on his own official account, going to try to not get canceled. I'm going to read some of them. I should have Peyton do it and just end this whole experiment. Keep the music up so you don't use this against me. Gabrielle Zuniga, text message to Shannon Sharpe, October 7th, 2023. I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're blank. I know you miss this big juicy ass. $25,000 for each cheek, sent on January 2025. And his attorney came out and was like, we're just going to go ahead and prove that she had these types of thoughts in her mind. And this is the type of individual that we're dealing with. I want to put my tongue there and then marry you. That's my daddy. I want you to... No, can't do that. You better crave. And I also want that again. And then I don't know if I've seen baby gravy written out in text form. So, some innuendo there, and you can do whatever you'd like to me. These are some of the alleged text messages as Peyton is chuckling back there.
Here's the only thing that I'll say.
I think that you didn't have to dump any of that, right?
No, we're clean.
No, we're saving all of it.
Yeah.
G-bag of the day.
And the good thing for you is that we actually record the bed feed separately, so we do have clean rips of all of that. So that's good. This is what I'll say. They can put all this out. That doesn't prevent her from at any point in her life changing her mind and saying no.
Right.
You know, and so
or that he in one encounter or two encounters was ultra aggressive.
She can say all of this and then still say no at another point.
Yeah.
And that's the issue here is that they've talked about they were in a relationship. They were clearly talking a little dirty, but I mean, those are the things that I'm sure talk about or think about when you're in a relationship with somebody, some more aggressively than others. And to me, it's like she's clearly said though that this and she maybe, it's innocent until proven guilty, and this will be worked out in the court system. But I think yesterday when I saw a lot of people going like, this is proof. This is proof that she didn't get assaulted. It's like, well, no, because I mean, just because she wrote this doesn't mean she can't say, well, not now. No, I don't want you anymore.
And now I will read the Kanye messages. No, kidding.
Get Aiden in here to read them.
Come on. Let me read it.
No. I think Kanye was saying that when he was young, you know what? That's not something I should mess around with. I better be exactly accurate with it. But something with a cousin and maybe abuse way back in the day. Kanye being Kanye and trending. 877-881-1053. Just be careful searching it and pulling it up if you are at work. So my favorite guest on radio yesterday was a guy named Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman is this WWE hype guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat down with McAfee. McAfee is part of, WWE and wrestling and all that stuff. And this guy was electric. And here he is making everyone at ESPN uncomfortable.
CM Punk does as much good to my reputation as Shannon Sharpe does to ESPN.
Oh, no, jeez. Oh, boy. All right, see, all right, we don't need that. We don't need that. A lot going on.
Don't ooh me. I'm not the one getting sued.
Whoa, okay, all right. Whoa.
All right,
let's go.
So that got fired out there. Let's go. Well, I'm going to turn it up for you, Bob.
By the way, real quick, McAfee, he is the king of I do what I want, and then quickly panic it, whether it's Shane Gillis making fun of Saban, or he will quickly turn.
I think he's fake panicking. I think
he really panicked with Saban earlier this year with Gillis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that one I think was genuine.
Paul Heyman with some shots fired towards Pat's bosses in Bristol.
Do you care about the opinions of people who are irrelevant? You don't care about the opinions of most people who are very relevant in your life. You don't care about the opinions of the people who pay you. Okay. They sit there and they go, hey, Mr. McAfee, don't talk about Shannon Sharpe on the air today. Okay. And you go, I talk about anything I want. I'm Pat McAfee. Right. Watch me swing my schlong all over the place. They go, McAfee, don't talk about your podcast on the air. What do? I'm King Schlong. Okay. Watch me, Pat McAfee. Right? Last night when the roast was over and you and I were out back and you're going, wise men. By the way, it's puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 chase down the gummy, puff, 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 pass, right? And you go, wise man. You know Stephen A. Smith really sucks, right? Right? And I go, I love Stephen A. The man calls me the GOAT. The man, Stephen A. Smith, is on the air saying, if there's one person in the universe that I, Stephen A. Smith, at $70 billion a year want to be, it's the wise man Paul Heyman. And you sit there and you go, these ESPN bastards give me the same money as him, or they can.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true. And then John Cena outed McAfee as being a smoker or a pothead by being like, yeah, man, you were like ripping it backstage when John Cena was sitting down. So there's Paul Heyman trying to make, everyone was like, he's never going on ESPN again, and McAfee has to be shaking in his wrestling boots right there.
Look, you can like WWE, you can dislike it, you can think whatever you want about it, and people generally do think whatever they want about it, good and bad. But the reality is, you cannot dispute the showmanship of everybody involved.
Well, this guy's a master. This guy's he's a craftsman. He really is. One of these two is maybe cancelable. One of these two where he's going off on a fan. This guy's like running his mouth in the background. I think this is the more innocent one. We'll start off with cut 19 here, Pepe.
Who's the smart ass? You? The one that's going to get deported?
Wait, stop. All right, that's not the more innocent one. All right, so this turned into
he said it, we did.
This turned into a thing online where it's like Paul Heyman, what's wrong with him? He's racist allegation stuff being thrown out there. Just buckle up.
Who's the smart ass? You? The one that's going to get deported?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, amigo.
Mats are hot.
I may suck, but it's your mother that taught me how. In an audience today.
There's a bleep.
I cannot wait till you're back.
What was up that edit? What are you doing there?
That's the video you sent. It cut off.
Oh. I'm gonna go recheck myself. Next time, no, I don't want that at the end. And then there's one more fan. One more. You look a little uncomfortable.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Like, I would not want to be sitting there
Has
during it.
Spittle dumped any of this? You think this is okay? Like right on the edge? Other people are saying it.
I wondered if the S word he threw around twice. I wondered about that.
Rhymes with long.
I wondered about that.
Paul Heyman's final attack on a wrestling fan on McAfee.
What the are you going to do about it? And the answer is the same thing that Roman Reigns and CM Punk are going to do about it. Not a goddamn thing.
Jeez. It was Easter yesterday.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you're right.
So please be unlike your daughter and keep your mouth shut.
This guy is an expert.
Can we please? We got.
Is he an expert?
If we're ever at if this guy's ever walking around Super Bowl or anything we're at, I want him to come sit down. I just want to be like, will you please just make fun of me?
Yeah.
I want to know.
Wow.
Who kicked y'all or punched y'all? Punched
Bones Jones hit me in the nuts.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, come on.
I told him, I said, put me in a hold.
Yeah, I want
do something to me.
Exactly, same thing. I want to be roasted by Paul Heyman.
That was incredible. I thought
that was great.
That was fantastic.
That was good. I enjoy it. I respect that.
We'll ask Kevin Hagelin about it at 9:40, and hopefully the dump button was not used on us too much. We'll find out from Gavin Spittle in studio at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. Will NIL ultimately rescue the Cowboys from their Super Bowl drought? That's next with our Cowboys Insider on the home of America's team and round one of the draft Thursday night after this.
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How NIL will save the Cowboys. Maybe. Hopefully. I would like to think so. Anyway, let's talk about it here in Below the Belt. Before we get into the segment, I do have to give a shout out. I promised a man yesterday that I would give him a shout out, and that was Adrian. Adrian, who I ran into at Shots in Louisville. I walked in and he was like, "Are you on the radio?" I was like, "I am." And he goes, "Oh my gosh, I listen to the fan all the time." So shout out to you, Adrian. Appreciate you listening. I told him I'd give him a shout out here. All right, so this actually, I think this was yesterday, yeah, because it was this week, where we were about to come back for Below the Belt yesterday, and we were talking about, Sean and I in the break, about, I think it was the Lane Kiffin comments on what's his name? Carson Beck. Carson Beck go to Miami getting paid $4 million and then saying like, did they watch his tape against us?
Better than the Cavender comments, whichever of the twins was dating him. She got recorded at some event just trashing him, basically saying he's got no friends, he's a loser, he's arrogant. I mean, she just destroyed Carson Beck.
That's messy right there. You don't call somebody arrogant. That seems really aggressive. But we were talking about the comments and the idea.
She said it was Hannah Cavender. Nobody likes him. Carries himself with a massive ego. Expects people to treat him like a high-profile celebrity. He used to flip random people off at the bar, which made her super uncomfortable. She broke up with him prior to the cheating allegations on Snapchat because of who he was.
Let's be honest, though. When you watch Carson Beck's demeanor, does that sound like the most surprising thing in the world, that maybe he's kind of a D-bag?
I can't.
He gives off that energy. Okay, fine. You're not going to judge people. I will judge people. I look at the cover and I say, I think I know what this book is about.
He looks like he's got kind of like Eli face a little bit. Like I can't picture any wheel spinning inside his head.
Or like Butthead. Like Beavis and Butthead. He's almost got like the Butthead look to him, like with the mouth open and just kind of like dead behind the eyes. All right, but we're talking about this idea of player branding, and you've got Nico going to UCLA. It'd be nice if Nico would leave for LA, but this is the other Nico going to UCLA. His brother, by the way, announcing that he's transferring from Arkansas after just having transferred there from, I think it was USC, just like 2 months ago. He's already announced that he's bailing on that.
So they swapped quarterbacks.
Well, no, because that's Nico's, the guy he's replacing at UCLA. He's going to Tennessee. Nico's younger brother, who just got to Arkansas a little bit ago, he's already bailing out of there. So apologies to Nick Eatman. But we were talking about this idea of players being aware of their branding and their money and different things like that. And they have this hyper awareness of their earning potential at a much earlier age than they ever have. They've got these business advisors and are negotiating various deals. Like we see all these players, Carson Beck chasing that $4.5 million at Miami. And it's more than any generation of players before. And so it brought up a question that I was kicking around right when we were coming back yesterday, which is the idea of, is it possible that whenever we've heard about the Cowboy brand difference, and we've always kind of said it doesn't make that much of a difference. You haven't won any free agents over it. It's not had this kind of impact that you guys hope it will. You don't generally get discounts and negotiations for it. But with this new era of players that has come up in NIL and is super aware of their brands and maximizing their brands, and when you see a guy like Micah Parsons who is so aware of, it's good for my business interests to be aligned with the Dallas Cowboys, and you hear about some of these players that are coming out this year and the chatter behind the scenes about how much they'd love to be a Cowboy, it does make me wonder, are these NIL era players going to value the Cowboy brand more than previous generations have? And will it eventually, when they get to free agency after their rookie deal, will they say, that's a difference maker for me in order to maximize these branding deals that I've had in place for as long as I have? Look at Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith took advantage of it. Jalen Smith probably doesn't sell, no offense, I'm sure they were quality glasses, but Jalen Smith probably doesn't sell sunglasses if not for his partnership with the Cowboys. We've seen, obviously, like I just said, Micah Parsons has taken advantage of it. We see that it does boost players and their notoriety. It's just most of the time we said that's not enough to cover over what discrepancies might be there. But these new NIL era players have so many more investments, I feel like, than players of the past. They've got so many other business interests that maybe they do look at it and say, that's worth my money. I will make my money back there.
I think it's an interesting thought. I think, there's plenty of kids. Look at these interviews, that Kay Adams does every other day, where they're like, I think they have this business respect for Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that a lot of the kids right now are making fun of the Cowboys for the 30-year drought. They're like, Jerry Jones is a rock star. And Jerry being on First Take, that's part of why Jerry doesn't mind being on First Take every single day, even for, tabloid topics, because Jerry Jones loves being a superstar.
What's your point?
That's my point, Mr. Jones. He loves being a rock star, and look at how these kids that are about to be selected this weekend are talking about him.
Yeah. He's
like, this guy can help me build an empire.
He is. How far down the list do you think, because we always talk about face of the league and different things like that, how far down the list of players do you think we get before we start considering Jerry in that conversation? Because he's not one.
No, Mahomes is one.
But can you name 10 players that maybe have a bigger prominent impact on the league?
No.
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to figure out whether Josh Allen or Lamar are more so the faces of the league.
And here we go. This is where we get some of the fan text response. It's naturally going to be a little upset because of the lose, and I understand. But I think these are two misnomers that we're getting on the fan text here. 469, is there a Cowboy brand with the younger generation? Don't think they care. I think Mike has shown you he cares, and these younger players are so much more aware of branding and business interests that I think they absolutely understand what the Cowboys mean.
I mean, the other day, Mike, I think, did himself a disservice, and when the deal came out that Shannon Sharpe is going to get $50 or $100 million for a podcast deal, Micah quote tweeted that and said, give up the podcast? I don't think so. And oh my gosh, go in the comments. We get it. You don't care about football. Shannon Sharpe didn't do this while he was playing. Shannon Sharpe has rings. You don't. Like, Micah got destroyed in his own comments because he's like, see, this is why I'm doing it.
Boy, I do have respect for how much Micah's just doesn't care about the blow and will just say what's on his mind on Twitter.
Yeah.
I do respect just him saying, all right, I'm gonna fire off a tweet about it. 609 says, Bobby. He gives me the Kurt Warner. Please wake up. It's not good for anyone's brand to be with the biggest loser in the NFL for the last 30 years. That's the emotion talking.
Yeah.
It's clearly great for your brand to align with the Cowboys.
Sure.
Is it great for your success in your career? Well, clearly over the last 30 years it hasn't been, but it is something.
I mean, we by proxy, when we go to the Super Bowl, if we were doing radio in Indianapolis or Jacksonville, like no one stops by. But when they see the Cowboys star, or they want you to come on to sit there and talk about the Cowboys, it's the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say? Like you're kind of talking about there. That's how you try to pull people when they're walking by. If you could just say home of the Cowboys,
yes,
and
that's all I do.
They'll perk up and they look back because it.
I feel like it's better than any business card you can hand out. That's how I got Tannenbaum.
Yeah,
that's how I went up to Todd McShay, and I always drop it first. Home of the Cowboys. Stephen A. Smith is walking by. Home of the Cowboys, and I feel like they're going to stop and turn their head back.
Yeah, no, it absolutely makes a difference. 469, Micah cares because he's here. That's not the same. Yeah, this is where his feet are planted. But I mean, you can talk to people connected to Micah behind the scenes and the different they will talk about how important he believes the branding partnership with the Cowboys is, that he knows the power behind it. Micah Parsons is not Micah Parsons if Micah Parsons is in Cleveland. That's just the case.
Right.
Or I mean, you could even pick Kansas City's a really successful team. He's not even Micah Parsons in Kansas City.
No.
It's
Chris Jones is not a rock star.
No.
And he's a beast.
Yeah.
He might be going to the Hall of Fame.
It's not.
With multiple rings.
It's honestly not. In fact, look at the fact that if you think winning is what ultimately matters to the branding and how the success they have, Tyreek Hill's profile raised when he went to Miami. And he became a South Beach player. And not that the Dolphins have had a bunch of success. He became a bigger brand, I think, when he went to Miami than he was when he was in Kansas City. And he was a better player in Kansas City. That's where he was at his absolute best. So, I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about the other day that I do wonder if when we hit free agency with some of these younger players who came up through the NIL era, do they go, well, you know what? I've got this company, this business. Is there a chance to align where I'm in the Cowboys Pro Shop? Can I do this? Can I do that? And it does boost the value, I think, of your brand. Over at the Dallas Morning News, Calvin Watkins has his latest mock draft up, and there are some fascinating things in here. And Calvin, I love Calvin.
Speak for yourself.
You love Calvin too. Stop it.
Cigar buddy.
Calvin's awesome, and he's connected outside of just Dallas. Like, so I think when Calvin has
the rep for the
he's the Pro Football Writers Association. He's the head of it, and so he's very well connected and has worked obviously in New York before in different areas. And so when Calvin talks about the league in general, I think it's important to take a look at that. He's got some differences from what everybody else is talking about with some of these mock drafts. So I think it's kind of interesting to look at this. First three: Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, like everybody else does. 4 with New England, though, he goes Armand Membu, who has been mocked to the Jets at 7 over and over and over again. So he actually has Membu going ahead of Will Campbell. Ashton Genty going to Jacksonville at 5. That's picking up a lot of steam.
Yeah.
Vegas takes Mason Graham. The Jets then take Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU. Jalen Walker, the edge linebacker from Georgia to Carolina. Number 9, Shedeur Sanders, quarterback to Colorado. People have moved off this with the Saints, and they're saying, no. Calvin, obviously, covered Kellen Moore here. So I think this comment is interesting. If he's still on the board, and then he puts in parentheses, Raiders like him, he's playing for new coach Kellen Moore.
About
Shedeur Sanders to the Saints. So he seems pretty confident that he thinks if Shedeur's on the board at 9, he's going to the Saints. 10, Tyler Warren, tight end.
Did Calvin get along with Dion back in the day?
I don't know if Calvin crossed with him or not. It may have been at the very end. 10, the Bears take Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. 11, San Francisco takes Michael Williams, edge from Georgia. So Tetero McMillan makes it to the Cowboys, and they don't draft him. Calvin Watkins puts Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas here. He said the Cowboys could draft receivers Tet McMillan or, and we haven't heard this name a lot at 12, Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. Yet Golden's speed is hard to dismiss. He caught 58 passes for 987 yards with 9 touchdowns for the Longhorns. I think Egbuka, that name hasn't been brought up a lot. I think as a trade down possibility, it makes a ton of sense. I really like Egbuka. He's not like a burner, but the guy that I comped into when I went through my notes and I looked over the reminds me very much of Cooper Kupp. Like a really big, efficient slot receiver. And so I think Egbuka would be a great pick. But with Tet McMillan on the board, Calvin Watkins says he's going Matthew Golden for the Cowboys at 12.
Below the belt with our Cowboys insider, the best coverage around. You know that if you've looked at all the hard work and homework that the guys do over all the years. Tomorrow in studio, it's going to be Zach Wolchuk from 8 to 10. Nick Harris in studio Thursday from 8 to 10, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. All the fellas going to be broadcasting from the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco. I will be at Pluckers in Mesquite, and everyone else in the building will be at a different Pluckers throughout the Metroplex. Has Nico officially been put on notice? And he answers the question that everybody wanted asked, why shouldn't you be fired next?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Get it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I'm getting it.
I'll be seeing Pauly D in person very, very soon out in Arlington. Tell him that we do this for the final hour of our show. I'm Shannon Sharpe alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy still out on the honeymoon vacation. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for being a Tolo, and that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. As yesterday, we aired the live press conference, we think the final press conference, of Nico Harrison recapping the Dallas Mavericks season. Did you see at the end of it, he got the Jamal Adams key card?
Yeah.
He tries to walk to the door, and it doesn't work. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to blow up all over the internet with people saying they already deactivated it. It's done and over with.
Yeah, you know when Mac joined us at 7:20, and he had said, I kind of thought when he brought some papers up there just for a second, maybe the Mavericks thought he was resigning too. And they were like, great, we can just go ahead, deactivate his card, he'll be done.
Do you think the number one headline is the Luka love? What's the number one headline from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, the one that kind of exploded was, I knew they loved him, but not that much.
Did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
So the headline reads, Nico underestimated the love for Luka in DFW. That's just one of 50 headlines you could write. And it makes him come across as unaware, absent-minded, basketball dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where have you been? Where do you operate the Mavs from outside of the Metroplex? Are you in another city and state? That's the way it's coming across. Like, how people are like, that's a fireable offense right there. To say I didn't realize the Luka love was that much. That's a fireable offense. And then to compound it, the report from Tim Cato that Patrick Dumont was frustrated with Nico for not warning him how the fan base would react to a Luka trade? What? Like, if you came up with two statements that would have been nearly impossible to believe, like, say the dumbest thing possible about the Luka trade. The leaders of your organization being surprised by the backlash and the outrage, that might be at the very top of the list.
Yeah. No.
That might be. Not realizing how much someone is beloved? How? How's that possible?
Yeah, and it's the way it's said and it's the words that are used that really come off poorly. But I don't think that that's an uncommon opinion or take. Like we were talking about last hour a little bit. Like, I didn't realize it was going to last this long. I was upset about it, but I think the intensity and how the stamina it's essentially had, even the people who are still worked up about it, I don't think they had a clue that Dallas was going to be worked up as a city like this for this long.
Well, they also unexpectedly kept grabbing cans of kerosene and pouring it on. You know what I mean? Like, they kept making it worse with their handling of it.
Yeah, it's like
it's a lesson in PR.
The guy who should not talk is Patrick Dumont. He's the one who's been talking, and the guy who should be talking, Nico Harrison, isn't talking. Like when we were talking about it, I think it kind of clicked for me finally why it's been so bad for them, which is, like I mentioned, the fact that Nico wasn't out there and you couldn't see his humanity, you couldn't see him looking uncomfortable, or like there was no, you didn't feel like you were attacking a person. You felt like you were attacking an idea, an entity, whatever else. And so it's much more comfortable to get more and more aggressive with it. Whereas if Nico just would have been out front, it probably would have softened things just by being accountable.
People love Chris Young because they feel like he's got blood, sweat, and tears in it. That like he's Jeff Bannister had that about him, I thought. Banny had an amount of fandom that people related to and connected with and loved. And you know that, like, Chris Young, you can feel an emotional connection with his rage or disgust or lack of patience and his competitive fire and energy.
Mm-hmm.
And when Nico was a robot, that's what it was. It was the Nico 3000.
Yeah, it's like we mentioned before, when Jerry made the Brian Schottenheimer hire, and that was really, they knew, they could hear all of the buzz about it. They knew how the fan base felt about it. And so what did Jerry do? Jerry sat down and at the opening of that press conference talked for basically 15 minutes straight with that Jerry demeanor of care and hold your hand and
tearing up.
I didn't take this lightly. Like, that's the difference between somebody who's a pro at this and somebody who came from being a shoe salesman.
Yeah. So the most uncomfortable part of the press conference was the straight up question being asked. Nico, you've heard the chance. Why should you not be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick, the leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
Also, came up with a strange way to describe the chants at the AAC. He's like, 20,000 people chanting "Fire Nico." Awesome in a bad way. I don't know whether I've really heard awesome described in a negative way before.
So this is because I know that was kind of the reaction. It's such an old, antiquated definition of it, but it's technically true. So, like, if you look up the dictionary definition, awesome, extremely impressive or daunting. And so inspiring great admiration, apprehension, or fear. So, like, I think he's using the sense of, like, I'm in awe. It is awesome. Like, and that's the kind of sense. Because it's got to get to you. No matter how stubborn he is, no matter how emotionless he seems at times, you can't, like it's talked about there, 20,000 people constantly just saying, fire Nico over and over. That gets to you as a person. It's just going to.
I felt like Jason Kidd was absolved of blame with a Tim Cato report that Jason was frustrated that they did this to his roster, built around 77, and all of a sudden flipped it on its head. Nico tried to say something finally nice about Dirk, saying he's the single most important figure in the history of the organization. So they went and checked that off the list.
So quick, though. I know we're probably being nitpicky and stuff, but it was so quick and passive. Just like, hey, by the way, he's the most important figure. Anyway, the fans will get over this. To me, I was.
All right, let's listen to it. Let's see how fast and quick and drive-by it felt.
Well, one, you mentioned Dirk, and so it's important to say, like, he's the single most important figure to the franchise. So that's extremely important. I believe winning will help repair the relationship with the fans, and that's what we plan to do next year.
I swear, when I said this is how, like, quick I felt it was, that felt like he was still talking about Dirk. Like, when I first started hearing him say, I think winning will repair, I was like, oh my gosh, is he acknowledging there's a fracture with him and Dirk and he needs to repair it? But no, it's just he was, all right, let me just quickly say, Dirk's awesome. And now let me go to this.
Nico did not want to do last week's closed media roundtable. Dumont made him do that. And part of Dumont making him do it was his frustration over Nico not warning him that people would lose their S after the deal. And then Cato says that calls from the Mavs fan base to fire Nico have certainly been noted by Patrick Dumont. The complicated factor is that Dumont believes that firing Nico could lead the team to a directionless rebuild. Okay, I'm glad you're noting it as if it wasn't obvious, and you just get another general manager to take over.
Yeah,
a directionless rebuild. You're not rebuilding right now.
Would you rather? I mean, like let's say that even is what happens. You go into a directionless rebuild. Would you rather just
trade AD and Kyrie this offseason? That would be a rebuild.
Would you rather roam the desert in a directionless rebuild, or would you rather sit front seat for Nico Harrison driving a car off a cliff? If there's a direction, it's right off a cliff into the ground. That's what Nico Harrison has set up here. They're already screwed.
No, they're not. I'll disagree with you for the first time today. And Mac Angle came on, disagree with you as well. You can have a good team.
I'm sitting here, Mac's not.
The health is a tremendous question mark, but if healthy at important times of the season, they could have a good competitive team next year. I think they're going to make a play for Kevin Durant. There are people within the Mavs organization who do not think so. Shams was talking about KD to Houston and the armpit, but the Mavs can be a playoff team next year.
I still, I know I said it to you at the end of Crosstalk the other day, but I'm still going with, I think that for any year that Anthony Davis is here, there's not going to be a year where they finish above 500. I think they'll be 500 or below the entire time.
Nick Harris tweeted, am I reading this McMahon report correctly? Did Nico attempt to leak practice footage to the media months before the trade to paint Luka in a bad light? So this has to do with McMahon's article where, like, this closed circuit video of Luka just shooting jumpers during his injury was circulating and playing. And a Mavs staffer noticed it and, like, shut it off, and it never played in any of the media rooms since. Yeah. Is this what you're thinking as well?
So I hadn't thought of it in that perspective. Once I saw Nick's tweet, though, it made me, I stopped down and I looked at it and I was like, that seems weird, but I mean, also, how bad did he look? Like, was it could it be that just maybe somebody was in there monitoring it themselves and forgot, and we're like, oh crap, take it down? But I would not put it past everything petty we've heard about this organization. I would not put it past them to do something like that.
At what moment did you realize you wanted to trade the franchise to the Lakers?
Yeah, there was never, like, it wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back. When you live with someone for 3 years, you get to know their strengths and weaknesses. It was more about a change in philosophy in terms of how can we get a top defensive team that will help us win a championship. Again, this trade may never even have happened. But once the opportunity presented itself, we jumped on it.
So that wasn't something that had built over like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months?
No, not at all.
Brandon Tolo on the text. They keep talking about this like they didn't trade an icon. That wasn't Monte Ellis or DeMar DeRozan. That was the face of Dallas sports and one of the most beloved athletes ever. People named kids after him. The emotional disconnect just infuriates me to no end. There is a Tolo. Did you see the Twitter of his daughter in the Luka jersey?
I don't think so.
She's standing in front of a TV with a Luka jersey, and he still has not had the heart to tell her. And she's like, Dad, can I wear my Luka jersey to bed? Like, can I wear this to bed? And he's too afraid to tell her. That is kind of the tone of what Tolo Brandon is saying right there. Stop. That would have been another piece of advice. Rick Welts, stop comparing this to Andrew Bogut, Monte Ellis, and DeMar DeRozan. Please, for the love of you know what.
Yeah, I will say on the Nico front, and I don't think we had this cut, but one of the bigger issues I had yesterday was what I felt was just like a direct lie from Nico, where he goes, I haven't said anything bad about Luka.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yes, you have. and
not directly. I just leaked it all.
That's
that ticked a lot of people off.
I agree. Let's move on. I haven't said anything bad about it. No, that's not true. You guys clearly have been assassinating his character.
It's a smear campaign.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
And for him to, that was an issue yesterday where he just flat out lied about that.
Yes. 877-881-1053. So you're saying Alec Medford did a bad job not including that on the cut sheet.
Well, Peyton is the one who put together the cut sheet. Alex sent all the cuts.
Good job, Alec.
Bad job, Peyton.
Very nice. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Let's bring in the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, working morning show hours after the Stars' thrilling OT win over the Avs. Let's talk a little Game 2 next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Doesn't sound right. Was it someone
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Blackwell into the slot, shoots. Save made through traffic by Blackwood. Blackwell scores! It's over! This series is tied!
4-3 overtime win. Gavin Spittle with the 9 o'clock fist pump here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out on honeymoon vacay. We got Bobby Belt here.
I think that was more Arsenio than Pauly D.
Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
What did you think when the game went to overtime?
So, kind of funny story. My dog.
You're looking fresh. You're looking
Thank you.
fresh this morning.
You know what? Thank you.
Yeah.
Clean threads. Yeah.
Vibrant.
Thank you.
These pants are a little too loose on you. You're fading away, man.
Yeah, new look, man. New look. Shred season. So funny story. I'm watching overtime, and I'm like, oh, my God, this is amazing. Tim Collins texts me, and he says, do you think it's going 2 overtimes? And I said, this is too wide open. It has to end. All of a sudden, victory plus my screen goes dark. And I'm like, at this time, why would they do this? This is amazing. And then I realized my dog was on my remote control. So I flipped it back, and Colin Blackwell was celebrating. So I rewound it and saw how the play happened. So super excited.
Tell us about his story.
So Colin Blackwell is a kid that grew up in Massachusetts, went to St. John's Prep, went to Harvard. For those that don't know, Harvard actually has a really good hockey program. It's very much storied. They play in the Beanpot every year, so they're a top-notch program. A lot of pros have come out of Harvard. So suffered a real bad concussion and missed his junior season, most of his senior season, but then was able to play a little bit and then caught on. I believe the San Jose Barracudas were his first team, and he went to Nashville and played for the Milwaukee Admirals, and finally got the call up. And he's been basically a journeyman and had one of his best years in Chicago last year. Stars noticed. They sign him. Very reasonable deal. And then he did really well for the Stars when he's played. He provides energy. He provides grit. And now he provides a game-winning overtime goal. It's beautiful.
What have you noticed style-wise after the first 2 games? Is there anything style-wise with the matchup that has surprised you? I know you were a little concerned about the physicality of the Stars going in. You noted the difference in hits where they were basically evened up yesterday at 45 compared to game 1. How are you looking at analyzing this style versus style after the first 2?
Yeah, so the definition of physicality in hockey has certainly changed. It used to be drop the gloves and go at it, but physicality is actually a nice check in the corner. You're basically releasing the player or holding the player away from the puck. So you're creating opportunities for yourself. So you could call it physicality, you could call it forecheck, whatever you want to call it. The Stars implemented that. They did not have that in game 1. And they really are not a physical team. So for them to come out and do that, it comes back to the coach, Pete DeBoer. He wants his players playing in straight lines. He wants net front presence. Remember, Blackwood, who's the goalie for Colorado, this is his second playoff game. So you almost want to create that frenzy in front of the net. And Colin Blackwell did that at the beginning of the game. And when he came back to the bench, you could see the other players say, good job. So they're trying to get under Colorado's skin, let's just say, try to create havoc, because havoc, as we've seen in this series, creates just weird goals. Like, there haven't been many goals where you're like, whoa, that's amazing talent right there. And that's what happens in the playoffs. It's all about lucky puck bounces, but you make that luck happen.
It seems like, it seems to me counterintuitive to even think that, like a hockey team, I just think of it as such a naturally physical sport. Like, I can't even conceive of a team that's just not physical or struggles with that sort of thing. Why hasn't that been, or why do you think that's catching up to Dallas at this late stage of the season? And the response they had yesterday being good, but why wasn't this something that was plaguing them more consistently along the way during the regular season?
Well, they've shown signs, Bobby, and every once in a while they'll pull it out. It's just not their MO. They're based on speed and they're based on talent. So when you see them play and teams allow them freedom to come out of their zone, they are amazingly talented. But what's happened is that teams, similar to what Colorado's doing, they're going to go deep on the forecheck. They are going to really halt that speed. There's a great way to neutralize speed is to exhaust in their own zone. And I think Dallas actually flipped the script later in the game and did that to Colorado, where Colorado was struggling more to get out of their zone. So you're so exhausted coming out of your zone, especially the late stages of the game, that you just need to flip it out and bring another line on.
And things get more physical in the hockey playoffs like basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. They say the rink gets smaller. And what that means is that everything tightens up. And Craig Ludwig once told me, he's like, yeah, I know. Name drop. 2-time Stanley Cup winner. There's
touchdown.
That's a different. That's good. So there's preseason hockey, and then you ramp it up for regular season hockey, and then it's a different season in the playoffs.
Gavin Spittle in studio here on 105.3 The Fan after the Stars tied things up in overtime.
Is that why there was concern about the style play? Because like when you mentioned, you talk about Dallas being such a speed team. If things tighten up, is it just, look, that speed's not going to be the advantage if the rink is small. You're not going to be able to get that head of steam and execute the way you want.
Yeah, if you neutralize the Stars' speed, you have a really good chance of beating them. But notice what the Stars have done with trades, picking up Granlund and then utilizing Blackwell in game 2. So they're kind of countering and saying, hey, we got some grinders. That's why I said I absolutely love Evgeny Dadonov, specifically in the playoffs. He will always get you a big goal. He did it last year, and we saw last night, got the game-tying goal. So players like that know where to be, know when to exert their physicality, and just right place at right time. And that's why they miss Jason Robertson, because Jason Robertson is not the best skater, but the puck seems to find Jason Robertson, and he's got a really good shot. So what we have to understand about the Stars right now, and I'm not trying to, if Colorado beats them, that's why I'm saying Colorado's one of the better teams in the NHL. It's just a bad matchup. It's a bad matchup for Colorado, too.
Yeah.
At the same time, if I took away Cale Makar and let's say Martin Necas from Colorado, I think the Stars would have a really good chance of winning this series. So flip that. The Stars are without Heiskanen and they're without Jason Robertson. So our expectations just, I think, have to be leveled a little bit right now.
What was your original pick for the series?
I had Colorado based on how the Stars were playing down the stretch, and I just didn't feel as though you can snap your fingers and make it happen. I still think that minus maybe the late stages of the third and overtime where I thought the Stars finally got to playing their hockey, I just feel as though it's an easier game for Colorado right now, whereas Dallas has to really work hard to make their chances. So it did flip late in the game. Let's see what happens on Wednesday night.
You mentioned Robo, and I remember during a playoff run, all the heat was on him. When is he going to do something? When is he going to break out of this? And last night, I felt like PK Subban and some of the others were kind of trying to light that spark under Ratnan.
Yeah.
And PK is like, hey, man, you're the best player on the team. We need you to show up. You need to show that. Let's elevate the energy level. Where do you think we are with that, and how has he been playing, and what are you expecting?
So I really like Mikko Rantanen's two-way game, both offensively and defensively. So I've said on the podcast that, to me, we're really going to see Mikko Rantanen next year. We have to understand this player has gone through 4 different systems since January.
Baker
Colorado, Colorado, Team Finland, then Carolina, and then Dallas. but elite players need to step up. I actually thought Rantanen played pretty well last night. It's just not going in the net right now. I think he's an elite passer. And what we have to understand is, I'll use the Luka example, hate to do it, but just Luka Dončić being on the basketball court opens up opportunities for other players. So while Mikko Rantanen might not be scoring, there is a reason that other players are getting open. The bumper position in the middle is on the power play. That was closed for a lot of the year. It's been opening since Mikko Rantanen's been there because players can no longer cave toward that middle. They have to go out and challenge Mikko Rantanen.
I know you mentioned, we were talking last week, I think you were talking about how Rantanen already going back to Colorado, already having that experience was a good thing because then you didn't have to worry about that when you get into the playoffs for the first time. The other side of that, though, in terms of a potential emotional lift and advantage for Colorado, how big is big of an emotional factor is it that Landeskog might make his debut back in Colorado?
I mean, absolutely massive. Think of a team leader. Maybe Dak Prescott, I think, is a good example here.
Me from paternity leave.
Yeah, that's right.
Shohei Ohtani.
When Sean Sharpe comes back into the lineup, I mean, the energy just comes back.
Landeskog would have to miss every other game, though.
I think it says it all when Mikko Rantanen, on his night off, tuned into a minor league hockey game to watch his buddy Gabriel Landeskog play. He's just a team leader. He's a presence. He hoisted the cup. A perfect example is when he won the cup, he knew exactly who to give the cup to. Like, he's just that team room guy. So him just even being around the guys right now and the possibility to play. Remember, this happened to the Stars a couple of years ago where Steven Stamkos came back from a game when they were in the bubble against Tampa. So, I think it's a big lift for Colorado. I think the building will be buzzing. However, this Stars
Colorado.
team,
They'll be buzzing.
There you go.
We joke.
This Stars team is really good in playoff road situations. It's almost like they gel.
Is Landeskog more of an emotional boost than he is on the ice? Like, is there a question about it? Like, is it a Willis Reed effect where Willis comes out there and it's supposed to just be an emotional lift rather than he's not necessarily going to make a big impact just coming back with rust and health and other things?
I think he will make both because Landeskog loves to play in front of the net. And that is something that I think Colorado really desires right now. So, I mean, he played 15, 16 minutes when he was, down in the minor league game. So I think he's ready. It's just a question if Jared Bednauer, the coach, when does he want to insert him or does he want to insert him? I mean, let's be honest. The third and fourth liners for Colorado were absolutely fantastic last night. They, single-handedly almost won the game, them and Nathan McKinnon.
The podcast got fired up last night after the overtime win, little past midnight. And Peyton Russell, you found something within that broadcast?
Yeah, Spittle asked me this morning. He was like, hey, you might want to go pull something from the podcast. I was singing a little late last night, so here it is, a short little clip from Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suts.
We did it, folks. 8 games. See you later, baby. Here we go. There's number 1 down. Will we crack number 2? Oh, the Frosties, they will flow. The Frosties, they will flow. Hi, Mario. The Frosties, they will flow.
Fantastic. Well done.
Is that
See
excitement?
what Lucius says about that.
Yeah, is that excitement? Is that excitement, or is that also just it's 1 a.m. and I'm also very tired?
Yeah. It's a combination of like being excited and a little, yeah.
Send that on over to Lucius. I want to see how he covers
that's
that.
all right.
Keep that
Peyton,
same energy, Lucius.
Compared to
You
Peyton.
don't have to do that, Peyton.
They roasted Peyton pretty bad on G-Bag yesterday for his singing. And
I heard.
Yeah, Lucius called him Jim Henson. So
that was a good reference. That was a good reference.
You have to worry about PR, dealing with all these knuckleheads in here and working side by side with the Cowboys and Rangers. What would be your Mavericks advice? They called you up and they're like, hey, man, you're Rangers, Cowboys flagship. You talk to the PR people and Charlotte and Steven and Jerry. What would you tell them?
I think just a bit of acknowledgement and honesty goes a long way. And I think acknowledging rather than saying I didn't realize, just saying I know this has been very tough on the fan base. I hope you understand what I was trying to do. It will play out whether I'm right or wrong, but I truly was doing it for my hope of bringing a championship here. That's my job, and I know my job is on the line, but I'm doing the best I can. And then sit in those stands And that's the biggest
back
thing.
in the stands.
Yeah, and it's very, very tough. Like, you feel for them, but then you don't feel for them because, your franchise is taking a step back, and that's really tough. But, I think honesty, but we're kind of past that point because they should have came out right away and said that. So now it's very tough. How they get past this is going to be interesting.
Thank you, boss. What coffee are you using to get through the day after the late night?
Oh, man, boy, we got some really, really good brews today that we're going to throw. I think we're going to rock something from South America. I can leave some for you for tomorrow morning.
All right.
Yeah, I got to leave some for Peyton for when he leaves his house so that he's not just dozing off on his drive in because he won't drink coffee until he gets here.
Yeah, and by the way, I did 45 minutes of that podcast by myself last night, Peyton. Just saying.
Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, spits and suds for all your Stars post-game celebration. We crosstalk and continue to celebrate with the K&C Masterpiece next.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I'm getting the disapproving hand on the hip wife look from Kevin Hagelin.
Where were you last night?
I guarantee you your wife wouldn't ask you this question. Do you still think cursive is the future?
No. I'm running out.
What do you think happened? Like, where did we go wrong?
With cursive?
Yeah, because, like, we were all learning cursive, and it was supposed to be the future. I used to think that's the only way a transaction became official. What happened?
What made you think of that?
I don't even remember now.
Nate Bargatze said it in a stand-up once, and stuck with me.
Does anyone use it except for signing? And why do I still have to sign in cursive?
Well,
Why can't I just print my name?
They don't they don't put it in the schools anymore. So no, I don't think anybody's.
There's no
using it.
cursive in schools?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And most things are like e-signed and stuff now.
In cursive?
Yeah, I know. Wait, but why? Like, that's not my signature.
If you were to handwrite a letter to someone, would you do it in regular print or
I would
cursive?
do it in regular print.
Could you write cursive?
Yeah, I could. I have really bad handwriting, and with cursive, it's problematic.
It's
in
so hard.
In regular writing, it's passable.
Like every other person who uses cursive, some of you can read, but there's like every other person when they write it out, I'm like, I can't read what you wrote.
So my mom, for the longest time, would write like in birthday
Bobby's
cards
too.
and everything in cursive, and I was like, I got most of this. I got the gist.
Then my mom went the way of cursive.
Oh my god,
she died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's more extinct, that or cursive?
I mean,
I mean,
guess
some people
Bobby's
use cursive.
mom.
No one, my mom's, she's in the ground.
I don't think you could write out a sentence as easily as you think.
You're probably right.
I'll get.
I'd have to think about it a lot.
Yes. Write out. I can write cursive.
Okay.
Write it out, and we'll see how everyone's looks.
I can't do cursive.
Can't do it.
Mm-mm.
Corey?
My name is Jonas, is what I wrote there.
Yeah, you have some pretty handwriting.
I screwed up the N. It looks like an M, but yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, the M, you don't know where to start. Like, do you go with the line up, or you just start at the top and go down with the
Everybody does
M?
it a little differently, you know?
Yes.
That's how we get signatures. My kid's already practicing his signature.
Kevin, you're already really holding your pen weird.
Yeah. So.
Oh my God.
I told you I do not have good handwriting. So I am left-handed naturally. But when I was in kindergarten, I went to a private school because I was fancy. And I had the old lady, Mrs. Bobby. She was nice otherwise.
Mrs. Bobby?
That's right. I swear, true story. She would pop me with a ruler every time I wrote with my left hand. So I had to start transitioning over to the right hand. I had all those stupid pencil grips that I never embraced correctly. And so now I write weird.
Glad you transitioned.
What's this little book?
Oh, yeah, that's just my book of ideas.
You want to steal that one, don't you?
Is it just ideas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like in Elf, whenever they steal
Miles Finch's book.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage's book, and then he gets all mad.
Have you ever seen
his ideas?
Contents?
You would hate the way it's written out, too.
Sean, it used to be this. It used to be a steno pad.
Yeah.
He got fancy on us. You know, when he got to middays, he decided to get real fancy.
What kind of ideas are in this book? Is it like segment, like day-to-day ideas, or is it like longer-term
There's some
ideas?
ratings in there.
Like a wrestling storyline?
No, but yeah, I will put ratings in there as well. But it's a mix of both short and long-term ideas.
Is that moleskin? Is that what that is?
I don't know.
What's the thing?
Did you keep a journal ever?
No. But my wife is super big on having like monogram things, and I don't think this is monogram, but she got me like a monogram checkbook cover, and I want her to know that I'm putting them to use.
What does that mean, monogram check?
Like the little thing you put your checkbook in.
Oh, okay.
How many checks do you think Peyton's written in his life?
2.
With that bank account?
Like actual manual checks?
Yeah, I had to pay rent with a manual check, and then in college, I wrote all my. You had to put in an actual check.
I for sure am the one who's written the least.
Isn't that such a beating? Like you pay someone for a service, and you're like, all right, you want Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App? And they're like, no, I want you to send me a check.
Only
and
takes
just
pennies.
the beating of finding the stamp. And then going to the mailbox, it's such a pain in the ass.
I think
Back
I've
in the
written
day at the grocery store, sorry, that would beat me down when somebody in front of you would take out their checkbook.
I think I've written 4 checks in my life.
What were they
And
for?
They were all for like county tax office.
Oh,
That was it.
What did you guys pay rent in?
Money order.
Or
I would just go
sexual
to
favors.
Yeah, that too. But I would go to like racetrack and get a money order.
You guys said you wanted to talk Kanye at 11:40.
Nobody said
What?
that. Nobody said that at all.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
even know what's going on. From the 3, 2, 1, what does Kevin think about Kanye and his cousin?
okay. So this will lead to the other off-air discussion that we had.
Totally made up that text message.
So I guess Kanye hooked up with his cousin or something, and so like
For a while.
I think people are doing a bit. There are a shocking amount of people who have questions about how far out the cousin can be before you can hook up with them.
Oh.
And my general thought is just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Man, why did that get pushback from you?
Well, I'm not pushing back. I'm wondering how far down the line.
If cousin is attached to their name,
you should not.
Fourth cousin?
Like if it takes genealogical research to find out we're related somewhere, then like maybe that's okay.
No, I know technically everyone is related.
You have to make the girl is like a 13 out of 10.
I mean,
all right, and it's like
interesting choice of numbers.
I don't know what the reference. 12 out of 10. 14 out of 10.
There you go. That's a good number right there.
Sean Stan.
You would be like, okay, is this my line on it is if we hooked up, would everything be fine with the child? That's my line.
See? So you do agree with Corey's controversial opinion.
But what
was Corey's controversial opinion?
That is my biggest concern in that. Yeah.
You're fine.
If the baby's fine.
Well, Kevin said that you would go to hell if you hooked up with your cousin. I was like, I don't know that God's like that concerned about that part of it. I don't know though.
What's
I'm not
that
hearing.
chapter?
That's how they populated the earth, Peggy.
Oh my God, that's totally the way we used to do everything.
I'm just saying we had to populate there. We had to start from Adam and Eve and work down.
No. I was just kidding. It just feels like a questionable decision, and I like you doubling down and being like, well, depends on how hot she is. I want to see your draft value chart of cousin hotness versus how far away they are from you.
You guys are a bunch of damn liars. If you walk into your family reunion and some supermodel knockout comes in and you're like, I've never seen her before. And then your uncle comes up to you and they're like, well, she's actually like your 5th cousin. You never met her before. You're never going to see her.
Family reunion, though. Don't do that.
Yeah, and so it's more convenient now. and you're like, all right, I'm never going to say. You all are a bunch of liars if you're not in the moment
here's the thing.
being like, okay, like, all right.
Like I said, if it takes genealogical research to find out you're related, probably fine. But if you just know consciously, like, yeah, that's somebody I'm related to, it's too close.
Would you rather hook up with your 5th cousin? I don't even know how far we go.
I
down
can't
the
believe
line.
there's so much pushback on this.
5th cousin or your your bestie's ex?
Oh,
like from a. They're unacceptable for different reasons.
Both?
Peyton.
They're unacceptable for different reasons.
No, you have to pick one.
Okay, well then it would have to be bestie's ex, because one of them is just like, I feel like
It's not like you're not crossing. If they tell you that nothing's going to get crossed up in the genes, then it's just a mental
it's getting
thing.
crossed up in the genes, bro.
Corey, what's coming up?
Oh yeah, do you know multiple presidents marry their cousins? So
See,
Roosevelt.
and they became president.
But it's been a while.
Wasn't George Washington? Wasn't Martha a cousin?
I mean, FDR married one of his cousins.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Did he know? Probably, I guess.
Oh, he knew. Puck around and find out at 10 o'clock so we get some Stars action right out of the gate. And gentlemen, at 11:30, Dallas Cowboys pre-draft presser. At 11:45, more presser. At noon, more presser. And 12:15, potentially more presser and gridiron gravy.
Sounds like Mike's favorite show.
Your emotion during the Nico presser on your program yesterday. I listened to your reactions afterwards.
It was interesting.
Did they pass the test?
It was entertaining. We had a real weird...
Nothing stood out.
We had a real weird clock, for sure.
You know what stood out to me is nobody gives a damn about what happened with Casey Smith.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, I did hear
There's not
you.
one question about that.
Yeah. I thought I caught heat for this on Twitter. I thought Nico tried to be nicer, less cold.
I agree.
People just don't want to hear anything.
There was one specific question that I really wished he would have answered, and it was, did you think Luka was a championship player? And I know he was like, well, he's not here anymore, so we're not talking about that. But I'm like, yeah, but you made the deal when he was here, so it feels relevant.
So if he said, I was thinking about that too. It was a great question. I thought all the media did a great job.
I did too.
Yeah, they crushed it.
Really impressive. If he said, yes, I think he's a championship level player, he's a automatic, no doubt Hall of Famer. And then the follow-up to you, Nico, is, well, then why would you trade him? What would you say back?
If I'm Nico,
Yeah.
If I'm Nico, I would say because I think Anthony Davis fits in with this group as a higher level championship potential player.
Okay.
I don't think that, but I'm saying like that's what he should say.
Right.
The other one I didn't like that he sidestepped was the question about Denver winning the championship 2 years ago with a middle of the pack defensive rating.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, I'm not really worried about Denver. And I was like, the question is not about Denver.
I didn't love the question the way it was phrased. It was more like...
He could have phrased differently.
Yeah, it was like, take me back to that Denver team and the pros and the cons and the ups and the downs. Basically, it's teams have won with middle-of-the-road defenses. What do you say to that?
And white Euro players. Like, it's not a stretch to see how those two could be connected. But look, we talked about it.
Well, usually a stretch 5 is a year. Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
There's no apology coming because what you heard in that, and at least it's crystal clear for all of us, Nico thinks he has done nothing wrong. He said, I made your basketball team better. What's the problem? And like, at least now you know there's no apology coming because he doesn't think they did anything wrong.
I still don't totally believe him, though. Like, I don't believe that he totally thinks they're a better basketball team. I think he just really hates Luka. I think so much of it was personal, and he's just not going to say that.
What was it just the culmination of things, or was there, because he said there was no straw?
I mean, he does not like being questioned, and from all the behind-the-scenes stuff we hear, it sounds like Luka didn't give a damn what Nico had to tell him.
That whole line of like the world doesn't need to revolve around Luka that we heard from him, like we don't have to do that anymore. The
NBA literally is about revolving around your superstar. That's how the league operates.
No, I get that, but is it problematic at all then if you didn't give a damn what your last head coach said or your last GM said or what this GM said?
No, because he's good enough. He's good enough. You put up with more when you're good enough, and he's good enough.
We're back tomorrow with Zach Wolchuk in studio.
Hagee hates Luka.
What?
That's dude. That was day one. Sean, you remember that?
How is that the takeaway?
You said he was a fringy top 73 player in the league.
Look at him more like your fourth cousin, Kevin. We're back tomorrow with Zach Wolchuk in studio to preview the draft. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You have two options to start the show. The Dallas Stars or the mystery option.
Stars.
Alec?
Let's go Stars.
I did not stay up until freaking midnight last night to not talk Stars.
So just, by the way, when that one person tweeted us, "Is Corey still awake?" in my head, I thought there is no freaking way. But then you weighed in.
I wanted to go to bed so bad. It was during the intermission, Kevin, and I looked up and it said 5 minutes left, and I was like, I can't make 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
And they're like, but hey, hold on, we're almost there. I could totally make 5 minutes. All right, barely, but I could totally make it there. All right. And so I did. I made it. And it was worth it. If they'd lost, I would have been ticked off.
You'd be like, this was a stupid idea.
Like, I'm never doing this again. But they made it worth my time last night. They looked like a completely different team from game one. And that's what I liked last night.
I agree. Now, my question for everybody else as we go along the way, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Did you make it all the way, and would you have bailed if we went to the second overtime? Because, and that's what I was, that's what I was curious about along the way, is obviously we're all glad it ended the way it ended, but the clock was ticking down, and I was curious how many people would bail.
I'd already made up my mind that I was trying to get to bed before midnight. All right. I'd already made up my mind. And Kevin, you know my old history on this. The way that I approached this before was, if it's tied and going into overtime, I've seen the majority of the game.
Right.
I saw everything that happened except for one goal. So that one goal, I can watch the next day and be like, oh, that was a good goal. And I pretty much have the gist of the entire game because I watched most of the game. The overtime period gave me the one goal. However, sticking around for it, seeing some great play by Otter was worth my time. I mean, some special plays that he made last night, and some really special plays from Dodonov and the rest of the crew. Man, they were fun to watch.
Some annoyingly special plays by Blackwood as well, though, right?
Yes,
I was like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
why isn't this game over?
He had a couple of them that, like, Marchment was just sitting there staring into the sky, going, "How? Like, how do I get one through here?"
Okay. I'm going to play cut 4, but I want to know if you guys felt the same way. It felt like the puck sat there forever off of the, whether you want to call it a rebound, deflection, or whatever. It felt like the puck just sat there. And Colin's like, I might as well go get it. Boom, game over.
It was untouched for eternity.
It really
until
was.
Blackwell buried it.
Let's hear it.
Blackwell into the slot, shoots, save made through traffic by Blackwood. Blackwell scores! It's over! This series is tied!
Yes. And you know what also, though, didn't make it worth it, though? Everybody was asleep in my house.
Oh.
So it was more, and then, all right, turn all the lights off and go to bed. That was pretty much the feeling. And I hated that.
We were a little too rowdy, me and Brandon, in the living room because my wife was asleep. And she, at one point, like, you know when you're like not really awake, but not asleep? And she goes, what was that? And we go, nothing, go back to bed. Because we were just like, while we were watching along the way. And we definitely woke her up. From the 903, it made it all the way. I would have stayed up for a second overtime, but I'm glad I didn't have to. From the 817, oh yeah, if it went to another OT, I would have been out. From the 214, made it all the way. Yes, I would have made it to the second overtime. I was wide awake and nothing else much to do. From the 817, no, I made it all the way through. I joined right after WWE. Now that is an interesting, like you're jazzed up about the Braun Breaker, Seth Rollins, Paul Heyman alliance, and now you jump over to the Stars game. I like it. It was super exciting, and you pointed it out. Specifically, I thought in the third period and for the vast majority of the overtime, I thought the Stars played the best hockey that they've played in weeks. There was about a 3-minute run in overtime that it felt like the tide was turning to Colorado, but that's it. It was that 3 minutes once you got past the rest of the power play, of course, at the beginning. It was like a 3-minute section that I thought Colorado was kind of controlling the pace of play. But other than that, man, I thought the Stars were controlling the pace of play. I thought they were getting the better opportunities. They looked like they are at least as good, if not better than Colorado in this section, like just that section.
The thing that I know irritates you the most is whenever it's like 40 to 12 shots.
Yeah, because you didn't control the puck.
You were consistently right there with them all game, 27, 32. You were the whole time you were right there. The thing that I love so much is they were finishing their checks.
Yep.
They were putting people up against the glass. Now, go look at the numbers, and it was even. And you're like, hold on. It was even, but it felt like you did something more because you didn't do it in the first game. So that's if I'm DeBoer going into today, I'm like, guys, did you see the effect that you had whenever you started putting people into the glass? We got to do this every time it's the playoffs now. It's not a regular season game.
I'm going to throw out my bold prediction. If the Stars go the rest of the way in the playoffs, pretty much more or less even on hits, they're going to win the cup. Because that's just like, that's not their game, right? As impressive as last night was, it used to be the Bischel show. That's why we were all so excited.
Dude.
Like, hey, you're a giant. You can smash people into the boards.
And
But
he did last
Yes,
dude, he was
did,
awesome last night.
Which made me really nervous when he got headbutted by that.
That was scary.
Crap. I forgot who it was that headbutted him. And of course, the announcer was like, well, obviously, that's not a penalty. But I was in the heat of the moment where I was like, it's a penalty. He headbutted him, even though he was probably right. But yeah, if the Stars can be even or close to even on hits, I think they're going to go on a run because this team is not known for its physicality. Its pace of play, yes. Goaltending, yes. It's really well-rounded group of talent, yes. Physicality, no. So if you get that, let's go.
Yeah,
let's see what happens.
That was the biggest difference for me last night was how they approached physicality and how they thought it was important. And then you saw it too. Look, man, the first McKinnon goal on the power play, as he got the puck, I went, there's too much space. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, too much room. Why are you giving him room?
Yeah.
Goal. And you're like, why weren't you on him? Why didn't you step to him and do something about it? Be on the toes of your skate. I don't know exactly how that goes, but be ready, man. And they looked like they were sitting back being timid. And that's the moment where you're like, no, we got to turn this around. And McKinnon's going to fly. You know, this team, the Avalanche are going to fly. They're going to get into your zone fast. that may have been the most frustrating part for me last night was the power play the Stars had when they wasted about a minute and 10 seconds trying to get it into the zone. And they are, all right, here we go, reset, skate in, and Colorado said no, denied. All right, reset, skate in, Colorado denied. And it was like, okay, we got 30 seconds left to try and make something happen because you guys couldn't get the puck into the zone.
Yes, and if you give McKinnon space, maybe the second best hockey player in the world, you give, man, Makar last night was taking his shots. And I know
yeah, he was.
that is something like that he will do. And the fact that you were able to, for the most part, be able to shut it down, I was happy about that. From the 9-4-0, Stars showed fight last night. They were battling. From the 8-1-7, I didn't even make it to the second period.
No.
Well, people have different work schedules.
Yeah.
I'd be curious about that.
I was already texting Kevin after 10 minutes. I was like, what are we doing here? Come on, man.
I told you. We warned you that would be the case, and it's a good thing they found a new spot for it, or else we would have been sitting there forever for the other overtime. From the 9-0-3, I watched every second of the Stars and would stay up for all of the overtimes, no matter how many it takes. From the 5-6-1, didn't make it, crashed out, woke up this morning with a great deal of anxiety, and I immediately checked.
Okay, I need to tell you this, and I'm trying to save my new password. There last year, there were times when I would go to sleep and be like, okay, look, overtime's happening. I'm tired. And I would lay down and I would wake up at like 3 and would need to check my phone. So that's that feeling right there of like leaving and abandoning. That's what I didn't want to do last night because I was like, it's going to screw my sleep up anyway if I do this. So that was one of the key reasons I stuck.
Do you always just check your phone? Or I'm curious if some people still have like a DVR or whatever and they recorded the game and they're like, no, I'm going to go back to where I was, pick up the experience, fast forward the commercial breaks, and like get the true experience. It probably depends on what your schedule looks like at that point.
Well, the first thing I do in the morning is check my phone. Like it's because my alarm's going off. And so I hit off and then I look at it and I probably have a bunch of texts from my friends that are like, hey man, Stars or whatever, or screw this. If I don't have text, then I assume we lost. So that is a big factor there. And then, like I said, Kevin, I know the score at that point, so I just want to go watch the highlight of how it happened and see how that went down. And then I'm like, all right, let's go on to the next one. Would love to get some earlier games at some point in our lives. Just one time. It'd be nice. Please.
Just one time? And then you'll be satisfied by the schedule and everything like that?
No, I'll never be satisfied.
Okay. Well, hey, Corey, don't look at the game times for the next two games, okay?
They're at 9:30, aren't they?
No, they're at 8:30
Eastern.
But they're going to bum you out. That probably means they're part of a doubleheader. No, they're at 8:30 Central.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
And they're probably part of double headers, which means there's at least a decent shot you get the 8:45, 8:50 start.
Okay.
One of them's on a Saturday, though.
Yeah. All right. That's great. Hey, I wanted to add this too. I know Rantanen didn't really when you look at the line, he didn't have a Connor McDavid 3 assists and a goal kind of night. He didn't have one of those, and he hasn't had one of those yet.
And he had a chance to finish the game.
Did you feel though last night you saw a different version of him than you've seen most of this season from him? Because I did. I saw a dude that was using his size. They used the word leveraging his size. Yeah. I saw that multiple times as he getting into the zone. He looked like I asked him to put a cape on, and he looked like he was like, okay, I'm going to try. And he went out there and he was making it to where now everybody started to have to key in on him a little more because he's making his way to the net. And that was something that I hope continues throughout the series because they need it. The Stars are going to need, without Robertson on the ice, when you're trying to make up for some of that offense, when you're trying to make up for Miro and his ability to get the puck into the neutral zone and even into their zone, you're trying to figure out how to get ways to get there. And Mikko last night was like, I'll take it, and I'll just go. There were times when it was Wyatt and Mikko. I thought they were deferring to other teammates a little too much, and I wanted them to be a little selfish. And I saw Duchesne do one, and I was like, okay, that's what I'm looking for right there. Be a little selfish and make something happen. Not too much, because this team's very good with each other. But every once in a while, you need one dude to say, hey, I'm taking this over right now.
All right, if you're going to shout out Rantanen, I am going to shout out Jamie Benn.
Yeah.
Because I agree. I feel like I'm tough on Jamie Benn because there's a high standard that he should be held to. He was phenomenal on the forecheck. last night.
Yeah, he
and
was.
so if we're going to be tough on him when I think he's had some tough runs, this is one of those games.
And I felt comfortable with the puck on his stick last night too.
For sure. And I know he had an assist, and I get that, and that's delightful. But I thought the bigger impact that he was making in the game was in other aspects, and especially bringing some physicality in with this team. And so I thought Jamie
He set the tone.
Yes,
I
agree.
agree. The captain set the tone.
I agree. I thought Jamie Benn did a heck of a job. Now, what does this mean as the series goes back to Colorado? I'll tell you one thing it means. I don't, in my sports heart, think it's over. Because if you would have lost yesterday, especially if you would have kind of gotten worked, then you're at hey, we lost 9 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
We lost the first 2 at home. I would have thought this team was donezo, even though they clearly have history of coming back from that. But now I saw multiple periods where I was like, we're as good, if not better, for that run as the Avalanche. Does that mean they're going to win the series? Of course it does not. But if they can play like this, you can see how they can win.
And for anybody that's out there going, why would you believe they can play like this? Because they did it most of the season.
Yes, they did.
This period that they had for the last, 2-3 weeks now, that was not the Stars we've known all season long. And again, when health makes its way back into this, they can be even more dangerous and more lethal. Hopefully Wyatt can turn it around too. I liked when in the third period and overtime, he was more into it, it seemed. He was more of a nuisance to the opponent.
And I'm not saying this is going to be the case whatsoever, but now imagine what this team is doing, and then you add in Robertson and Heiskanen.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, okay. And to your point, you're right. Up through the end of March, I think you could make an excellent case that this is the best hockey team in the NHL.
Robertson isn't the fastest dude on the ice, for sure, but he's such a good he has a computer. I look at him very robotic, whenever it comes to seeing the game and seeing the ice. And that's what makes him so good in his touch. He's not gonna fly with those guys, but he is a difference maker offensively when he's on the ice.
I like this.
Oh man, Tyler Seguin too, dude. Give him some love.
That's fair.
He was finishing checks the way I love.
And he was offensively as well. Yes, that is fair. For the 903, I drank my coffee and finished the overtime game this morning. Great way to start
There you go.
the day.
That is a good day right there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's switch gears to baseball. Thus far, are you more impressed by the Rangers' top-notch pitching or concerned about their lack of offense? Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch, swing and a miss. Got that splitter in on him, and actually kind of looked like a cutter up here, but called a splitter. And it doesn't really matter for Nathan. He gets the strikeout. It is his 7th strikeout of the afternoon.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Rangers embark on their West Coast swing tonight, 8:30 pregame, 9:05 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan against the A's. And then you got San Francisco over the weekend in obviously what feels like it should be very much a marquee series. So the Rangers are 13-9. You feel good about that record. You're in first place in the division. You're half a game off the best record in the American League. However, offensively, you are tied for the least runs scored in all of baseball. Even the freaking Colorado Rockies have more runs than you, and they played one less game. So my question here is, because I think you guys actually...
Nobody has less scored runs than you.
Yes, correct. I think you guys actually changed my mind about this with that statistic. Are you more impressed by the Rangers' top-notch pitching or concerned about their lack of offense? Because we're going to talk plenty about the top-notch pitching. But once you told me that, I was like, that can't be right. And you look at it and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
And so I think because of that, I am concerned more about the offense than I am impressed by the pitching, even though the pitching's been phenomenal.
I do want to take a look back, because I'm not saying that this is a Bruce Bochy thing, because during our only World Series, we slugged the whole year. But our marquee guys were the ones carrying the load there, right? It was Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, it was Adolis Garcia. Those three guys were the ones that were like, hey, we're going to be consistent throughout the season. And then you got contributions from, Mitch Garver, Josh Young. Those things happen. So I want to know, but I really want to look at is Bochy's pitching in those World Series years with other teams.
Okay.
In those years, were they at 3.25? Were they at a good ERA number, and were they getting these kinds of outings from their starting pitching? So that's where I am, Kevin. I'm very impressed with what their starting pitching has accomplished, and the fact that they're able to win these games throughout that. But what their starting pitching does is give them a chance, and they need every chance they can get right now until they figure it out. However, you already moved on from one hitting coach.
Yeah.
And now you have very similar problems where they're not seeing some pitches. They just don't look like they're confident with what they're swinging at. But I'm most impressed with the fact that they're able to do what they're doing with this pitching right now.
So, okay, is
that the answer to the question?
Yeah, that objectively is a funny text from the 858. I'm more concerned about the lack of offense, but Chris Young is clearly doing his best Nico Harrison impression since defense wins championships. All right, that is very humorous. Now, Bruce Bochy benched Jock Peterson on Sunday. Clearly, that did not jumpstart anything with the offense. But one of the things that Boch said was, it's not work harder, make any drastic changes. It's just getting your timing down. And so he said, I think a little success, maybe a couple days off, will serve him well. Because right now, Jock Peterson is 0 for his last 38. His previous longest slump in his entire career was 0 for 30. And in the last 15 games, he's 2 for 51. And his current hitless streak is the second longest by a Rangers player in franchise history. Only Justin Foscue last year, who went 0 for 39, had worse. So whenever Jock Peterson comes up again, whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow, if he gets out in his first two at-bats, that will officially be the longest hitless run in the history of the Rangers. Then you have Marcus Semien. He has an OPS at 401. That is the worst among all leadoff hitters in baseball.
Okay.
Then you have Jake Berger, who has an OPS of 513. And then, unfortunately, I'm sorry, We swing back around to Jock Peterson, who has an OPS of 220, which is worse for any regular player in all of baseball this year.
Yeah.
And like 2 out of those 3, we have the worst OPS for leadoff hitter. And then we have a player who's the worst regular in terms of hitting thus far in all of baseball. It is astonishing that the Rangers still are 4 games above 500.
When I watch Jock Peterson at the plate, Kevin, I see a guy who doesn't know what's coming next.
Yeah.
And one of the great things about really good hitters, Corey Seager doesn't care what comes next. He's
fair.
I'm just trying to hit the baseball.
Sure.
Adrian Beltre didn't care what you were doing. He went up to the plate. He didn't necessarily sit there and go, I'm thinking about all the... He just went up there and he was like, when I see the ball that I want to hit, I'm putting it at, somewhere else. It's going to be awesome. And Jock doesn't look like he has a clue what pitch is coming. And that's what concerns me the most, is because we talked about his lack of seriousness in spring training. And that means, for me, that would presume, hey, I go up there and I swing the bat, baby. That's what I do. And if you're going up there with a better plan and you're going, all right, he just threw me this pitch, and this pitch, now fastball's on the way. Or, hey, man, he's been setting fastballs up away. He's about... Then I'm feeling like you're more comfortable knowing that I'm in the right area, at least, when I'm swinging this bat. And he doesn't even look... There are times when there are curveballs in, there are things that are low and inside that I'm like, why did you really see it that way? Listen, I'm not hitting coach either, though, so he doesn't have to listen to me on this. But he has to find a different plan, because he doesn't look like whatever his bat speed is going to be is right where it's supposed to be right now. I do expect, Kevin, here in the near future, we discussed it last week, I do expect a pretty significant shakeup. And I would say it starts at the top.
Oh, for sure. And that seems to be what fans are clamoring for anyway. From the 214, Marcus being the leadoff hitter still is so bleeping baffling to me. From the 940, you need Seager hitting behind Wyatt. And is it safe to assume, I'm going to check with you first, that is most people's presumptive top of the lineup? It was go Wyatt to lead off and then Corey Seager still in the second spot.
Yeah, that's what I would see. And I don't know exactly where to put Marcus in the lineup for where he will feel comfortable. But
6 or 7?
I mean, think about this though.
I'm not putting him in the heart of the lineup now.
Your 5 is sometimes Berger.
Yeah.
Maybe 5.
That's a good point. You are really struggling from there too.
If you're shaking it up, shake it all the way up and see how things fall together. And at this point, guys can't get upset. Honestly, you can't get upset if you're being moved around here, because y'all aren't producing the way you even expect yourself to. So I would expect something like that to happen at some point. That being said, I had this, and we brought this conversation up a little bit yesterday. Dustin Harris keeps sticking around because he's doing the things that it takes, and he says, "Look, I'm athletic enough to play any of the spots. I'm pretty comfortable in center field." And him next to Wyatt Langford in the outfield looks pretty good with what they do defensively.
It is a really advantageous situation for him to take advantage of.
Especially the way that Tavares has just looked abysmal in the outfield this year.
Yeah, which is surprising, because that was going to be his bread and butter. But Harris is excelling at a time when just excelling would probably keep your bat in the lineup, but excelling at a time when the rest of the lineup just isn't making it happen, well, then that very much makes your bat seem indispensable at this point. Now, Alec, I want to check with you real quick before we dive back into the pitching. At this point in the season, are you more excited about what has been lights out pitching, or concerned about the lack of offense?
I'd say more excited about the pitching, because that feels like something that we touched on a lot during spring training and the offseason was question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, it felt like the offense is what we all felt comfortable with. We're like, there's a lot of known commodities on this team. There's some players that are younger that haven't had as much experience, that we're excited to see what they can contribute. Pretty much everybody has underperformed, and if we keep on going down a route where Jonah Heim and or Josh Smith is in the conversation for your best skill position player, you're not going very far. But your pitching is giving you a chance to, which is still amazing to me.
By the way, I did see multiple people put the hat in the ring for Josh Smith. to be the leadoff batter. So
Sure.
perhaps that's a question we can ask Boch tomorrow.
Because he gets on base a lot.
Yes, he does.
And so if you have him and you have Seager and Wyatt still behind him, you're feeling comfortable that you're going to get a run out of those three.
I agree with that. Now, for the pitching this year has been tremendous. All right. So look at the Angels and Dodgers series. Both of the games that the Rangers lost, they were shut out. And so, logically, man, I really want that tease where Mike goes, well, you can't lose if you don't, or you can't win. And we're just like, what? And that's one of my favorite baseball Nuggets teases of all time. But obviously, you're not going to win if you don't score any runs. 4-2 against the Angels and Dodgers with a 1.64 ERA. Okay. You might be more excited about this. 41 strikeouts to 7 walks. If you have a strikeout to walk ratio that's 4-5, now here 6-1, things are probably going pretty damn well for you.
Heck yeah, I'm feeling very. And I mean, that was Kevin. We were a night show when we did this study to figure out exactly where what matters the most, and strikeout pitchers matter. In all facets of what your pitching is. Starters, bullpen, closer. You need strikeouts in this game because that limits the amount of bad things that could happen.
Now, we got Patrick Corbin tonight, and I want to talk about that in just a second, but Tyler Mahle. Tyler Mahle is the 13th pitcher since 1995, which is designated as the wild card era, to have an ERA of .68 through their first 5 starts. It's been 30 years. He's the 13th guy. You know how many times a Rangers pitcher's ever done it? None.
Is he this good?
Look, okay, let me try this again. I was about to say I don't think so. No, he's not this good because at this rate, this would be the greatest pitching season since Bob Gibson and they had to change the height of the mound. But let's say he finishes with a 2.68. What an unbelievable find. And an unbelievable win that would be for the Texas Rangers.
At 30 years old. And let's go ahead and give Mike Maddox some credit. Mike Maddox is the one creating and designing these plans as these guys go to the mound.
Yeah.
So when you ask, is this guy this good? He had never pitched with Mike Maddox as his pitching coach before.
That's true.
So maybe the thing he walks up to the mound with in his pocket is, hey, I have an execution plan that if I do it, it's going to work, and it just keeps happening.
Somebody brought up he could be this year's Jordan Montgomery. That is from the 214.
Well, he's right-handed.
Okay, but you get the point. But you cannot overstate the importance of Jordan Montgomery in 2023. It's impossible to overstate how important he was to that team.
It's a long season, okay? It's a long season, but let's talk about it real quick. The way Mahle's pitching, if he's still like this at the end of the year, and what we saw from DeGrom the other day, you already know Evaldi's going to be there.
Yes.
Are you going 3 righties?
Yes.
For your start, for your playoff run?
There is no way I changed up from those 3. No, absolutely. So,
and then you got Cody Bradford just at some point, hopefully maybe Patrick
John
Corbin.
Gray.
Yeah, we got lots of options here.
And then Leiter comes back, Rocker. That's
it's a long season, guys.
It is a very long season. But then I see stats that say that the ERA for Tyler Mahle thus far is the lowest through 5 starts for any pitcher in the history of the franchise.
History of the world, probably.
No, just the history of the franchise.
Okay, all right.
But also, do you know what the batting average against him is?
Batting average 0.060. Am I wrong?
You are wrong, but that's okay.
That's his ERA, right?
Yes,
okay.
His ERA is 0.68. His batting average against, he could be our leadoff guy because it's 112.
Okay, dude, you didn't have to do that.
Did I not?
That was unnecessary.
Is that inaccurate?
That was a shot at the guys, and it was unnecessary.
Okay, I'm very sorry.
I'm hurt right now.
I'm going to correct it.
He's a .825 whip right now.
No, you're right, and you're right, Corey. I'm going to correct it.
825.
Our leadoff hitter right now is hitting 141. So I do apologize for making such aspersions
taking shots
against
at
him.
Simeon, and
now
you're still upset about that time that he took that shot at you.
No.
After you,
I thought it was hilarious. The comedic timing of Marcus Simeon when he goes, "Ooh, probably not getting that guy back on then, huh?" I just thought was tremendous. Now, The AL best ERA for a collective pitching staff, that is the Texas Rangers. For their rotation, they have a best 2.85 ERA. And you've pointed it out. It is early. But if we're going to kind of be worried about the hitting because it's early, even if it did transition over from last year, they did make some changes in the lineup that I'm going to be excited about how freaking good this pitching staff looks.
And hopefully they do get their timing.
Yes.
At some point. That would be nice.
Agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. How much would you pay for an autographed baseball of the Pope? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Jeep.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. How much would you pay for an autographed baseball of Pope Francis? Now, obviously, unfortunately, Pope Francis just passed away in the early hours yesterday, I believe, as opposed to the late evening on Sunday. There is an autographed baseball of his, and I get it. It's not as flashy as I might think, because like if you're the Pope, outside of the outfit, you probably don't need to flash it up too much. And so it just says Francis on it. It doesn't say like Pope real big or anything like that. But that ball is going to go up for auction through RR Auction. What do you think?
R?
No,
R?
not R. The letter R and another letter R, auction.
Gotcha.
What do you think it's going to sell for?
All right. So
don't worry if you get this wrong. I had no freaking idea.
It's the Pope,
who just died.
What language does he speak? Does he speak multiple languages?
Italian?
That's cool.
Probably multiple languages. That's a good.
I think it's cool to learn multiple languages in life.
For sure. I wish I would have made more of a concentration on that when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Instead of being like, I only speak this one, I want to speak more. He's a pretty big, a significant figure. Is he the best Pope we've ever had? You know, do you have the rankings? Like when you go rank the presidents, we have a ranking system on Ranker or something.
I do not feel as though I'm qualified to rank the popes.
All right. Who is?
God,
that's easy. The Lord.
That is a good answer. I don't think he would engage in such nonsense.
I think it'll go for $800.
Okay. It's already
the Pope. He's not a baseball player.
It's already above $800.
Okay, $900. Has he ever thrown out a first pitch before?
Oh man, he's older, or he was older.
Yeah, he's dead.
So yes, I know. So I don't know, and he was pretty old even when he was like started being the Pope. So
right.
I don't know about that.
$2,000.
All right, it is already going for more than $2,000.
Holy cow!
The estimate is $15,000 plus. Right now, it's at $2,200.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by this because it is so unusual, and like, how do you display that baseball? And like, when people are like, "Who's Francis?" They'd be like, "It was the Pope."
Does it go like
I don't
on
know.
the cross?
I don't.
Next to
I don't know
the hand.
Did
The pitching, the Jesus pitching hand.
Okay,
dude. Which was he right-handed? Do we know?
I feel like I probably should know that answer.
I feel like I should too. After all the things
now
I learned
that's
in
what I
life.
really want to know. Was Jesus right-handed? I don't know.
Was there a form of baseball? Anyway, all right. So yeah. So you said how much?
It's estimated that it'll go for $15,000 or more.
Wow.
And he did touch the baseball. Like, there's a picture or something that he held the baseball because somebody's like, there's no way he touched that baseball. He did, so he could sign it.
Autographing a baseball is not as easy as you think.
True.
First off, do it with a Sharpie, not a pen. Here's why. The pen always doesn't have enough ink in the tip to get started. Just never does. All right. Secondly, it's not going to be as clean, if it's not a marker. So make sure you're doing it with a Sharpie. But, dude, good for him that he was able to sign the ball. Did he sign the sweet spot or did he sign some regular spot?
Oh, it looks like he signed the sweet spot.
Okay, the manager's spot.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So are you buying this? Are we going to go after it or not?
You know what? $2,000. I think my wife would be fine with that.
Mhm.
I think at 15, she might not approve of that so much. So probably not. All right. Are you ready for the story of Agustin Ramirez? You're going to love this story. So he was playing with the Memphis Jumbo Shrimp, and
is that a thing?
Yes. And that's a AAA team, by the way. His manager, David Carpenter, said, "Hey, I need you to call home." Nothing. He was like, "It's nothing bad, but I need you to call home." And so he goes, "Call your daughter." So he called his 2-year-old daughter, and he had hopes about what it might be. And his 2-year-old daughter got to tell him that he was going to the big leagues.
That's so freaking cool. That is really cool when your kids can share. I don't know if they're going to have a recollection of it at all.
Well, also their speech pattern. Noah is 2.5, and there's sometimes where I was like, I got it. There's other times like I didn't really catch it.
Mike Carter claims that he remembers everything, and I don't know. He tells stories, and I'm like, dang, how did he know that? But the kid's probably like, I don't know, but you are gonna remember that forever.
Oh my god!
And you're going to the big leagues, and you got to leave that kid behind for a long time.
What?
They can't go on the road every time. You're not that rich.
Oh
you
my
just got to the big
gosh.
leagues.
Yeah,
the per diem's not going to cover that.
That took such a harsh turn. All right, let's talk about.
He was the first ever millionaire.
I don't know.
That might be true.
I don't know that to be the case.
Maybe his kid can go with him everywhere.
All right, let's talk about Max Meyer. Yeah, especially now when $1 million means you're probably not that good at playing Major League Baseball, which is weird. Max Meyer, he had a season high 14 strikeouts yesterday as the Marlins defeated the Reds 6-3. He's only 26 years old. That is an incredible start.
That is an incredible start right there for sure.
Are you more impressed by that or the 2-year-old who got to tell her dad to go up to the big leagues before then you said that he was going to abandon the family?
Yeah, and like you said, did that 2-year-old speak really clearly? Or was it kind of like dada, big league? And you're like, what does that mean?
I mean, look, if you made out dada and big league, I think you should be able to figure out the rest of the way. Just my thought. All right. Are the Braves about to make a move? They are still a terrible 9-13. However, they have won 4 straight games. They went from 0-7 to 5-13, which is not great. But now they're 9-13. Now they're only tied for last place.
There we go.
Do you believe that the Braves could still come up in the world and make a run at this thing?
I'm a little concerned, and Kevin, I don't think this is in anywhere else in the show, but I am a little bit concerned regarding Acuna's upsettedness about he gets benched, but he doesn't get benched.
So, and we didn't get a chance to bring that up yesterday, but he put out a tweet talking about double standard for lack of hustle, and then he deleted it. And the manager was asked about it, and he was like, "Was I supposed to talk about that?" Because the manager had no idea that it was an issue.
It was, I think, Jared Kalenic didn't hustle.
Yes,
and Acuna's like, "Hey, he's not hustling. I get benched for that. Why did he get benched?" And Snitker is like, "Well, because he hustles all the time. I never have a problem with him. I thought something might be wrong with him, so I talked to him about it." And that's the thing, Kevin. You do treat every player a little bit differently, and sometimes you have preconceived notions about a certain guy. Maybe you become a GM of a team, and you've heard about Luka or a player on the team. You don't like him that much. Maybe that's the case. And so he has thoughts about Acuna, and hey, sometimes you don't hustle, and that's how I motivate you.
I really loved, if you missed it, the original question was, do you have any comment about Jared Kalenic? And the manager goes, No, because am I supposed to have a comment about him? Like, he looked really confused about the question. And then they had to walk him through, well, this is what Acuna said and blah, 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 blah.
So to go back to your question, if there's a problem in the clubhouse, then that could change things a lot for the Braves. But right now it seems like they're on the right path.
I agree. And just keep an eye on them because this is a team that people expected a lot from. And then we brought up that no team had ever made the playoffs after going 0-7. And here they are, 9-13. So they're at least like starting to make a move. But of course, two teams with the best record in all of baseball won't surprise you to know. It's the Padres and the Dodgers. And what's even more incredible about that, the Mets are in the mix there too, is that the NL West has 3 of the best 4 records in baseball still.
Really?
The Padres, Dodgers, and Mets are all tied for the best record, and the Giants are a game back. Think about this. The Arizona Diamondbacks have the same record as the Texas Rangers. They're 13-9 and in 4th place in their division.
That's tough, dude.
4th place!
That is tough. Yeah, to be the Cubs at 14-10 and only a game and a half up on the Brewers is kind of like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
What do I got to do?
If you're the Diamondbacks, you're like, the hell? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could the best value pick and biggest need pick for the Cowboys in the first round be the same guy? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we got the Dallas Cowboys pre-draft presser coming up at 11:30. And with that in mind, I wanted to throw out a hypothesis for you.
Oh, man, I've heard your hypothesis.
Okay, this will be a sports-based,
Just ask G-Bag.
Yeah. I think some people on G-Bag were surprised to know that I talk like that, or I can talk like that.
And if you want to hear Kevin talk like that, check him out in Dallas.
Pluckers in the Dallas.
Thursday.
Wait. At the Pluckers in Dallas. If you want to know any of my hypotheticals, I will tell you. I just want you to know.
Be prepared.
Parental discretion is very much advised.
Yeah, so don't send your kids
for
up.
some of these hypotheticals. All right. So a few days back, ESPN put out a mock draft that said this would be the team's biggest filling of a need, and this would be the team's biggest value at each position in the draft. For example, Titans need Cam Ward, best value, Abdul Carter. And then Browns, biggest need, Shador, best value, Travis Hunter. All right, so you go down the list, and we get to number 12, where that is particularly relevant for the Dallas Cowboys. And I know there's been a lot of talk about Tet. I'm going to say I do not think it is as clear cut as that is the receiver that they prefer. And this is what fascinated me. What's the pick that would best fill the need for the Dallas Cowboys? Matthew Golden. Here's a blurb. The lack of a wide receiver 2 opposite CeeDee Lamb has held Dallas's offense back. Golden fills that need better than the rest of the available players would for the Cowboys' other holes like defense, running back. And then it said best value pick, Matthew Golden. So
at 12?
At 12. What do you think about the idea? Because do you think that's high?
See, so I'm starting to see more and more, and this makes a lot of sense, that the Cowboys are very willing to trade down.
Yes. And Steven told us that.
Yeah, and he said, not trade up, more.
Trade
because
down.
Why would you want to trade down?
Yeah.
Collect more picks, maybe get a better value, because you love value when it comes to the draft.
And can I just, real quick, that is just simply an asset deal, because like if you could drop from 12 to 17, and let's say you're thinking about, I don't know, like Golden, Barron, Loveland, like you have several players that you're like, I would take them at 17. You could drop down to 17 and pick up a third round pick.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work like this, but that's a potential starter.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where I like this. I never thought Golden at 12 though. I just didn't, but the more I hear, the more I'm starting to feel that the Cowboys like him whenever they saw him. So that's an interesting thing to see. But so wide receiver is the biggest hole to fill according to them. That can happen there.
I think so.
Because I mean, listen, dude, there's still cornerback. If you're feeling like that, we're always going to feel like your defensive tackle position's light.
Agreed.
And I don't know that you have the right value at that spot. But
Same potentially with running back.
You don't have a running back.
Yeah, no.
You have 2 running backs.
It now looks
what have we learned about that, Kevin?
Did you have no run? Actually, I do think we have no running backs right now with I want to say all due respect, but if you're going to slam somebody, I guess you probably shouldn't say with all due respect. I just don't think the running backs you have now are very good.
Not yet.
So it looks now like Ashton Genty could go as high as 5, perhaps no lower than 6. So the idea of him being there at 12 right now feels foolish. But if for some reason he were,
and the Cowboys would want him to fall to their lap.
Yeah, and I would be like, please God, make that pick. But Matthew Golden. So do you think that could be a need and the best value at that spot? And where does everybody fall on Golden versus Tet? Because look, there are some people who will tell you that the Dallas Cowboys are all about Tet McMillan.
Mm-hmm.
There are other people who are like, not so fast, my friend, Lee Corso style, and they think they are both Tet and Golden are pretty close, depending on if you decide to trade down or not.
Two uniquely different receivers. And, Cynthia Freeland was on with us from NFL Network yesterday, and she was like, don't look at the stats for Matthew Golden to figure out what his production is.
Because they didn't always use him.
And I don't know why. I don't know if there was a thing that Sark was like, maybe I can't use him that much, or he's best whenever I use him for these things. I like Tet's. I like the size of the height advantage, the catch radius that he's working with. I feel like you can probably trade down and still get Golden if you want to and pick up a pick. That's how I would feel if Tet was gone and I didn't absolutely love a cornerback and Genty's gone and I'm like, I'm not that high. I feel like I can get a running back in a lot of different rounds here, second and third round especially.
Yeah, actually, that is a really interesting
So
point.
if I'm feeling that, then I'm probably saying, let me see who I can dance with here, trade down, and see if I can get Golden at another area. And that's another thing, too. That's why I asked Cynthia yesterday, and this is part of the conversation. I don't really know what Schottenheimer wants yet.
Yeah.
It was after the draft with Dan Quinn, whenever they started discussing, and they'd kind of said it, but this is what we were looking for. And they defined exactly what they were looking for after the draft, and we feel like we did it. And I was listening to all those press conferences. We feel like we're doing that. With Schottenheimer, today's the first time that I even know that they're really discussing that other than the coaches' meetings. So I don't really know if they're like, I need a small shifty receiver to go with CeeDee Lamb that can, take the roof off, or maybe we need a bigger guy. I have no clue where they are at this moment.
Now, somebody brought up differing opinions on Matthew Golden, and we're going to get into something about mock drafts tomorrow that I did a lot of extra stuff for that I think is going to be really interesting. From the 903, Golden will still be there at 17, and they think you can trade down and get that extra third or fourth. But then another person from the 214 said Golden could go early. I think Kelvin Banks Jr. will be the best player at 12. And again, another Texas player right there, and you're going back to the offensive line.
I think it's interesting, too, when you start seeing other names at receiver that you feel like might be really low, like in second round, lower first round guys. And you're like, hold on, do they really like him because he's such a great route runner? I haven't heard anything about some of these other receivers as much as I've heard about these two.
And that's what's fascinating about this draft. We've talked about it. We asked Steven about it. There's a line of thinking that some people say 10 to 40, like players number 10 or 11 through player number 40. They all think they're fairly equivalent. So if there's other receivers in there, that would kind of fit that. Then there are other people who think it's 41 through 80, where all the players are kind of the same. So I know there's a lot of speculation about lack of trade downs and everything like that, but I don't know. I would be fine with trading down just because it does really feel like you have a lot of holes on this team, and then maybe if you were able to trade down and still pick up Tyler Booker or something like that, I feel like that's something most of us would be pretty stoked.
What if they did drop down and pick up Omarion Hampton?
Yeah,
in a drop down version.
Look, I agree, because what would you do otherwise with your second or third round pick? Well, one would hope.
Probably get one of them.
Yeah, one would hope with your look. Then again, with the Cowboys, if they try to sell us, and you know what, this is my prediction for today. How important, you get a question, something like this. How important is it to draft a running back in the first 2 days? Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed. We got two stud running backs in the offseason. And you're going to want to stab a pen into your head when you hear that. But let's say you do that. You pick Hampton, you pick up, let's just say, an extra third. Logic would dictate you take a running back in the second or third. So what have you done now? Well, you picked up that extra pick, and now you can use it differently in the second and third, and now you're going to end up probably having 4 top 100 picks, depending on, well, I guess you would have 4 top 100 picks. And so I think I would be fine with that.
Yeah, I'm going through all these different scenarios now because, okay, let's have the offensive line conversation.
Yep.
That's not on our list necessarily.
Yeah.
But it is definitely on other people's list for the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys, I think they're looking at offensive line and saying, we're comfortable going into it this way, even if you're not. They're doing a Nico here. We don't care what you think. I think they feel comfortable, even though they know they have to have better depth.
And so I know position flex comes into it, but I'm fascinated by the discussion of, like, let's say Banks versus Booker. Because wouldn't you more immediately think guard? Although I know there are a lot of people who are like, hey, it's time to flip out our right tackle. And you could still save some money if you wanted to do that. But I've not gotten the sense that that's what the Cowboys want to do at all.
No. I feel like they're just like, we got this group. We feel comfortable with Brock Hoffman as our guard, whether you like it or not. And we're going forward with Guyton. And, man, was it? No, we'll get to that later.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to stick with NFL Draft, though? Because coming up next, we could talk more NFL Draft, including I got some prop bets for you. Next on The Fan.
You're proud.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And circles the net. Across that shot, score! One-timer! Saying it on the power play! Under a minute to go in the first, and this game deadlocked.
Man, that was interesting because yesterday you got a goal at the end of the first, you got a goal at the end of the second, and I know it wasn't at the end of overtime, but you were getting pretty deep into that first overtime when the Stars score the game winner. They are victorious, tie that series up 1-1. Though right now, I got the sense, Corey, that you wanted to stick with NFL draft talk.
That's fine. That's fine. I still love what happened last night in that Stars game. That was phenomenal.
For sure.
Somebody texted in earlier and said, it's one game. And I was like, look, when we win one game in the playoffs, I'm excited. When we lose one, I sulk. That's how I fan.
And it's a race to 4.
And like you always say, Kevin, yeah, exactly. One game's important.
Yeah,
like
you're
you
25% of the way there.
Yeah, when it comes to, don't tell me how to fan for one, all right? But I'll let the players, I'll let them worry about one game at a time. Not me. Not in this series.
So I have some prop bets for you. And I think there's some money to be made. By the way.
Hold on. Is this 7 minutes in Kevin that we're about to do right now?
I still don't know if I love the title.
It's Kevin's betting segment, 7 minutes in Kevin.
By the way,
where we learn how Kevin thinks with his brain betting.
Did you see my, Alec, I sent it to you. Did you see my heartbreaking underdog play yesterday?
It's hilarious because Jokic did the same thing to me a couple years ago.
Yeah, man.
So I got 7-1. Now, we talked about it. You can get up to 1,000 to 1 on your money on underdog. But I got 7-1 yesterday. Brunson over 27.5, more than 27.5 points. He had 37. James Harden, more than 2.5 3-pointers made. He had 4. Nikola Jokic, more than 49.5 points, rebounds, and assists total. Finished out at 49.
Oh! How many minutes did he play?
He played the entire second half.
Okay.
He missed a 3-pointer pretty much at the buzzer that would have tied the game, and I know he had a tough turnover in the last minute.
That's an interesting bet right there, or play.
Yeah, so if we would have got one more point or rebound or assist, 7 times to 1 on our money. That's what I want to try to help people out. By the way, use the promo code MASTERPIECE. You get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Among these 3 quarterbacks, which quarterback will get taken first? Shador, Dart, or Milroe?
I think interesting. The fact, I don't know if Brian Dable is screwing with us or if he is being honest, but the meteoric rise of Jackson Dart has altered everything, I think. That being said,
agreed.
Alec, do you confirm, do you agree with me on this? That if Shador is there, that Kellen Moore is taking him? Because I heard this morning in Bobby's segment that was the case.
Yeah, that's the feeling. I get that Kellen Moore really wants to start fresh there because Derek Carr's going to be gone pretty soon.
Right.
So I think it's going to be Dart, but if he makes it out of the top out of the top 5, then it's probably going to be Shador.
So if you think Dart could go earlier than the other 2, 2.5 to 1 times your money. If you think it could be Milroe, 7.5 to 1 on your money.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a reach, though, you know.
I know. That's, hey.
One scout says the best running quarterback he's ever seen.
Now, will a Twitter or Instagram account of a draftee be hacked on draft day?
Absolutely.
5.5 to 1 on your money if you think so. 5.5 to 1 on your money.
So when was the last, did it happen last year?
You know what? I should have had a better idea.
The only real example I have is Laramie Tunsil. And that's a long time ago. But
was he hacked or was he too high?
He's like, I don't want to go with that team. I want to go somewhere else.
Okay.
But I can't remember who recently has had that. But I'll say, you know what, Kevin, I'm not going to bet on that one. That one's not, even though it's 5.5, I'll bet $1 to win 5.
How many dogs will be shown in the first round of the draft? However,
Carter.
No, this is important. That does not include commercials. You can't count commercial dogs. These have to be dogs in the house or emotional support dog at the draft. I don't know. Maybe
What's the over-under?
2.5.
I'll take the under.
Okay, Alec.
They're inviting less draftees to the event, so you're going to see
a lot of house parties.
A lot of house cameras. I'll take the over.
Okay. I think there's potential here. Will the number 1 overall pick cry?
Yes. Yes.
The odds are decidedly against that.
Okay.
So consider this.
Is Cam Ward not a crier?
Yeah, maybe that is probably the case. But
Like,
if
he's a
Cam Ward
robot,
does
dude.
cry, 10-1 on your money.
Really?
I think there's potential there.
Yeah, unless he is just an unemotional, robot, then that's something you might want to look at.
That's
How
true.
has he approached things in post game press conferences or
But
post game?
is 10-1 not enough to take a chance that you're like, you know what? Maybe this moment it will get to him.
Yeah, one shining moment.
Yeah, it's basketball, but I get your point. All right, Alec.
Like
how
that
many?
song can't be played any other time.
I mean, it feels like that, right? Like anytime, I think the song At Last by Etta James is one of the greatest songs of all time. But if I hear it play, I immediately look towards a non-existent dance floor to see if it's the first dance for a couple. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. Some songs just go with
Yeah.
some things.
All right, Alec, how many draft day trades will there be in round 1? So Thursday, when you're at the Pluckers in City View in Fort Worth, how many draft day trades are we going to see?
I think not as many as I would like. I'm going to go with 2.
Oh.
I think there will be 2.
If you set the over under at 3, so 2.5.
Yep.
I would go over.
Boys, you might be taking the under. You're definitely taking the under. Over under on this, 4.5.
Okay,
Ooh.
I'm still going. I'll take the under because I think it's gonna be 4.
Okay, and it's fascinating. I think the reason it's so high is just because of the historical nature of the draft thus far in terms of nobody has traded their pick. So I think they're like, hold on, something's going to shake out there. All right, what will be seen first? A draftee popping champagne or a draftee drinking beer?
Man, I'm gonna say neither. But popping champagne would be what I would go for.
That is the heavy favorite. If you pick beer, 3-1 on your money. If you think the first thing you'll see is a draftee drinking some beer.
From the 817, I'd cry if the Titans drafted me.
That is a good ass point.
That's a really good joke right there.
From the 214, LOL, people will bet on anything. Which leads us to our next question. Will Deion Sanders have sunglasses on his face?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe if it's propped up, that counts as your head and not your face and thus would not cash. If you think yes, 1.5 times your money on this. If you think Deion Sanders will in fact have sunglasses on his head. By the way, I know we got to bounce out of here. The leading candidates to get traded on draft night for players who are already in the league, Yair Alexander at 4-1, Mark Andrews at 5-1, and Trey Hendrickson also at 5-1, excuse me. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I was going to say 6-1.
I'm proud of you.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from the Dallas Cowboys for their official pre-draft presser, or you'll hear from us because they're running behind. Next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Are you kidding me?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit. Let's turn this.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will join the Dallas Cowboys draft press conference when it starts. From the 940, Kevin and Corey, I listen to The Fan because of YouTube. That's so nice. No other hosts on the show seem like they're 100% comfortable with each other or like they're really friends. So I met somebody yesterday at a Target, and I hope he doesn't mind me telling this story.
Look at you.
Because it's already started.
Target. Money.
I know. Is Target a fancy people place? Man, I don't know. I think my sister will disavow this now, but back in the day, we said something about buying something at Kohl's, and she goes, "Oh, that's where poor people shop."
Oh my
and I was like, whoa!
Wow.
I think she's changed some of that philosophy.
I would
over
say
the
her
year.
name right now, but
No, yeah, that's probably going to be problematic.
I've gotten you in a lot of trouble before.
So the conversation started, and he was talking very loudly, but it was fine. But like we finished up, and I'm pretty sure he went around the corner and met back up with his girlfriend, and she said, "Why are you talking so loud?" And he goes, "I was nervous." And I kind of got a kick out of that. It's always really cool when you get a chance to meet people. And Corey, I think you're with this. Don't be afraid to come on by and say hello. Just don't go the route that sometimes people do. And that's take a picture of you and don't talk to you and then post it on social media and be like, "I'm pretty sure I saw you at the Target, Kevin." That is the wrong way to go about it.
I don't know. I kind of like it. Just tag at 105.3 The Fan in the tweet if you want to. If you want to do that approach, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with stalkers.
Okay,
that as long as they're letting me know they're stalking.
Just like you and Cynthia. All right, Let's play.
I am not stalking her.
Tell the story. Tell the story then, Corey.
I noticed that I'm not following her on Instagram. I'm still not following her on Instagram. But I did go to her Instagram just to see what life's like. Because, Kevin, you have to see what they're up to, what their thoughts are on things. That way you know questions to ask them, right? Because if they've been up to something, Instagram and Twitter are great resources for this. As I was going through all of her pictures on Instagram, I found out that we are in the photo dump from New Orleans. So she was generous enough to post a picture of me and you and her hanging out at the Super Bowl.
Wasn't that like 2 months ago?
Yes. And it's like the 6th picture. So like she hasn't really posted much lately, honestly. I don't know. I got to go look again. Give me a minute. She's great, dude. She's enjoyable.
No, I'm not disputing that she's great. I just think...
Old Chuck just texted me. And he said, how is someone going to think Eric and I aren't really friends? They've worked so hard to make their friendship seem real.
Okay. No. That is not what I was going to say.
They went to school together.
Okay. They are friends for real. All right. You have options. College players.
Nobody ticks off Zach more than Eric.
That's true. Charles Barkley or Alex Ovechkin?
Barkley.
All right. Give me cut number 7. Friendly advice from Charles Barkley. He wants Nico to stop.
Listen, man, I consider you a friend of mine, Nico Harrison. I consider you a friend of mine. I wish you nothing but the best. I thought you did a good job last year with the Mavs, and obviously whatever happened this year didn't work out. Man, don't do no more press conferences. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't. Like, I got sympathy and love for you, but I have zero idea what you're trying to do. This war is over, brother. You got to taking the L. I hope you keep your job. I hope that team get healthy. But man, don't do any more interviews. Please don't.
All right. Now I heard that was the crux of the morning show today. But
oh, really?
I feel like that is a pretty agreed upon opinion.
Stop doing things.
Yeah, because like. You can tell everybody about Anthony Davis and defense as much as you want. Right now, just right now, people aren't going to buy it. Like, they're not buying what you're selling. He is very consistent on his messaging of what he's selling. Because why? Because he 100% believes it. It's just people aren't buying it. They don't want to hear it. And I think you should just kind of let that go.
Yeah. He wants to try and fix everything his way. And you're right. So that being said, though, Kevin, weren't we upset about him not talking?
Yes. Oh, no. I'm saying for people.
Oh, okay.
For me?
Gotcha.
No. For me personally, what did we talk about? I wanted them to lay out some of their plans for the future.
Yes.
They don't think Lively's going to need surgery. They don't think AD is going to need surgery. They think Kyrie is in their plans, whether he opts in or opts out, and they've already started looking at the draft. Those were the things that I wanted to know. I have no problem with Nico continuing to speak. It just feels like it re-agitates the fan base who they're probably not going to let it go, but it feels like maybe they're less likely to be as mad about it.
At some point last year, and I'm pretty sure we can pinpoint that moment, Jerry got tired of being asked the question about Derrick Henry.
Yes.
And you would hear it Monday morning or Tuesday morning and then probably Friday morning too. It was consistent. We were asking him, hey, man, do you like... And he kind of got tired of it. And he kind of snapped a little bit last year.
Sure.
Steven felt the same way. I do wonder if Nico is going to... I don't think it's done with the media, with Luka. I think they're going to continue to ask questions about it whenever things pop up. Will he ever snap? Will he ever have that moment where he snaps and he's just like, that's it, I'm done talking about this, and he snaps at a media member and has that? I don't know, man.
Your message is clear. This is my biggest takeaway, and I know some people might not like it. Nico's message and plan are very clear. Whether you hate it or not, it's very clear. He's been very consistent. I don't think he needs to keep explaining it because people are just going to ask a variation of the exact same question, and he's answered it. We haven't gotten the answer in some cases that we want, but it's the only answer he's going to give.
I wonder what is the way to shut that down, though. Is it to snap? Is it to finally crack?
Honestly, I think a faux apology would have gotten it done if he was like, I just want to say I'm really sorry to to the Metroplex in the state of Texas.
Jerry,
and Mavs
I'm
fans.
sorry I didn't get Derrick Henry, and we all would have just given up.
Yes, because then what?
Because they did dig in, right? They were like, hey, no, man, look, he wouldn't have done. They did have he wouldn't have been this year.
Yes.
He wasn't what we want. There are lots of different things.
Not gonna work.
We got faith in our guys.
It's kind of like when you proactively make fun of something ridiculous about yourself. It takes the steam out of people to be like, yeah, well, you don't have any. Yeah, I already said that. And you're like, oh, crap.
Yep.
And so I think if he just apologized for
just like an 8 Mile.
For some people, that would make a difference. Yes. I don't know if you want to follow all of the messages of 8 Mile, but I guess that is one of them.
One lesson at a time.
All right. Alex Ovechkin, he set a brand new highest sold card record ever for himself. They had a card of his that sold for $381,000 at Sotheby's. Corey, do you think he'll ever be in a position?
Is that the real estate place?
No. What? I don't know what that is in reference to.
Yeah, International Realty. Sotheby's.
Okay. What?
My agent, the lady that I use,
works for Sotheby's?
She works for Sotheby's.
Okay,
yeah.
I only knew Sotheby's as being an auction house. So this question is going to be confusing to you then. Do you think you'll ever have enough money
to pay $381,000 for something?
Actively really bid on something at Sotheby's. It doesn't have to be this.
I would have to sell my house.
Okay.
In order to get that. And then what am I going to do? Live under that? It's going to ruin it.
That's a great point, I guess.
And my family can't fit under it.
All right. Let's go to college football. The transfer portal. So the deadline is coming up. I believe it is today. And you see multiple players that are in the transfer portal right now, despite the fact that they're out of eligibility.
Okay.
Now, you might be wondering, what the hell kind of sense does that make? This is the hell kind of sense it makes. So NCAA members supposedly have had discussions. Now, they do not confirm nor deny this, that there will be legislation made under a final decision as part of the House settlement. Because, they've been working on that House settlement for billions of dollars to athletes and everything like that. There is some belief that as part of that House settlement, there will be a 5th year of eligibility automatically granted in there, even if you didn't get hurt or didn't go through COVID or whatever, any number of exceptions that you can have. And so multiple people are going into the transfer portal just in case that does pass, because otherwise your eligibility is up. But if you're in the transfer portal, then you have the opportunity to just kind of sit in this void until perhaps a decision gets made, and maybe you get another year of eligibility, which means even if you're not going to go pro, well, you can get another year of college paid for, maybe. Wrap up your degree or whatever.
More NIL money.
True. I cannot rule that out.
And then again, if you're not going to go pro, sit back on that pile of NIL cash and invest in a local business.
I'm curious what percentage
or invest in local radio.
College athletes get a pile of money from NIL,
but back up the Brinks truck and I don't know how it works, but I still think I think this is a brilliant idea and great advice on the part of whoever is advising them, if it's lawyers or whatever, to say this is another opportunity for you.
Now I'm going to switch into, we're going to call this mini gridiron gravy right here. What is your hierarchy of running backs once we get past Ashton Genty? Because we've talked a lot this morning about Omarion Hampton, Quinshon Judkins has been brought up a few times if you're looking for somebody to trade down. I'm curious how you stack the running backs, because the thought is 2nd to 3rd round, there'll be plenty of running backs there if you want to make that move.
So it's Genty, Hampton, Caleb Johnson is probably next. I think he might be gone. That's why Travion Henderson has seemed like the logical option for the Cowboys. Okay. But if they don't get wide receiver in round 1, one of the Iowa State kids might be their better option in round 2. So then where does that leave you, Kevin? And that's why I think Judkins will be gone. But I keep doing mock drafts, the draft generator, and I keep landing on Dylan Sampson in the 3rd round.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, we're ready to go, the Cowboys right here on the Fan.
get started with some special remarks from Jerry.
Well, I will start. I bet everybody in here could chime in, but David, we really just want to share, and this is a significant time for us, and this visit with the media and you is a big time. We just want to share our respect and appreciation for 5 decades of putting up with me, putting up with I think you came before. Yes, and I'm sitting up here noodling. David wrote a masterpiece on my noodling. So we're getting that down real good right here. But you've gone from here to there. I'm noodling. But seriously, David, as far as even-handed, a very balanced but accurate look at anything that I've been involved in and the Cowboys have been involved in through my view over the years. Agree with everything you've written? Of course not, at all. But have just always appreciated the effort on your part to balance it out. And they have a place for guys like you, really, in the history of the Cowboys. Blackie Sherrod, Randy Galloway, people like that. Knew Blackie back as far as back as when I played at Arkansas. I had met him back that far. And so you're right there with them. If I thought about my time with you, and as it turns out, we have spent a lot of time over the years, but it's been very, very, very special. My coach, Frank Brawls at Arkansas, once was talking to me, and he said, Jones, I've recruited and have 2 genius IQs that have played for me. Jimmy Johnson, and you're sure as hell not one of them. Barry Switzer. Well, Clarence, you sure as hell aren't in the same league. This guy sitting right here. David, I don't want to make this any more than it needs to be to recognize how much you have meant to sports, which I've always considered to be a part with you as a brother in that respect, but certainly to the extent it's been impacted the Dallas Cowboys and our great fans. We thank you and regret that you're decided to hang them up. But congratulations on a great career from our percentage.
Can I have a response?
And we always start with you.
No, I don't know if you remember, I was in the your introductory press conference at Valley Ranch on that Saturday evening, a momentous one. I remember it ended in thinking, that guy's a wild ride. I'm going to enjoy this because certainly once PR professionals get ahead of him, he's going to be more polished. He's going to be more, a little less forthcoming, be a little more buttoned up in these press conferences. Thank you for ignoring their advice.
Be careful, I've still got some microphone here. Well, I could have never dreamed when I hope that we can find pictures that would reflect you in there with that group at the time. But what's so crazy is I can remember detail of that better than I can remember yesterday. And it's just amazing how that had evolved. And, of course, wouldn't have had any idea. I remember Stephen and my family and everybody sitting in there at that time. And I had seen Coach Landry earlier in the day. And, of course, without a question, one of the PR had Hill Knowlton, one of the best in the country. Biggest troubleshooter ever, had represented Pierre Salinger, some of the great people at all. He was my advisor. Brought him in. And then I had one of the best PR advisors that you could have in this immediate Dallas, Texas area. And Mr. Bright said, Jerry, you should let me make the change for Coach Landry. You should do that. That's not fair to anybody, and I should do it. And my PR and everybody said, no, he's not going to be here because you're coming. and be a man, step up there and take it on the chin, and step up there and go do it. One of the greatest PR disasters that's ever been imagined at that time. Still living with it at that time. But those a lot of things to talk about. Again, is there anybody else in here that was at that press conference with that? Just in the back, sure is on the cameras back. Mickey. Mm-hmm. Mickey doesn't count. He's been around. But David, again, thank you, and looking forward to the time when we can sit down there and go over some of these old stories, and you can get your real truth from me at that time, okay? But guys, okay.
All right. We'll start out with the first question from David Moore.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. You're in your discussions leading up, you're sitting at 12 here. What does it look like? There's going to be a cluster of 3, 4, 5 players you'll be happy with, and how does that have ramifications as far as your willingness to potentially move back when you're on the clock?
I think I'd like for Will to speak to it. We've yet to put the board up. I'm going to invite you all back here after this to shoot a shot of the board. But seriously, and Will, I like Will. If you don't mind, I'd like to include Will here in terms of generally where you think the board is relative to the players.
I think, every draft is different, so we're going to have a certain number of players that we consider as first-round players. And those guys that will come into contention, whether we move back or not, that will depend on the depth of the draft, how we graded those players, and the decision from the decision makers.
The thing that I've noticed the most, we haven't put the board up, really, haven't, but it's going up quick. And it, trust me, all the bones are there and ready to stick up there. But still, it has impressed me with the depth that there is in some of these positions, and we're not just thinking that because they're at that 12 spot. But we had no idea that Michael Parsons would drop down there to us when he did, and so it do happen. And we certainly are not going to knowingly let a great player run through us for strategy or for trades up or down. But it's a big deal. I think it's a bigger deal today, draft players playing immediately. It's more of a challenge on coach, that players are coming in and you're counting on them immediately. And that's a part of the game today is a lot of young players out there.
Clarence Hill, DLS Cowboys. Picking up here our nightmares and trading great players, how have you taken in the Luka trade and how that's transpired the last few weeks?
Well, I'm a fan of the Mavericks, big fan of the Mavericks, and consequently a big fan of Luka. The world knows that I've got my hands full thinking about what we think about over here, much less trying to figure out. I look at the Mavericks through a very much entertainment eye. And I know Luka was a personal friend and watched a lot of games with us, and would hope that he would be able to watch some more games with us as we go along, know his family pretty well and his support staff pretty well. So all of that is just one as a fan. Now, Gene was All-State, scored 17 straight free throws in the state championship game. And Gene lives and dies with that basketball. And just cried when Luka left. But I understand that, and I understand, frankly, you say, how could that happen? I've got a little bit probably better understanding how something like that can happen.
Regarding the draft, what is your goal for the 12th pick? And you said you haven't put the board up. Is it you want an instant impact player? You don't want to target a position. Obviously, you want BPA, but do you feel that you can get a guy that can be an instant impact player at 12?
Yes. Period.
And regarding the first round, how many first round picks, or you haven't even got that far? How many first round talents are in this draft?
We haven't gotten to the number yet, but it typically every year it's somewhere around, on our board, it's somewhere around 15 to 18. And we'll see how that falls out this year.
Todd Archer with ESPN for Stephen, Jerry, and Will. When you have a new coaching staff and new assistants that haven't been part of your process, how do you go about, do they get more leeway or more vision from you guys on what they're thinking, or do they have to earn their stripes at all through the process to understand how you guys work it when they come in during the process?
I think, I think at the end of the day, one of the things that has been a big contributor to our success is the communications that we've had with any staff, whether it was Mike McCarthy's, whether it was Jason Garrett's, now whether it's Coach Schotte's, is the communication we have with the scouting department, with Jerry, with myself, in terms of giving a vision of what Schotty and his offensive staff want, whether it's what Schotty and Eberflus and the defensive staff want, getting a vision for the type of players that are going to enable us to have success on the field and what type of player we're looking for. And that does vary. It actually gives, one of the things that gave Jerry great pause is the fact that we're looking at 3 different defensive coordinators in 3 years. And even though they run certain things that are similar, there are things that are different. And when they're different, then that requires maybe a little different type of talent that you might be looking for in Dan Quinn's scheme versus Eberflus's schemes. But if you communicate that and communicate it well, you can certainly work through that, and you certainly know what you're looking for in the draft. And hats off to the scouting department. Hats off to Coach Schotty and his coaching staff in terms of the communication that's gone on with Jerry, myself, Will, and the scouting department, so we can have that vision for what we should be picking or what we should be looking for in a player when we get ready to draft a player.
One of the real advantages that I saw, and we all saw, Schotty knows our team. He knows it as well as any coach could have known it other than Mike. And that was big, and that is big. And so we're getting the benefit of those new coaches sitting in he's encouraged them to really be active in the process. And they were active, Will, with you scout on the road, going to workouts, certainly at the combines. But Schotty has got them really not only fired up, but really talking the talk. And actually been great in the draft room, evoking from them. None of them have had any hesitancy to speak up and a value. But you're sitting there looking at Flus. I hadn't heard Flus in a long time, and he's had some experience from Chicago to give one under his wings and seen a lot of things that might work, might not work, those kinds of things. It is a great thing to have a makeup of that much input. And probably, have we ever come in here at this time and not had the board done? I don't think we have. You might not have the timing of being in here. But one of the reasons that board's not up until today is because this has been a longer, to me, process. But these coaches that Schotty got, they're ready to gnaw through the wall. They're ready to roll. I mean, they're really excited, and Schotty's encouraging them to. And, boy, you're seeing a lot of different ways to look at a player. And that should be very helpful to us, not just because these guys are going to be coaching them, because you're trying to get the right kind of player out there. There's never been, ever, since I've owned this team, a draft pick that I didn't in any way really get the input from who it is that would help solve the problem. No way. I looked at Will, boy, when we're getting ready to pick, I'll look at him, and if he even blinks, I'll look what he's blinking about when we're getting ready to pick, and I'll measure Schotty, or I'll be looking back there at Flus at this particular time and looking for body language, looking for conviction, looking for that kind of thing. Now, that's on top of the arduous process of evaluating them by standards that are really, we're in agreement so much. We're one of the best drafting teams in the NFL. I'll say that. We are. And that's because of the hard work that goes on to get there, and it's because of, in my mind, the process we use to make the decisions. I do not make the decision about that player. That's been made cumulatively, and it's been made cumulatively here and there, and I'm a tiebreaker maybe, but I hope to hell that I'm sitting there listening to all of this, sat in on all the meetings, been in all the stuff, and I hope that we come up with the very best decision. Not to mean that you can't water them down to complete homogenation if you wanted to. And you could literally get so much opinion that it would go and it'd be totally homogenized. And so it'd be hard to find maybe the edge that you're looking for right there. But that's the process that we go through there. And by the way, I don't mind telling you now, if somebody comes up and starts coming out of my mouth right about the time we're getting ready to pick, and it's an errant idea or an errant thing, don't you think it isn't all hell to pay now? Nobody around here is afraid to really step up here and say, wait a minute, let's look at this real good. And Shotty's already shown me, I sit beside him, and he's already shown me he'll work my ass over.
Brian, how much do you want to get more speed on your offense?
It's always something you look at. Todd, at the end of the day, this is an exciting time of year. Speed in this league is important. It's not the only way to do it. The one thing about speed, it gives you something you don't have to coach. And so the way we're going to play and the style that we're going to play, speed is an advantage, but it's not the only thing that we look at. And again, to speak to what Jerry and Steven and really Will were talking about, I've thoroughly enjoyed the process. The conversations, the disagreements, quite honestly, and then watching the kind of the conviction when you ultimately put the final grade on a player it's been awesome. And I feel really good heading into Thursday night.
John
Machota with The Athletic. Jerry, there's been some of your 30-year visitors have talked about you having their mothers get them on the phone. Why have you done that? And maybe if you could share a story of maybe something that's come from that.
Well, it principally is for the moms and the dads. And I like to see the interplay between the player and his dad or his mom. I like to see that. I like to see it come back and forth. I think I can get a little read for their influence when you have it there. One player I came in, his dad's a serious coach. And boy, I'm telling you, when I brought up, I hope he understands he's going to have to work harder than he ever has in his life. He just, he had that look on his face. He will work harder than he's ever worked in his life. He had that kind of comeback to it. It's great to see that, but more importantly, it is great to be able to tell those wonderful parents, especially those single moms. It is wonderful to tell them how great they are to have had a child that's sitting here getting to go through this process and getting to have this kind of scrutiny and still sitting here available and in play. Thank you, Mama, and congratulations to you. You've done a magnificent job. That's the principal reason right there. And I know that the players, it means a lot to them too. It's a big deal for me.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. This is for Will. Usually we get a first-year coach, there's a little bit of a transition of understanding what he wants, but Shotty's been here a couple of years. So has that transition been a little quicker, smoother for you this go around?
Yeah, it's been quicker because Shotty knows what he wants and explains it very clearly. He understands our process. He's testing the conviction and bringing his points out in it. So it's been a seamless sort of process. And, when you talk about our process, was talking with the scouts the other day. We're the wholesalers. We know where the fruit are. We're the wholesalers. We're saying what they can do. We're giving it to the coaches. The coaches make up the recipe, and then they own the restaurant. So it's how we all work together. We're trying to get this thing the right way, and there's the consistent way that we do it. And then Shotty saying the little ingredients that they want that are a little bit different than this staff or that staff. It's the communication, and then us drilling down to try and find those things that make the little bit of difference.
Quick one for Shotty. As an assistant coach for a long time, how did you observe the head coaches and say, okay, when I get my shot, I won't do this or I might do that in terms of the draft process?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just to be open and honest, to create a format, which we certainly have done, where there was open dialogue and there was great communication. And at the end of the day, you want conviction. That's what you want. You want, when you decide, hey, this is the player we're going to select, you want to be convicted by what's the vision for the player. That's part of our responsibility as a staff to answer some of those questions. But at the end of the day, the systems on both sides of the ball and special teams will be flexible enough to adjust. And at the end of the day, when we line up to play our first game, there's going to be 11 players out there, and whoever the best players are going to be the ones that play.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. This is for anyone on the board. I know you guys want to be in a position where you can take best player available at 12. How much do you factor in need on this team when it comes to these premium picks, or are you trying your best to stick to the board in this first round?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you are trying to pick the best player on the board. Now, if it's up there and you got guys who are, equally graded for the most part, then obviously you might lean into a position where, hey, we could use a little more help there, and we're pretty strong over here, so let's lean in over here and take that player. But what you don't want to see yourself doing is, picking a player who's quite a bit down the line, a round down, and trying to take that player over a guy that you've got situated, in particular, let's use the 12th pick. If, we got first-round grades on players on our board, you want to take that player. And, at the end of the day, those things work themselves out. I mean, we never went into that draft, Micah's draft, thinking we were going to pick Micah and a pass rusher / linebacker. The year we picked CD, we were thinking we were going pass rusher all the way, and we end up with a receiver. And, great things happen when you do things like that. And, we were just having that conversation the other day about, you just got to, you got to stay true to where these grades are and what these players are, and good things will happen because in this league, players, they rotate through, and if you got young guys coming, it allows you to maybe put resources rather than keeping a guy that you can put with somebody else that enables your team to be better, and that's ultimately our goal.
And for Brian, there's a lot of players in this draft class that have athletic traits, physical traits, but then there's questions about production with some. How do you value traits versus actual production from the college level?
Well, it's the traits that actually give you the chance to project, whether it's speed, size, change of direction, things like that. You try not to get too caught up in just the numbers. The numbers are what they are in terms of 40 time and things like that. The game film to this day is still the best thing, in my opinion, when you're studying a player. And then the one thing you didn't mention was the person. We're looking for those world-class competitors, the guys that are coming in and want to work hard, they're passionate about what they do. So it really is a puzzle that you're trying to fit together. And to me, traits are one of the pieces of the puzzle that you're trying to figure out.
Patrick.
Hey guys, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Question more so for Stephen, Will, and especially Shotty. Jerry, feel free to chime in, obviously. When you're looking at BPA versus D, if you're looking at a situation where, let's say hypothetically, there are 2 or 3 wide receivers who can instantly make an impact, but they have different archetypes for the most part, at what point do you start having the discussion about current personnel as far as being able to slide that scale more towards need versus BPA? How did that discussion come along in the war?
I think I hit on it a little. I just think it matters on the variations. What is the difference? And, if we got to use our terms, if we got a player with a 1.14 and a player with a 1.15, now that's really close. And, in terms of, picking a player who maybe fits your, maybe scratches an itch, if you will, in terms of picking a player that's going to fit a need, even though you might have a tenth of a point. In the big scheme of things, that's not a big deal. But if you're picking a guy who's got a 1-2-4 over a 1-1-4, then to me that's when mistakes are made, and you're ended up getting a player that you felt like was a second-round player versus getting a player you could have taken that's a first-round player. That'd be my take.
Jake Slater, NFL Network. I'm old enough to remember the last time we had an exciting quarterback fall to the Cowboys when they came up. Have you guys gone through that scenario if there was an exciting quarterback like, say, Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders there at 12?
Yeah, well, we've got a major commitment with Dak, and so you weigh all of that. And but I was going to add to this whole conversation, it's very often that somebody will step up and say, now, we got this guy right here. We've got him. And we just signed him under contract. But guess what? Guys get hurt. So you bet your whole house that you got him, and then all of a sudden you don't have him. So that's when your old mind starts saying, well, if this guy did get hurt, what would we do this year? There you go. There you go. But don't misinterpret. All I'm saying is that you have to figure that rather than say we've got him, we don't have that need, you have to figure that there's some injury to be. Now, how important is that player as opposed to the one you're looking at on the board? And could he fill that need right there? I do that. I really do. And so if we've got depth and that guy gets hurt, that's one thing. If you're left out in the cold for right now and you need that, that's another thing.
Sod.
Sod used to be athletic. Steven, you guys obviously have a need at cornerback with Trayvon recovering. We just saw Stephon Gilmore walk out the building. Just, what can you say about his visit here?
Well, we always are looking to make our roster better, is what I'd say about any player. Obviously, we did some work in free agency via trade with Elam, and certainly we're fired up about Carson coming back off an injury that really limited to him after he had that after the first 3 or 4 games. So we do feel like we've got some good corners, but we're always looking to make things better. Now, we have players who we'd like to think love to come back and say hi, and it doesn't always mean because they're in the building that there's a deal in the works. But I think in general, our player acquisition, I always say it's year-round, and we're always looking to get better. And if we see that opportunity, then we'll do it. Obviously, there's a big focus on the draft right now, but it doesn't rule out that we're not looking at trades or still looking at signing other players.
Will, a lot of the players coming out right now, when COVID hit, they were right in the middle of high school. I'm curious, what are you seeing in your conversations, your evaluations, as how maybe them going through that time has kind of shaped them differently than a lot of other players in the past?
I think the environment of college football has changed in general. And, you throw the COVID year in there, and then, there's some players that are in this draft that are 24 years old, 25 years old. And it kind of changes the environment that we basically the premise that we start and do in this business is you're looking for guys, blah, blah, blah. It changes the conditions. NIL, there's guys that go to 3 different schools, all of that. It changes the environment. We have to adjust with that to try and get the right information, make sure we know who they are, take all those things into consideration. It changes the puzzle a little bit.
Kyle.
Kyle Yeomans, Dallas Cowboys TV. First one for Coach and then a follow-up for Will. But sticking with corners and cornerbacks, in the past there's been plenty of significant influence from coaching staffs and defensive staffs when looking at cornerback prospects. How do you guys view some of the measurables when you evaluate some of these corners?
Yeah, I think it's, there's certainly measurables. You want length, you want size, you want the ability to play press man-to-man. The big thing for us defensively is, Flou says it this way, there's no house guests. So everybody's got to be willing to tackle and support the run with the things that we do. But, again, they come in all shapes and sizes, man. And, again, a guy that's maybe a little bit, shorter, a guy a little bit maybe faster. Again, if they have the right play style, if they have the right temperament, and we see some of those things in that regard to play style, the physicality, the ability to, we're always looking for ball skills. We call it ball production. If you find ways to create turnovers, that's really a good thing for your team. And again, I think, Will and his staff did an incredible job with that. So it was very seamless for us from a coaching staff to be able to speak to Jerry and Steven and Will and his staff, because they did such a great job of kind of setting the table. I'll say it this way, honestly, the scouts are the experts. Like, these are the guys at 365, 24/7. They are on the road. They are working. They know these guys better than anybody else. And then what's been great for us is the communication process of what we want from the system or the players to fit into the system. That's where it's been such a cool conversations.
And Will, 4 defensive coordinators since the start of 2020. How much of a challenge has that placed on you and your staff to get that right and have those conversations back and forth to make sure that the owners of the restaurant that you talked about earlier are on the same page?
I think ultimately we have to know the value and be consistent with the value of players, right? We've got to value them the same way year after year, not depending upon the strength or the weakness of the draft, so that you have a standard that you abide by. So when we say a first-round corner, we all know what a first-round corner is. There are certain measurables and things that you look at because that's what plays in the league, and that's what's had the most success. We look at all that information, and then as Shotty says, we got to dig into the people. The biggest mistakes are made when it's the people that you get. It's what are you putting them into and who's communicating with them. So a big part of what we're doing is understanding the coaches, what we're trying to do, and then get to know the players and try and figure out the fit as well as the ability. So with the input of the coaches and our whole staff and the scouts doing that, we're trying to get to know the players as well.
Joe.
Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Jerry, this was for you. Steve was talking before about that CD draft when you picked him, the Micah draft when you picked him. Can you describe what the room is like once the draft goes live and you're waiting to see how you have to read and react as players come off the board?
Yeah. I think, to me, as they come off, I'm just focusing on what happens when he gets there. Okay? If as they're coming off, I don't like there, then I'm saying, boys, is that phone ringing? And by the way, you've heard me say this 1,000 times. Picking up the phone and calling will not do the job. The phone has to be ringing. Well, if I'm not hearing that phone ringing and it's not ringing, then you start really looking at your alternatives. We traded that. Micah's perfect. Micah is perfect. We get there, boy, they want a top one, but we had right below, you've heard this story a million times, we traded down and didn't take Micah then because we got something there and we still had 2. Well, then the rest of them went, and there you got Micah. That's the classic exercise right there. You got looking at it, playing it. Didn't exactly work right for us, but we ended up getting a top player after all. And so the big thing, I think Will hit it the very best of all. The mistakes, which is the hardest thing to evaluate, is the person, is the player person, and their desire, what's inside them. And I mean, you just can't substitute for somebody that has got talent plus that. And so there's a whole lot of time spent around here looking for what's inside these guys, and should be. And that's something we look at real good. This bunch was hot about what was inside Martin when he was dropped, what was inside him. We were hot about what was inside of Tyron Smith, what was inside him, what had gotten back from him. And that's when we've really done the best.
And then, Stephen, for you, you talked a couple times about not reaching when you have players that are similar. But my question is this, because you said this a lot through the years. Have you done enough in free agency to make sure that you can be clean in this year's draft and not have to reach for a need, even in the later rounds?
Yeah, I think, that's what I was mentioning at corner with Elam. I think we did overall a much better job than, say, last year of really, doing quite a bit of volume in terms of really improving our roster and giving us, the opportunity and having an environment where we can pick the best player. And I think our work we did in free agency is going to really pay off. I think it's going to make us a deeper football team, one way or the other. And what we add through this draft should, just make us better and increase the depth that we have. And, most of the time, 99% of the time, that's our goal in free agency, not necessarily to go out and sign, the highest paid guys. Obviously, we signed one. He was our own, Osa, to a big deal. But, that's the way we look at free agency. And historically, we've had, a lot of success in getting those guys, which I think in turn has led, as Jerry mentioned, it's just if you look at the number of starters you've gotten, the number of Pro Bowlers, the number of All-Pro guys, we've drafted at a high level compared to the rest of the league.
Jonah.
Over the last, 8-10 years, we've seen a number of contract holdouts linger through training camp and then sort of disrupt the start of the season in terms of chemistry. What gives you confidence that that won't be the case for Micah Parsons this year for Jerry and Steven?
Nothing. Nothing. That's not the right answer. That's the answer you're looking for. But the facts are, the contracts are clear. What happens, and so, but you do have holdouts, and it's a plus. That was bargained. That goes on between the players and the teams. And I know you don't need that kind of history lesson, but my point is, you have some. We had it with Martin, and Martin held out. And one way to look at it was we got him, and we had a hell of a year with Martin on that 1 year.
Sure.
But we also spent $8 million that we'd love to have the next year to go get another player, extra.
I think that inherently happens when you're, when you're negotiating with great players. I mean, you can find examples all over the league. San Francisco with Bosa, I don't think he came in till 2 days before the first game, and I think they had a hell of a playoff run. So, everybody wants to look for reasons, and, we're always critiquing ourselves as to why we didn't have a good season. And I know one of the things that come up other than injuries is the fact that, although Dak never missed a practice, he never missed anything that he was required to be at. The flip side of that is CD did, and so that becomes an issue. But I don't think it is. I just think it inherently comes with the territory. I mean, you look around the league, and most of these players who are getting these very top contracts, it does take time to ultimately get there. And believe me, if we could sign Micah to a number we wanted to sign him to, we'd do it right now. But right now, there's a difference in what we feel like is the right number and what he feels like is the right number.
Follow up to that, there's a perception that it's just the team is dragging its feet on these contract extensions, whereas agents have to play a role in this too. And have you encountered this over the years where maybe agents are slow in wanting to make a deal because they want to see the market keep getting reset so they can get their player the maximum amount? Because there are two sides to this negotiation, so I'm just curious what we're not really seeing behind those, those talks.
I think you're right on it. That's exactly what happens. And a lot of times representatives of these players do want to wait. And they think the longer they wait, the market goes up. And, I will say this. A lot of times we want to not do a player a year earlier because we want to make sure, because you only get to choose a handful of guys that are going to make these big numbers. There's, maybe as much as a half a dozen guys max that can really, make an inordinate amount of money. And you want to make sure if you're limited to 5 or 6 of these guys that you pick the right 5 or 6. in terms of who you choose, and at the same time, the representatives wanting to wait and make sure he gets the optimal amount of money that he can get for the players. So, it's just not perfect, but it's part of it. And there's a lot of teams that have players that wait till the bitter end to sign that go on and have a great year, and then there's other teams that sign a player late and maybe don't have the type of year they had hoped to have.
The reason that I don't like to, on certain situations, certain contracts, that I don't like to deal with the agent. By the way, I don't necessarily deal directly with attorneys when I've done things over my life. I've dealt with the principal, not with the attorney. It's not demeaning. They have excellent advice. But many, many times I've gone straight there. We had a great player here, Des Bryant. We had a major negotiation set up with his agent, Jay-Z. We met Jay-Z in New York. We started at 11 at night. We finished about 5 in the morning. Jay-Z had his advisors talking about Des. We sat there, had one of the greatest, I'll tell you right now, Jay-Z's one of the most first-class people I've ever been around. And I mean, he's got his act together. He was putting together excellent people to be represented by Jay-Z. And those he wanted to have the greatest work habits. He wanted to have the greatest punctuality. And it wasn't just football or basketball. It was actors, and it was people of all walks of life. And what he said is when you have a meeting, I've never been late for a meeting in my life, Jay-Z, and said, I've met on street corners. And he said, I'm always on time, if not early, with it. If they don't make meetings, they won't be in my organization. I can tell you that right now. Okay? If I'm representing him, he'll be at all the meetings. Because you see, the agent is normally maybe 1,000 miles away when they're not there, or when you're not getting some of the things that you work with on a daily basis with the team. They aren't around. They're there in spirit, but they're not there right on it. I said, Jay-Z, you mean to tell me that Des will not miss any more meetings? Yeah, Des won't. He said he will not miss any more meetings. I said, can I call you every time he misses meetings? Can I call you? He said, yes, sir. I'm telling you what it is. I said, hand me the pen. I'm in. We're gone. Let's go. I called you for Des. Well, Des missed some meetings, and I think a lot of Des. I think a lot of Des, a lot of him wouldn't have done. And he's really a great player, and I like him as a person. But I'm going to tell you one thing: Jay-Z wasn't any place to be found when we were having problems with our football team. I like to go to those key players and be with them and have it right there with them and make sure we were on the same page. Does that sound logical? Okay, that's the way it happens.
All right, you got to follow that up, Joe.
Sounds good. Joe Hoy, DLLS Sports. Jerry, you guys have used 2 of your last three first-round picks on offensive linemen, signed a lot of veteran offensive linemen, but you also had 30 visits with a couple offensive linemen. Long question short, would your previous investments in the offensive line keep you from using high investment in an offensive lineman in this draft?
One of the things that when we started this draft process with, we had a coach and we had their offensive, and boy, are we in great shape. One thing Shotty did, he did it right when I said, boy, we want some attention to that offensive line, and he gets his coordinator. That's one heck of an expert there, and he gets one of the best offensive guys. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Team within the team, the offensive line. And so one of the things that we started the meetings off with was, guys, we've had some of the best offensive lines around Dak known to man. And we've also had some pretty good running backs around him too, around the same deal. Can you put that kind of resources in your offensive line? And can we get up there playing around the rim so that we can get one of these things with that offensive line? And I said, we've been with Larry Allen. We got one when he was rookie. Other than that, we didn't get one. Okay, Zach, we didn't get one. Okay, so it doesn't automatically work. Okay, but generally when you step back and look at it, we've had some pretty good teams around a War Daddy drafted offensive line with a lot of ones. Obviously, when those guys get ready to come up, if they're that kind of player, then you're going to have a lot of resources invested in that offensive line out there with it. Did it pay off? Well, it's done a pretty good job for Dak. Did a good job for the running backs that were around him, pretty good there. So as you've got something to look at. We won't necessarily eliminate, because we've got the resources we have in the offensive line this weekend. We won't eliminate that because of that experience. We've had some success with loading it up with top picks in the offensive line.
Quick follow-up too. Will, a couple teams have kind of abandoned using 30 visits. I know you and Jared kind of touched on this a little bit, but what is the overall thing you're looking for from 30 visits and the strategy behind having 30 visits?
It's getting to know the players, right? It's getting them in front of us. It's some guys have to see the doctor. They don't have medical stuff, so there's a process that we go through with those guys. But it's getting to know them. That's one opportunity. We have formals and informals at the combine. We can Zoom them. We have a number of different ways, and we use all of those to our disposal to learn about the players. 30 visits is just another opportunity to get them in front of us and do some of our side things that we do with them.
Pat
Donnie, NBC DFW. Brian was going to ask, with your potential interest in emphasizing the running game in this offense, how much do you think the runner matters? The running back position has gone up and down in value and how it's perceived. For you personally, how much do you think the running back matters in your offensive scheme?
I think the runners they matter. It's one of the aspects. You can do it a lot of different ways. I've done it a lot of different ways in my career, whether it's by committee, whether it's a guy that's seen as the bell cow. I think this is an incredibly deep draft at running back. You can find guys that, again, when you're watching them on film, you see the traits and the things that you like. You can have a vision for them, what they would look like fitting into our scheme that, Clayton and the staff are going to put together. But again, I think, it's a position like others where it's not just the player, it's the talent, all those things, but it's also the person, the wiring. Like you're hearing us say that across the board here. The person matters. The football character, the love of the game, those things matter. And I think there's a number of those guys at that position in this draft that we're excited about.
And then building upon that for Jerry, we've seen you take Ezekiel Elliott really high in the draft, and then we've seen this team not emphasize the running back. Seeing somebody like Saquon Barkley and what he did for Philadelphia last year, has your thought about the running back position changed from what it might have been from the future?
Well, Saquon and Philadelphia got your attention. There's no question about it. You'd be dead if you're doing what we do and not see that happen. I don't think that running back was as significant last year and us not getting where we wanted to go as you do, and maybe others. I don't. I think it was our offensive line. That was the bigger impact of the running back situation. Now, you say, well, but still, you didn't have that. You had an opportunity to get those kinds of running backs. I would say that that got my attention. I would say. Now, we hit on a Murray in the 4th round here a few years back, and he was a doggone good running back. Ooh, look at that offensive line he had in front of him. Think about it. Think about it. Look at that offensive line that Zeke had in front of him. And so I get it completely, the lack of having our offense. It hurt us a little bit to lose Dak early, and y'all know that's condescending as far as the running game was concerned. That didn't help the running game. So this is not excuse time here, but it is appropriate that you'd ask that question, because can you cure the running game with the back? You can help it, in my mind.
CBS Sports. First, Stephen, Jerry, and Will. You mentioned having a big commitment to Dak, talking about having a big commitment to Micah. How much do those contracts impact your willingness or aggressiveness in looking to trade down and acquire more picks?
Well, I think, obviously it's a big commitment of resources, but and part of why it's so important to draft is to complement the high-end part of your roster from what it takes from a resource standpoint with cap dollars. So it is important to get these draft picks. Now, as it turns out, we've got a good number of draft picks because we've lost players through free agency. We've pushed some of those picks down with trades, like a Joe Milton, who we felt like, when we looked at the quarterback depth in the draft and what we could get versus what Joe might bring to the table, we thought that was, a good trade to make. So we've pushed some of those picks back, but we still have, 10 picks. So we think we've got a good number of picks. I don't think we would let that dictate to us whether we move back or not. It's going to be who's there and then what we get, not necessarily just to take a trade back to pick up a pick. It's got to be a value trade for us to make that decision.
Two experiences that we've had. Emmett held out, running back. And Emmett held out. We just won a Super Bowl. And with Emmett out, and Emmett wanted more money. And I get it. And we made him, and we wanted to make him the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL, but he wanted a quarterback. And understood him wanting that. But we couldn't do it. That was back literally before the cap. So that was just my old back pocket. And you just couldn't do that much and make this thing work. Why? Because I had to count on my back pocket, and I knew what was in there. Okay, so we couldn't do it. So this is pro football, and financial has always been here. It's always been here. Now, it's logically here now. So that the reason why that you delay is because you're wanting those resources to not go to there. You want it to go over to where you can have a better team around them. You empty that bottle to get that bottle, and you have less around them. Otherwise, you would just say whatever you want. And I'm not demeaning anybody here. I understand I broke the rules on wanting to go make a buck. Seriously. So I get it. I do get it, and we all get it around here. Now, so this stuff of, well, we're waiting, it's going to cost you more, it's going to do that more. Have you ever thought that you might read more of the tea leaves if you wait a year or two? What if you had a key injury? What if you have key lack of performance? What if all of, well, that's blasphemy. Don't talk about them not being the player you think they are. Well, that isn't blasphemy. That's something else to look at. Frankly, in my life, I have done better because of the tolerance for ambiguity that I have running the quarterback all the way out and deciding whether to pitch or to turn it up himself rather than take the first option and hand it off. And I've done better out at the end. Now, have I had a bloodletting out there a few times? Yes, I have. But I've run it out at the end. And that's the reason why you do it, because you're trying to reduce the amount of outgoes so that you have some left to do it again. I know everybody understands it, but it's just real important. If you think for 1 second that we're letting a player not come in just because are we not sensitive about, well, you might be able to get him for less if you'll put that 5-year contract on him earlier. But you also could eat some players that you might have wished you didn't put the money on, too.
Jeff.
Jeff Gold with Fox Sports. Jared, for you, going back to the prospect of drafting a quarterback in the first round, again, something you haven't done since Troy. You mentioned having the major quit with Dak, having to weigh that. How does that impact how much time you spend on the first round grade quarterbacks, and also the possibility of having to have a conversation with Dak about that pick? How does that impact?
Well, the biggest reason is we're set in stone. Now, we weren't set in stone for what happened to us last year, were we? Because he's the highest paid player in the NFL. What was it, 3 games later? Or 4 games? 4 games later, we don't have a quarterback. There, highest paid player in the NFL. Will it happen? Can it happen? Of course it can happen. You can happen. And I say that again. We are not in the business around here at this time of looking for our future quarterback. By the same token, the fact that we are sitting up here, we have to always be thinking about the future quarterback. And we have to mainly be thinking about what happens if we don't have Dak. So that might impact you here in some way. It's probably not as likely as it would be if you were 5 years from now or 6 years from now as you go on down the road. We'll see. It's not taking one thing away from or adding to Dak. We're so proud to have him because we've got one of the best, and he gives us a chance to win this thing.
And even though we have one, we evaluate them all the same every year because you have to know what's in the league.
But one of the best things that I think that I've been a part of was drafting Aikman in the first round and Steve Walsh in the supplemental, same year, first round. Used 2 first-round picks. Had both of them sitting here. Okay? And, of course, that created angst, enough for you to really write about, obviously. Troy didn't like that at all, okay? That's a little unfair bringing in the coach's college quarterback to play on the same team you've just been drafted on. I get it. And admire him for working through that with Jimmy. So, and that turned out to be good. I got to New York, sat up there, Jim Finks. We made a trade of a life on what's his name, and there we go. It turned out. Well, now you can't read that on the draft room of something like that turning out. But I'll tell you what, Tex Tram did tell me back when we were talking after I'd bought the team. One of the best moves he ever made was had 3 top quarterbacks out at Los Angeles and traded a couple of them, and they were some of the names of the greatest quarterbacks ever. He said, you can go with having, in the same draft, you can go with having multiple top quarterbacks. That was then, this is now. But I'll tell you, it influenced me. And it was easy to do because Walsh was Johnson's quarterback at Miami, and he was Shula's, who was his coordinator. Shula was the coach of him at Miami. So it was easy for us to do. It was the move to do at the time, and we got out by having Aikman, and we got multiple on our draft picks. Work.
Kevin.
Kevin Sherrington, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, I'm wondering if it makes it a little easier this year to take the best player available if you know that he'll probably meet a need.
Yes. 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 And that's not different type thinking, Kevin, at all.
Would you say there is as many options available for you or because of that as there has been probably over the last 4 or 5 years?
Excuse me, what?
Probably as many options available to you this year to do that as there have been for 4 or 5 years?
Well, we've got, are you saying, can I ask you a question about your question? Are you saying we have a few needs? Okay. I thought you were. And yes. In answer to your question, yes.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If people want to break that down, we definitely can. Number one takeaway I had from that, he told a story about Jay-Z, which is amazing. Quick Jay-Z story.
Quick Jay-Z story for you.
The entire story was about how Jay-Z had never been late for a meeting in his life while they're having the press conference that they started like 15 minutes late.
Does that mean, but he never said he'd never been late to a meeting in his life.
Oh, for sure, because then I'd be like, well, that is factually inaccurate.
Because when you're important, they wait.
I guess so. Then he said Jay-Z was the most high-quality character person he'd ever come across.
There's some other stuff that was said in there.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Maybe he is. I don't know. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the victorious Dallas Stars and a team that is actually in the playoffs. Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are you? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the Stars' victory. Got a couple of other gridiron notes since we didn't really do that I wanted to throw out for you. The Patriots are supposedly not locked into the fourth pick, and they would be willing to listen to offers for a trade. Meanwhile, it looks like the Cardinals are trying to acquire a second first-round pick. Now, for the Stars, I think we all agree, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, It feels like that's the best hockey you've seen them play since probably the end of last month.
Yes.
Would you say?
Yes, absolutely. Like that. And granted, 7 goals being scored on the night still feels like a lot.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying it was just the best defense or goalie.
What I wanted to say though was it was the best entire performance for the whole man, for the entire person, the entire team, is what it felt like. So it felt like the whole, but it didn't feel like that was that way in period 1. Nor did it feel that way in period 2.
It was specifically period 3 and overtime for me. Look, we talked about it. I think that with the exception of maybe 3, maybe 4 minutes in overtime, I thought the Stars really controlled the rest of the overtime, and I was excited about that. But that's why it's such it can be such a heartbreaking game like this and soccer and sometimes baseball, because like the goals or runs, you're not going to see a lot of them.
Yeah.
And so there was, when Colorado took back over.
Yeah, every game last night was a 1-goal game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when they took back over for that 3 or 4 minutes, I was like, son of a gun. If they score here.
It felt like it was going to be impossible. Yeah.
I'm going to be so mad. You talked about the physicality.
Yep.
In game 1, they were out hit 30-18. I'm not going to lie. I would have told you I thought it was like 40-11.
Mm-hmm.
But they got out hit 30-18. Last night, 45-45. And I said this earlier. I will say it again. If the Stars can be even or even close to even on a consistent basis on hitting, they're going to win the cup.
The right way. I didn't love.
Don't take a bunch of bad penalties.
I didn't love Marchment's penalty that gave the power play goal to McKinnon. I didn't love that one so much because it looked like a reach that he didn't need to do.
Did you think we got jobbed at the end of the third period?
The Miko hooking.
Yeah.
I did, because it just looked so incidental instead of intentional. And I don't know if that's the way they rule that. Sometimes it is just it's the unlucky way that your stick fell and then you're screwed. Man, how many broken sticks were there last night?
Dude, for real, especially as you got toward especially as you got toward the end of the game.
The physical part of it. I go back to even Miko when he was offensively handling the puck in the zone as he'd get near the ice. He's leaning into it. There were times I thought they were going to push him over, and he's like, no, I'm not going down. They all seemed like they had a different edge about them last night, and that was necessary for them to establish that, that not just them, though. Like, that can't be a one-off thing.
Or else you'll lose.
This needs to be your playoff identity now. Your playoff identity, you already know that you can fly around the ice, you can score, you're skilled. But you have to continue to be a physical presence because teams are going to feel like they can bully you if you don't.
Now, obviously, big thumbs up to Colin Blackwell. He scored the game-winning goal after being a healthy scratch in game 1. I was also excited.
Dude, what a cool story, too.
It really is. I was also excited because one of the X factors that we talked about, not just last night, but for the rest of the series. Because, look, maybe I'm wrong. I hope it doesn't go against us, but doesn't this have the feeling of a long series?
Yes. And you should expect that because NHL wants it that way.
For sure.
They realize, last night on the broadcast, multiple times they mentioned, look, these two teams could be, cup teams.
Yes.
They could be in the Western. So like there were lots of moments where you're like, yeah, this is kind of like that.
So I was excited to see Thomas Harley score the then go-ahead goal, although I know we bounced back and forth all night early in the second period because that's one of the people that we had mentioned yesterday as X factor for not only that game, but the series.
Yeah, Harley, and you feel really good when he's got a shot.
Yes.
In from the point. Like he just, the way that he gets that one, I'm trying to be very careful with the way I say that. The way that he's able to get the puck away from his stick so quickly.
Yeah.
And with so much power there. Dodonov's goal, it seems lucky, but he was in the right place.
Whatever. Colorado
to slide
had
that puck through his knee, through his legs there.
In game 1, they had a couple of lucky goals.
Oh no, absolutely, and that's last night. The Stars' first goal, Sagan's goal, looked like it was rehearsed. Like it looked like a goal that they were used to scoring.
I love this from the 2-on-4. Blackwell's goal was the most hustle play that ever hustled. Now, He took the shot.
That was so slow motion.
It really
It was Kevin. It was a movie moment of everybody's looking at the puck going, you could see it in everybody's legs. The shifts got shorter. Everybody was exhausted. They all looked at the puck like somebody's going to get to it. And Blackwell said, it's going to be me. Yeah, I loved it.
And especially
nobody was touching it. Everybody just sat there and looked. And he could have ordered a pizza, gone to the Jack Daniels Club downstairs, and then said, you know what? I'm going to have a couple drinks. Then he finally got back to it. Back to you.
It was especially because there was 2 Colorado players right on the other side that essentially were like, not kind of turned off to the side, turned backwards, that you're like, oh my God, they're right there. And he was able to just just zip right back in there and
even the way
score the goal.
Even the way the goal was scored, like off his stick, it didn't look like the hardest shot. It was a soft shot, but it was slow-mo. Everybody's exhausted.
Yes.
Everybody's tired. So that's the goal, Kevin. Wear out the opponent.
That's
and
from
then
Chariots of Fire, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody caught that or cared.
Do you remember when Mr. Bean played that at the Olympics?
I think so.
It was so cool.
Has this changed your prediction? Like, we talked about it. Ryan Ray said before the series started, Stars in 7. I was on board with that as well. And I would stick with that at this point.
I think I said Stars in 3, right? Yeah.
Okay. That is incorrect.
So this has changed, obviously. No, Stars in 7 was. I did not expect this to be a short series at all.
Right.
With the evenly matched 2 teams, the opponents are so evenly matched. The offense that both teams are able to produce, and then the way that they are, the way that these 2 teams are, and the way that they're matched up this early in the playoffs is it does set up for a Game 7, which again the NHL wants. They want to bleed as much as they can out of the first round whenever you have this kind of hockey being played.
So do I, because Pete DeBoer has never lost a Game 7. So
he's also never won
the Stanley Cup. That's fair. And you can't switch both of those trends this year.
No, he can't.
He can't lose a Game 7 and win the Stanley Cup. Can't do it.
Nope.
But that's the kind of info I would go into that game and be like, Pete DeBoer's never lost a Game 7. And you're like, you realize that actually has no impact on this.
Except for maybe he's just a really good coach in Game 7s. In a one-game playoff, he's the guy.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man, I got a lot of things to choose from, but the most important one, Kevin, how many times do you offer to pay the bill before you give up? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. There's a lot going on. God, I'm hungry right now.
How many people do you think?
10, 50, 500, 16 million? Does not matter. I just got a text from Alec Medford. This is regarding Shams Charania, Kevin. The NBA is fining Minnesota's Anthony Edwards $50,000 for his "my D bigger than yours" comment.
Wait, what did
to
he
the
say?
Lakers crowd Saturday
Show
night.
me your meat.
Yeah, he told somebody somebody heckling him. He said that his was bigger, and that was his burn on them. And now he's being fined $50,000. And I don't even know if the NBA tried to see if it was true or not. Like, if he's saying this is just a true statement, then why is he being fined for?
Would you, man, I do not want to be there to have to figure that out. Would you?
I can't say my free throw percentage is 83%. It's a fact. I can't say it, though.
Would you just be honored that he was talking trash to you, or would you respond like, "At least I see all my kids"?
I don't know exactly how that goes.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Because didn't he buy his kid out of free agency essentially with child support? He did. He did. He was like, "Hey,
buy him out of free agency."
That's what he told the lady, right? Wasn't he like, "Hey, I'll pay all of the child support now and just buy you out of your arbitration,
so we don't have to do monthly payments"?
Yes. So I'm not sure if you would respond, or you'd be like, "Hey, that was pretty cool."
From the 817, his is now worth $50,000. That's what he gets to tell people. He's like, it's worth $50,000.
Yeah,
according to the NBA.
I mean, good job. But realistically, it's worth way more than that. Because again, look at the numbers that I was telling you about. It's a lot more than that.
From the 214, does he mean his dog or his Dallas?
His Duke.
No, he actually said the word
his Duke.
What's it called whenever I edited it? I edited it. Right?
This is Carter's favorite C block already.
All right, good to go. Good to go. Well, do you have this audio still from yesterday? Oh, I need this audio. Yesterday we had some audio, Alec. It was about an 80-year-old woman. And I want to play this audio because I want people to hear the sound.
All right.
And while we're waiting on that.
Pause real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think in the future it'd be helpful if you told him ahead of time that you wanted the audio from another day? If he carried over all the audio we didn't use every day,
I sent an
this
email.
sheet would be like how long Sean and RJ's audio sheet used to be.
This was not actually on the audio sheet, so I did not send the
Okay.
C block information. You do have it now. Kevin, this is insane to hear. I want you to hear this sound and tell me what you think this sound is.
An explosion and then an alarm going off?
That is you know what? Valid. Alec, knowing what it is, what did you think it was at first?
I honestly would have thought it was some sort of explosion. Like an apartment thing gone wrong, a cooking experiment.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know what it is.
An 80-year-old woman in Yekaterinburg, Russia.
That can't be right.
Yekaterinburg. Looks like Yekaterinburg. Russia survived and walked away after she fell 6 floors.
What?
6 floors. She fell out of a window.
Onto a car?
And landed on top of a car.
Okay.
Hear that again.
Yeah, play it one more time.
Did you hear how loud the first part was like? I think it was like a Yeti hit the ground. Is that something else hit the ground?
And then that was that lady hitting the car?
Yeah, so hear play it one more time. The second bang is the lady landing on top of the car. Oh.
Yikes.
And yeah, dude, she eventually got up and was perfectly fine. Now the story goes that the owner of the Hyundai said, I saw her lying on my car from the window. They said it was a neighbor from the 6th floor. I've lived in this house for 12 years, never seen her before. I didn't even know those neighbors existed. And so the official said in a statement during the investigation, it was preliminarily established that the elderly woman could have fallen out of the window due to her own carelessness. That's the last update I have on the story, though, Kevin.
All right. So the most sobering part of this is not that she was okay, but that it sounds like you said she just got up.
Like I didn't see in the video that she just got up and walked off, but yes, eventually she got up and was able to walk away from it without a scratch.
That is crazy. Also, I know it probably happens a lot. How do you just fall out of a window? You cannot have a story for this.
I don't.
Okay.
But I know stories. I mean, Eric Clapton's son, like that's still the saddest story ever, right? Your baby. And then your baby crawls up and is 3-year-old and just falls and dies.
Oh man, my baby's about to be 3 years
well,
old.
But you have a 1-story house?
That's a good point. No, it's not very
So for the next year, don't take him to a hotel.
Okay.
Or an apartment complex. Or a building is the suggestion that I have for you at the moment.
What percentage of hotels that you've ever been to, you can open the window?
That is an interesting thing because I didn't understand it at first why like windows were shut, and then everybody was like, "Oh yeah, because people decided to do it here. Like they decided to do that, take their lives." Then
That
I was
is
like,
so
"What?"
terrible.
But there was recently a hotel I stayed in that I could crack the window, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay,
'Cause you can get there's a smell in there that you need to get out.
What are you implying?
Sometimes hotel rooms smell. That's all I'm implying. So that's the 80-year-old lady right there. That was a terrifying sound for her.
Do you think you could survive a fall out of a 6?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
Absolutely not. I literally, no, I could not be, no.
I guess
I can barely survive falling the 6 feet that I stand on, you know?
Yeah. It's better landing on the car than the ground, though, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got 6 feet?
I'm 6 foot, well, 6'2 3/4" according to Mike.
Wow.
I always said 6'3". I feel like that's close enough, but the 5 most interesting teams in the draft, Kevin, who do you think they are? Cowboys, obviously.
No.
Okay, they're number 6.
The Titans.
Okay, that's an because
they have the number 1 pick.
Okay, so you do think that that's because of the number 1 pick?
And the Jags. I think the Jags have become really interesting the last couple of days.
According to USA Today, number 1, the Cleveland Browns.
Maybe.
The Browns have a second pick.
Trade, yeah.
It feels like Cleveland could go a lot of different ways. Could they take a 2-way superstar in Hunter? Or could they do something different?
They're going to take Travis.
The New York Giants are also on this list.
Because we get the sense now that they might trade back into the first round.
Or take Jackson Dart.
Okay.
If Dable has his way.
If they take Jackson Dart at pick number 3, I will be floored and will accept it that our pluckers got it wrong.
That is yet again, this happens pretty consistently every couple of years in the draft where a pick that you're like, yeah, he's a second round quarterback.
Right.
Just out of nowhere skyrockets. And that's what's happening with Jackson Dart is that he has taken that launch. He's gone up very fast. Yeah, trading down would be good, but there you are with that. The New Orleans Saints. Also, where are they on things?
Because are they going to take a quarterback at 9? Is somebody going to jump ahead of them
and
at
which
8?
Which one do they like the most?
I guess.
Do they like Sanders the most, or is it Dart the kind of guy they'd like to have? Would they wait on Milroe?
Oh.
Or
I don't know.
And then the Pittsburgh Steelers, they need a quarterback still. Or do they? Do they even need a quarterback?
Yes, they do need a quarterback.
Just run the ball a bit.
Okay, I guess, but who do you put back to snap the ball to? Just direct snap every time?
Yeah, Wildcat formation.
Okay.
I bet Tomlin could figure out how to go 500 that year with that.
That's probably.
And then the Vikings are last on the list. The Vikings only have 4 picks this year in the draft. But they got their quarterback, though. They have a quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, so that's okay.
I know this is not like necessarily what we're talking about, but I still can't believe that the Saints traded away an entire draft just to get Ricky Williams plus some other picks in another draft. Like, can you imagine that if the Dallas Cowboys were like, we trade all of our picks for Ashton Genty?
And I guess the thing there is, like, if you think you're that player away,
which we are not,
everything I got, and I only need that one player, and then you're like, I still wouldn't do it because I can use the other things for other things down the road.
Yes.
Now, again, a lot of times you are thinking in the moment. This year is very big for us, but you do have to take about 2, 3, 5 years out in the conversation to go along with it. Also, Kevin, who is the quarterback that I've disliked the most throughout time?
Terry Bradshaw.
You like that? Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Falcons are having trade talks around him, but they're having a hard time because they're asking too much. What is the value of Kirk Cousins?
Well, I think the reason why they're asking too much is they're like, we already paid him most of the money.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep him.
Yeah.
If you won't.
We like to keep him around, but people are coming to the table and they're like, they're just asking so much out of this.
Would you give him a second?
If they'd take it, yeah. If I'm the Cowboys, like if I need, I have to be a quarterback needy team.
Just generic team.
Actually, that's high for me because I don't like him that much.
Okay.
But I don't know because last year, Kevin, he might be done. That Achilles injury, the start of the season didn't look good, and then there were moments where you're like, "What's going on with this dude?" And it never really looked like he had it all together last year, and then he got replaced. So that's I just don't know how the Falcons think that's going to go for them if they're asking that much. But maybe if they do want to keep the dude for the money they have on there, they're like okay with it. All right, so we went to dinner on Friday night. I wish I knew the name of the restaurant. Partenope, I think is what it is in Richardson. A buddy of mine says, according to like the world, they're the top 10 in the U.S. in Italian food. The one in Dallas, and Partenope maybe.
Okay.
And, dude, it was fantastic. Really good meal. But it was for one of our friends' birthday dinners. They invited us out to the birthday dinner, and we got out there. We had a great meal, enjoyed our time. Then the bill came. And the husband said, I got it. And Adrian goes, no. Oh. And I was like, no, man, we can take care of ours. We'll take care. Let's just split it in half. I'm a big proponent of just split it in half. I'm fine with that. If we're sitting down and enjoying dinner together, we probably balanced it out. I probably ate some of your appetizers. You probably ate some of mine. Let's just all have a good time. Let's do it family style. He was like, no.
Oh my God.
And I offered again. Hey, I can totally pay. Let's split it in half. It's fine.
Yeah.
And at the third time is when I said, okay, fine, I'm good. And I wasn't mad about it. I'm never mad about not having to pay for a meal.
Sure.
I'm perfectly okay with that. But 877-881-1053. How many times do you offer to pay for your part of the dinner or for the tab altogether before you just give up and say, I'm good? And whenever you're invited out, is it the person who invited you's job to pay? Or is it...
I usually think it's a split.
Split?
Although I sometimes change that rule if it's like family members that invite you out, that I'm like, oh, they're going to pay.
Oh, like older family members?
Yes.
Younger family member, my sister. I want to take care of her.
My older son doesn't have any money. I'm going to go to Spain this summer. Great. How are you going to pay for that? Sorry, that was probably
Doesn't he have a job?
an off-air conversation.
You're like, oh, he's a waiter. He doesn't have enough. Jeez.
No.
Is he still
this economy?
There's nothing wrong with being a waiter. Sometimes I think it sounds like maybe he is not the absolute best waiter in the world.
Why do you think that?
Okay, because, and we could do this for days, because he tells these stories, and one of them was like, you know what kind of customers are the worst? Those who ask for 2 drinks. Like, oh, you want a water and a Sprite? God, pick. And I was just like,
Brandon.
I know. I was like, that feels like a pretty like a pretty normal thing.
Like
that people do.
if I order a beer, I want a water too.
Okay.
Okay. I usually try and
you're the
pair.
worst.
I try and pair a
He
beer
has to
with
do
water
more
to
work.
hydrate and dehydrate at the same time. Right.
And then another time he goes like, and people who don't even treat me nice, like I'm a person.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, I hear you, but if you've ever worked in retail or in this service industry or waiting, like that's just the way people are. I'm not saying it's right, but it's just, if you've ever worked in retail or been a server, you get treated like crap.
Yes, trust me, I've been in that business a lot in my life. From the 817, Kevin venting off-air things on air. I'm here for it.
You know what? Since you said that, I didn't think I'd have this opening. Oh. You cannot name a sequel the same as the other movie.
No, this is a tomorrow conversation.
Hey, it's happening right now. Okay, at least with the Fast and the Furious, they had the guts to take a "the" out of there. And in one of the sequels, they just called it Fast and Furious. All right, I respect that. There's a sequel coming out to I Know What You Did Last Summer called I Know What You Did Last Summer. No, just give me like I still totally probably know what you did last summer. You can't just name it the same thing. I don't like it.
By the way, the jury is still out on how many times to offer.
I say 2.
I'm seeing a lot of 2s, and I feel like that's pretty good. I've seen some 3s, 3 and I'm out, 3 and no more. You offer once and let it go because you're a jerk for not offering to pay in the first place.
Oh, man.
Got to ask twice. First time to offer, second time just to be sure and make it known that you tried. I agree with you. I think that's good. Two times a good option, and we can just kind of settle on that as a society.
See, I would agree with that.
Solving society's problems one at a time, baby.
Have you ever been in this situation where somebody has stepped out to go tell like the waiter that they're paying and maybe already gave their credit card?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
What are you supposed to, you're powerless then to stop it.
Yeah. And you know what? There was a time a couple of Christmases ago, father-in-law came in town, whole family was in, and I paid for the meal before he had a chance to. He always does. You're right. And he told me, he was like, it's my responsibility. And I said, listen, I appreciate that, but my whole life that I've been dating and married to your daughter, you've taken care of us. It's my turn to take care of you this time. So I just wanted to do it this time. Next time, please take care of it.
That's nice. From the 214, if I invite you to go out for a date, I pay for the whole check. And if a lady asks me out, I still pay for the whole check. Alec, you're in the dating scene. Follow up.
Unfortunately.
When a woman asks to split the check, do you think A, she's being nice, B, she didn't have a good time, and maybe both?
I usually just end up pulling out the credit card before anything can happen anyways. So if they're saying they'll split, then I'm like, oh, some character there. Cool. Nice. You know, I'm saving some money. Look at that. I just go into it expecting to pay. So, you know, whenever they do say, oh yeah, let's split, I'm like, I do the probably 2 times. I'm like, no, I got it. And if they're insistent, I'm like, are you sure? Like, I expected to pay for this. And they're like, no, I got it. I'm like, okay, cool.
Somebody said, so you're saying The Godfather 2 and 3 needed different names? Because that's the dumbest thing you've said.
Well, you know what?
He said a lot dumber.
That might be the dumbest thing you've ever texted in, because that's not what I said at all. They're not all called The Godfather, The Godfather, and The Godfather. They're called The Godfather, Godfather Part 2, Godfather Part 3. What I said is don't use the exact same title. Of course, you put numbers after movies. Rocky did that, Nightmare on Elm Street, probably a billion other film franchises. But don't just name the same thing. I know Halloween tried to do that, but they spaced it out a long time. Didn't care for that either. But yeah, don't just name the sequels to the movie the same movie. Hey, I'm going to go see Star Wars. Which one? Star Wars. The second one? Star Wars. You name it something different, okay? And that's all I'm asking in this situation.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we see Block.
Oh, no.
She's fine, so that makes it okay to laugh.
I know, but I still feel bad
If she was dead, we would have to be very upset. She could have died later, but not, I don't know. I'll go check out the story. 80-year-old woman.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, I guess, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. Let's get into some more draft stuff there next on The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's it.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for NFL overreaction or reality. Are you ready?
I am now.
Yes. NFL overreaction or reality. This NFL draft class is not good.
Overreaction.
Okay.
There are a number of very talented players, and as we pointed out, deep running back class. There are a number
Wide
of
receiver, maybe.
There are a
too,
number of excellent players in some of these areas too. So I'll say that's overreaction because I think they're going to be all right. Now, in quarterback.
Oh, hold that thought. We're going to get to that. Hold that thought. Alec, NFL overreaction or reality. This NFL draft class is not good.
It's an overreaction. It's just not, like Jerry likes to say, it's not a sexy class. You don't have these superstars, all up and down the first round. A ton of skill positions that really stand out. Some X-factor players. You just don't have the big names this year, but there will be some really good players.
So this one is fascinating. Adam Schefter put out this tweet. At least one team does not have a first-round grade on any of the quarterbacks. The GM of another team said that Cam Ward would be the 7th-rated quarterback in last year's class. Not to say what's going to happen, but overreaction or reality, none of these quarterbacks should be drafted in the first round.
Oh. So that brings up an interesting conversation.
Because they definitely will.
Teams need quarterbacks. And the value on quarterbacks, Kevin, it would be a 10 if we just said position.
For sure.
So I'm not going to say should because we've seen players grow, but I wouldn't expect them to be top tier quarterbacks based on where they were drafted. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I will say that's overreaction, though.
Alec?
It's got to be overreaction because Cam Ward is a first-round talent. You just turn on the film and you see some of the dazzling plays he makes. Now, is he going to be, a Pro Bowler this year? Probably not. Is he going to be an All-Pro in his rookie year? No. But that doesn't mean he's not talented. Outside of that, Shedeur Sanders, I do think, is a first-round talent.
Okay.
But all of the other quarterbacks, I'd say no. Those two are worthy of being first-round picks. The other ones will be just because of the supply versus demand.
So for the purposes of this, I'm going to define late as pick 20 or after. NFL overreaction or reality, Shedeur Sanders will go late in the first round.
Define late.
Shut up.
Oh, man, this is fun.
Because Pittsburgh's sitting there at 21?
Yeah, I'll say overreaction because I think there are some other teams, especially what we're hearing about the Saints, that would love to have a quarterback earlier than later. So I would say overreaction.
It's overreaction because he's not going to make it past 9.
There you go.
I talked about it during the combo platter a couple weeks ago where I said I think all the conversation about Shedeur Sanders and what he is versus what he isn't is dumb. Like, I think he's right there. Everything is in front of him. All the tape is there. He might not be the tallest quarterback in the class. I don't care. He's a good quarterback. He's going to go in the top 10.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. I pitched this out yesterday. I'm going to try it one more time to Cynthia Freeland. She's like, I don't think so. Five quarterbacks will get taken in the first round because you just said if Sanders goes off the board, let's say no later than 9. So you're saying Ward at 1, Sanders at 9. There is, it feels like pretty much a lock at this point, though who the hell knows. Jackson Dart will go in the first round. There's been a lot of buzz building up on Milroe. And one of the things that Cynthia said that's really stuck out in the last 24 hours is if you were going to take Shuck at 33, 34, 34, whatever, do you not trade into the first round to get that extra year on the books? So overreaction or reality, 5 quarterbacks will get taken in the first round of the draft.
I think every time you've ever brought this to the table, I've always said yes.
Yeah.
Like I've always felt very confident. I don't feel as confident this year.
Okay.
So I will say
be
that's overreaction.
A big swing. I agree with that.
I'll go overreaction because I think Shuck will be the odd man out.
Okay.
I think he ends up being one of the first day 2 picks, but I think it's just a lot of noise of maybe some people trying to get trade interest in the back end of the first round. Maybe it is a team that's like, we don't really like some of the first round talent, so let's try to get somebody to jump up here and take that quarterback.
Let me ask at least one more quarterback question, if you will. Overreaction or reality? Jalen Milroe is actually QB3.
In this draft?
In this draft.
Overreaction.
You still going Dart?
I think Dart. I like Milroe. I just he still needs some more polish for me. But he has the one thing that you really love whenever you need more work, and that is escapability. He's got that available to him, but I still would go Dart in this situation.
Dart is more NFL ready. Could Milroe end up being the better quarterback? Absolutely, because of his pure athleticism, but he's not ready to play NFL football right now, so I'll go overreaction.
NFL overreaction or reality? Sorry, Raiders. Ashton Genty will be off the board by the time pick 6 comes up.
This is a late in the draft season surge.
It's
that's
interesting.
Happening. Seeing that Jacksonville might be the one to take him off their hands first, because Jacksonville needs offensive linemen. Jacksonville needs so much more than Ashton Genty, but it would be a nice weapon to maybe help out your quarterback. That being said, you've never really had a true number 1 wide receiver for your quarterback either, and there's a lot of problems there.
Can I add a bonus to just you then?
Okay.
There's a shot they might take Ted at pick 5. There's been some buzz building about
they
that.
do have Thomas, and he's a number 1. He's good. That's an interesting idea though, man. I just still think they have too much to go get Genty. That's just my feeling, but what I would love is to see the Bears jump up and get him.
Okay.
So that, because I just think Ben Johnson knows how to run the football, and he knows how to run the football effectively. And if I was going to take a Jahmyr Gibbs starter kit and then grow it into a better kit, I would say that's the one that I would rock with.
Yeah.
Genty is very good.
All right, overreaction or reality? Genty will be off the board by the time we get to pick 6.
I'm going to say overreaction here.
Okay.
I do think I'm kind of with Corey. Jacksonville has a litany of places that you could say, literally just name a position, and you can say they could be better. They could be better at pretty much every position. So I think they will just go with the best pure player that they think is on the board at that moment. And I think it could be Ted McMillan at that point, depending on how their board stacks out. It's a new GM. They have a weird process of not doing any pre-draft visits.
Yep.
Like, they do things differently than most of the league, so they might draft differently than most of the league.
Now, this is going to be a big swing. NFL overreaction or reality? History will continue, and every NFL team will keep their first-round pick.
I don't know that that's an overreaction. It's not reality.
Okay.
But I don't know that it's an overreaction because
we've never gotten this far in the process without it happening. I know it feels very unlikely.
Really?
Yes.
Not a single time.
Ever.
In the history of the draft.
Correct.
In literature.
I can't speak to that as much.
All right.
I haven't read all the books.
That's fascinating to me. Yeah, me neither. I got time left though, just in case.
Yeah.
How many books are there?
38 million. I've no idea.
That's it?
Feels
like there should be more.
Okay. All right. Let me see what I can do while you answer.
Okay.
That question.
I will say this is not the year for it to happen. So if overreaction is the way, I don't think it's going to happen this year. That there will be no drafts in the first round.
All right, Alec. Dual question. Nobody is going to trade their pick, and how many books do you think are in the world? I have an answer.
I do too, because I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't answer the second question.
Oh, dang it. What was the first question then?
The first question was overreaction reality. Nobody will trade their first round pick.
Picks. I have a hard time seeing a world where everybody stays put, just because we were just talking about the quarterback question. It goes back to that. Somebody's going to freak out whenever Shedeur Sanders goes inside the top 10. Yeah. And it's going to be a total knee-jerk reaction. They're going to move up. And it might just be one. That's what I said earlier. I do think it's going to be a lower amount of trades than we're used to in the first round, but I do think there will be at least a trade.
Now, Corey, I hope you haven't looked this up.
I have not.
How many unique books exist in the world?
39 million.
A lot more than that.
Really? I did say that 38 million felt low.
As of 2023, there were approximately 158,465,000 unique books.
That's impressive that we've been able to write, that much. And also
true
that people still read books, that they're not just this is crazy. I like it. Do ebooks count?
Yeah.
Somebody asked if scrolls count.
Ooh, I will have to look further into their researching techniques.
Good.
To determine that. So
well, that's dude. I'm glad I asked that question because I did not know. I just assumed there were a lot of books out there, and there are.
Okay.
See what happens when I assume? Turned out to be right.
All right. I don't think this will be the case, but I wanted to throw it out there.
All right.
Overreaction or reality? Luther Burden will fall out of the first round, and you would trade up to the first pick in the second round to get him.
I didn't get my receiver in the first round then.
Going off of that assumption, yes.
What am I trading up to get? How much do I have to give up my third?
Yeah, you're going to have to give up your third for sure.
Did I get a running back in the first round?
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah, you traded down and got Omarion Hampton and picked up a fourth round pick.
Yeah, I'll do it. If I can get the team to dance with me on that. Now, we literally just heard Jerry Jones say, "I'm not picking up the damn phone."
Yeah.
You're calling me.
Yeah.
The only way to win a negotiation is for you to call me. Otherwise, he's like, they're not picking up the phones and calling. So to make that happen.
I know there would be a lot of moving parts to this, but if you traded down and got Hampton and let's say picked up about a third, use that about a third to trade back up. If I tell you right now, with the first and second pick in their draft, that the Dallas Cowboys get Omarion Hampton and Luther Burden,
I'd be very happy.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you not pretty stoked about that?
Yeah, I'd be very happy, and I probably wouldn't even consider and argue with myself about all the other things that could have happened. I would just be like, these two players, I feel confident in. We got them by making some movement happen, and we're still able to have enough picks to get other things to fill some holes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Pops into the stick of Kiviranta. Played up top. Harley. Tried a shot. Tries again. Score! Harley with a wrister. The Stars have the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Stars win 4-3 in overtime. Tie the series up 1 apiece right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Amazing, Hagee. Much better than yesterday.
How
are you?
I love it. I love it. Should I attribute some of, if not most of that to the Stars, or other factors?
Quite a bit of it. Another big dose of that was CY, who joined us yesterday, maybe hinting that we could be seeing Bankford in the leadoff spot here pretty soon. I think things are trending up. We have Cowboys trade rumorooskies that are in the air post Jerry walk-off today. So yeah, and I do feel like Nico's days are numbered.
Oh,
so we're making progress on multiple fronts.
What do you think about the idea of Langford being in the leadoff spot tonight?
I would love it. I think it's time. I have a new rule. I want to know if I can get your guys' support on this. But if you're hitting under 200 on this team right now, and currently there's 3 of them, you're only going to play 3 times a week. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, that's maximum. If we got other options, you might only get 1 or 2 a week. And if in those 1 or 2 games you're not impressing, wait till next week.
Okay.
Hall of Famer.
How do you get back to be playing every day?
Well, in those 1 or 2 days, those 3 days, you got to be hitting.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Getting back to 200 is the first thing, or you just hit enough. Okay.
Isn't it sad that we have so many players that are like, getting back to 200
Yes.
is the first goal?
Baby steps.
Yeah.
Fair.
We'll get there.
And you still got your 4 games over 500. That's phenomenal. All right, gentlemen, I know Colorado's a damn fine team, and this doesn't now we got it. But it's 1-1. How do you feel about the series now that you've seen the 2 full games? You've seen the ebbs and flows. Where are we at on this series?
Colorado doesn't lose at home.
That is concerning.
Yeah. Except for Game 6, I guess, last year in the second round, right?
Yeah, that was last year's team.
Stars got that one?
Last year's team. Colorado's not going to lose at home.
There's hope, but I think last night maybe you were the more desperate team.
Much more desperate. Yeah.
I need to know Miro's going to be back by Game 4.
I think Colorado was desperate too, though. Give Dallas some credit. Like I thought both teams in the third were trying to. They knew that like a goal right before the end of regulation, that could be it. And you go on that power play. With your Colorado, that was
insane,
huge. So yeah, to me that both teams. I think Dallas has more desperation. I think that I think Colorado is the better team. I just because I think their players. I think if you look at just overall the star power that they do have, they have a lot more depth too.
Yeah.
And in the fact that your 4th line got the goal last night, that tells you a little something about the Stars. We kind of talked about them yesterday.
Yep.
But Colorado's 4th line played well too. So to me, this is, I just feel like though this is going to be a tough one to go to Denver and get done.
Different team without Miro,
Oh yeah, for sure. And Robo.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think if Toradol is possible, these are the moments. Uh-huh. You look to the trainer. You look for a little of that Favre help, maybe whatever it takes to get on the ice.
Miro on the trip, Robo not.
Okay.
Miro's playing tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I believe he will.
Yeah.
I think Miro is going to suit up in Game 3. That's going to be a big difference, and I don't disagree. I think Colorado has looked like the better team. What the Stars did in the third period, I was super impressed by.
I liked them in overtime.
They did. They looked like the better team in overtime. It might have been the one time in the series where I thought that they were really the first ones and winning all the puck battles. The neutral zone, I thought, was in their favor. But Bischel got pretty physical. He was roughing up Nathan McKinnon. I like to see that. You mentioned the 4th line. I mean, I think that the 4th line, if you're going to make a Stanley Cup playoff run, that's something that seems to usually step up for you. Like those gritty guys, like a Blackwell or somebody that you're not expecting kind of steps up and has a big moment for you.
The 4th line played well in Game 1.
I would agree with that.
And you wonder why, with all the shuffling, with the lines and stuff like that, and the Finnish group all getting put together, I think that's a real positive that they can to take out of it. But Dallas had to have that game.
It did.
I mean, they had to. There was no, and you could probably sense it in the building with the way that things were going. That if that the crowd's like, listen, we got to find a way to carry these guys home, and they did a great job. But like I say, I think at Colorado it's a little bit different of a beast for them to have to deal with. Dallas has played well on the road, but like I say, I just think this is going to be a tough one.
I don't think we've talked about it enough today. The pucks on our guys whenever they go into the overtime with the power play or shorthanded.
Yes,
like we haven't talked about that enough. That they get an opportunity to go in and say, "Hey, we can line up a play here. Oh, we got to do win the puck, and then we got them in a bad situation, and our guys went out there and showed some guts, man.
Do you feel like, though, that Colorado is winning every draw?
The ones that I want them, I agree.
I mean,
it does feel that way.
Dallas is outstanding, and we've seen early in these playoffs, these officials, even in other games, they're kicking guys off the dots.
Yeah, they are.
And so I'm kind of wondering, like, is Dallas going to get in a situation where they're going to have they get a guy removed? But it just seemed like that Colorado was winning more faceoffs than what the Stars traditionally have done.
I think that is
they definitely did.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah.
Now, I know he talked for a while. There was something that kind of perked my curiosity. Broadus, when did you, and I know things change, but when did you usually have the number of first rounders set?
I think there's a little bit of storytelling going on here.
And that makes sense.
I think to me that, that they're going to kind of come out there. To me, every year that I ever did a draft with Jerry Jones, and maybe it's different with Will McClay, so I just can't believe that you would go up to like the day before and our board would set, unless they have something that they're holding on. Maybe they were holding on some. Yesterday they had Morrison, the corner from Notre Dame, worked out. They had people there at the workout. Maybe they're kind of looking at it right now as like, okay, that might be the final one or two pieces. Maybe there's some workouts they're still trying to chase. I can't believe that they would not have their board done by now.
Okay.
I can't believe. And I was hearing some whispers that there were 12 names is what I was hearing. Will's right. Sometimes you get between 15 to 18 names. On a really good year, 18 to 23. That's usually the names. But I would like to believe that this week was spent on trying to, A, clean up some workouts and medical stuff they needed, and B, figure out, though, that if we're going to trade up, trade back, let's throw some chum in the water and talk about some scenarios that we potentially might have to deal with. If certain players aren't on the board, are we comfortable picking those players? I'm interested also then, how big is the gap between McMillan and Golden?
Yeah.
If they're stacking this, Zach and I talked about this down the draft show, is that, what players, how many players do you have in between those players? And will taking somebody, a defensive player instead of Golden, be the reason why? Because maybe they have guys in between the stack between the two receivers.
Now, kind of sort of going back to the Stars, what did you think of the people who wore the polite shirt, "Fire Nico, please," as opposed to just "Fire Nico"? Even though I know that chant was up.
Did you see the guy behind him was wearing the old Stars Mooterish jersey, the one that had the cow looking thing?
No,
on it?
I didn't.
That was even weirder.
Gosh, I hated that jersey.
I did too.
That was such an awful jersey.
But I appreciate that guy being polite.
I love it. Don't give up. We need to carry this all summer long. We have to create urgency, right? There's blood in the water. We need to go for it now.
Miss the ladies behind the bench that have the cups part of it.
Yeah,
because you're a cup collector.
Yeah, but those ladies need to get their seats back when this thing returns back to Dallas.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. So much coming up, including the Cowboys working on trades. We'll ask Brian what he knows about that. Couple of hockey guests here, including Ralph Strangis at 6:20. We're excited about that. Leah Asimakopoulos is going to join us at 4:20. But it's a Rangers player show Tuesday, and I believe Rangers ace Tyler Malley is going to join us at 5:20.
Nice. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's a triple A situation over there.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ask Broadus about the trades, Kevin.
I will not.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. To welcome in here on a Toxic Tuesday in the nation here on your home of the Cowboys, home of your Texas Rangers. Pregame tonight coming up at 8:30. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion, getting set for draft coverage now just 2 days and 4 hours away. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup here, master control, 75 and Fitzhugh. He's set to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk is here. Chiafalo has an entire sick home that he is dealing with. So send that man some love on social. Let him know that he's missed. He'll be back when he can. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube. Gentlemen, you having a good day? Everything going good for you?
Incredible. An incredible day. A lot of pep in the step after what happened last night with our Dallas Stars. Nothing like a Game 2 overtime thriller. Would have liked to maybe finish an hour earlier. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
But, hey, come away with a victory. It was amazing. Jamie Benn, the captain, I think set the tone. One of his best postseason performances. I know he's not going to necessarily show up on the point sheet, but I thought he was brilliant with the physicality he played with. And we got the draft, man. We already knocked out a draft show this morning. There's tons of great draft buzz going around. I mean, this is the best.
Yeah, and Jerry said some stuff at the presser today and then afterwards that has set off sort of an excitement around. Now, Jerry might be reading the room and saying, hey, let's create this out of nothing. Could be it. Or maybe the Cowboys, are looking to make some trades, and that would make sense because when you're trading, you can bring in players that aren't necessarily making big bucks yet, could still be on their rookie contract, so they could fit sort of your salary cap approach and make you significantly better at the same time. And that's going to be fun to talk about and speculate upon here over the next 5 hours or so. The draft, obviously a huge focus for us, and round 1 on Thursday, picking 12. Then round 2 and 3 on Friday night is going to be huge. But everything's going my way today, guys. I think it's not only the Stars' victory and the Rangers getting set to take on the A's. Cowboys draft excitement is there, but I was in the pool earlier today, or I wasn't in the pool myself. I was outside the pool because it's still too cold for me. But you know how kids are. They don't care. They will shiver through a day at the pool just because it's so damn exciting for them. So Remy's in there with their little puddle jumper and doing cannonballs and stuff. But we're starting to get an outbreak of the bees here. It was in the 80s. The bees are breaking out. So I decided to sweep the eaves, underneath your gutters by the windows and everything. That's where they like to make these little mud forts and these little honeycomb forts here. And you got bees everywhere. So I'm poking those with the pool pole. The pool the pole that's got the net and the brush and stuff on it. Well, you can take that off. Now you got a pretty good way of getting up there into those eaves. And I missed one, right? And he doubles back on me and comes down. I drop down like I'm a dang Sith Lord, grab that pole in the middle and start spinning it. And I hit that thing like I was one of the Bash brothers, dude. I connect on him. He's like out in the middle of the backyard by the time he was done. So that just kind of, gives you, I think, ample appreciation and context for how I'm firing today. All 8 cylinders.
There we go.
Dawson.
That's a hell of a way to start.
You're bashing bees.
Holy cow, dude.
They're our friends. You know that, right? People tell you, the bees will never sting us.
That's right. And I think that does apply to some of them.
Yeah, I felt like that too. But at the same time, it's like, there's a damn bee and he has a stinger. Yeah. And I'm over here shirtless and he's...
There's lots of bees out there. Yes. All that I ask is that you don't set up right next to me. And I think those ones that make the mud holes that they live in,
those dirt daubers?
Yes.
Yeah. No, those are dangerous.
Yeah, those are just like...
They'll swell you up.
The devil incarnated by a bug. They even look evil. And I just don't think they're doing any good for the ecosystem and, taking out a few here and there. But when you catch something flush like that, it's like a 320-yard drive, Brian. There was the faint echo off the aluminum pole. Ping.
Yeah.
It's like hitting a fly with that little salt gun.
I think you had a pretty good eye there to do that. Yeah.
So good, man. So, yes, a lot of sports to talk about today, though, including this Cowboys presser. Jerry Jones said the Cowboys working on pretty substantive trades regarding players before the draft. He said they're taking calls on them now. but offered no other specifics. I think he did this in the walk-off because he realized that presser was like the biggest nothing burger Jones boy presser we've ever experienced. It was actually like they were a professional football team. Like, no, we're not coming out here to drop Easter eggs and do hype.
Yeah.
And maybe Jerry was feeling regret, so there in the walk-off, he drops this bomb on us that they're working on pretty substantive trades, Brian. I like it.
Yeah, so when you start to talk about substantive trades, there's several players that fit in that category.
That's got to be starter.
Yeah, no. And we're talking to guys like, and I asked the Gang of Seven this, and several of them got back with me on this. We talked about Jameson Williams from the Detroit Lions, the wide receiver.
1,000 yards last year.
Yeah, you can have him for a third-round pick, from what I understand with there. So
he's due for a contract.
Last
year of his rookie deal.
Substance, Jair Alexander, Green Bay, cornerback. That would be a very substance.
Is he still good?
I'm just telling you the names right now. I mean,
he's just been unavailable. He's been super hurt, but when he plays, he's good.
The thing is, I just was watching today because I went back and watching Gilmore just to try and to get an idea. But I'm just giving you the names that these guys are giving me for substance guys. Jalen Ramsey is another one that the people are talking about. That Travis Etienne, that running back, is a name that they've mentioned. Rashidi White is another name that they mentioned as
with the Bucks.
With the Bucks, and then the wide receiver Pickens from the Steelers.
Yeah, I've seen the Steelers maybe being interested there.
So these are, when I ask for substance trade names, that's what my Gang of Seven guys. So if Jerry's giving it that category, that's kind of what the league feels like, that, okay, these are guys that fit into that role.
One that probably gets me the most excited would be Jalen Ramsey. Otherwise, like the running back, I don't really get why you trade for a running back in this year's class. I think you draft a guy. I don't understand that. Jameson Williams would be fun. You are going to have to probably give him a contract. And the same thing would be with George Pickens. I kind of would like to stay as far away from George Pickens as possible. The word out of Pittsburgh is not great with him, but he is a very talented player. And then Jair Alexander, I mean, the only problem is, and it is a big problem, he's played 7 games or 14 games the last 2 years. So he's just not really been healthy, but he is a guy that is a good player, and that's probably why he's available, because he's just been hurt and unavailable.
All those guys seems like they would be upgrades of what the Cowboys have currently, and I just wonder how much money they're looking to spend. I think Jameson Williams is at least a $20 million free agent, maybe $25 million APY. Jalen Ramsey last year was still a top 10 corner by the analytics ranking systems. He's not going to come cheap. I just wonder if this means that the Cowboys have an appetite for spending if they can trade for a guy who's in the second half of his contract. It's not market-setting type of money, but he's a good player. That's what they did in acquiring Gilmore and Cooks a couple of years ago, acquiring veterans who are in the back half of their contracts, and now it's a fraction of what market value would be if they're free agents. And, that would be exciting. We're looking for something, I guess, running back and wide receiver instead of drafting. If you're going and trying to get a veteran, that means we're trying to win now. We're trying to go back and win this division. And I know at the start of free agency, it didn't look like the Cowboys were going to do that. But by the time free agency was done, they had done quite a bit. Yeah. If they would continue this for trades for veterans, how much more optimistic about 2025 would you be if they got like one player out of that group?
Yeah, if you pair that with a trade that is a difference maker, and then you also nail the draft, you absolutely can put yourself back into contention. We talked about that on Draft 101 the other night. I mean, I referenced a Saints team. Now, this is probably 9 years ago now, but they nailed a draft where they take Ryan Ramczyk, who just recently retired in the first round. He was a stud. They get Marcus Williams, who was an amazing safety for them, Alvin Kamara, and they were a 500 football team for like 3 years straight with Drew Brees. And then, boom, they put themselves right in the conference championship game or close to it, right? And they're one of the best teams in the NFC. So, yeah, we've seen what a really good Philadelphia last year with the secondary, they completely remade their defense. So
they were so bad down the stretch.
Definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that people were talking Stephon Gilmore because apparently he was up at the start today, but Ian Rappaport reported about an hour ago now that it's not going to be Gilmore. But Jerry, again, saying two things could happen either before or after the draft. When I first saw that, I thought maybe they were looking at trading their own players away for additional draft picks, but and I was starting to think like, who could they trade away? But Brian, you think this is more trading for players from other teams?
Yeah, I think that, and I asked Todd Archer this question too, because he was there because he's the one who we saw his tweet. So I said, hey, is this about going out and getting somebody else's guys or trading your own guys? He says, it's not about trading Micah. That wouldn't be, he says, that's not what it's about. He said it could be a little bit of both, but I got the feeling that it's more about trying to go get somebody else's guys is what I'm looking at right here.
Well, that would be fun. What's the text saying here? Ramsey and Etienne are the names most likely. I don't know if you were planning on making a trade for Travis Etienne, why you have already went and got the two guys that you did already. That seems busy for, a collection of guys that are either washed up or injured.
I'll tell you what, I would take his brother. I would draft Trevor.
Georgia kid.
I'd draft Trevor in a heartbeat. And, if you're starting to talk about potentially guys that are fourth-round grades that might end up in day 3, as far as, in that mode right there, I would absolutely consider his brother. His brother's a extremely tough runner, great between the tackles, can bounce it outside. He catches the ball well. He's a willing blocker. There's a lot of things to like there about Trevor Etienne.
Okay, Blackwell with a follow-up game winner last night, and now we have hope for this North Texas sports spring once again. It seems as if it's been on a downward spiral since the first weekend in February. But what an incredible game. Sagan getting a goal. Otter was great, keeping him in it in the second period under heavy fire. Donoff with the equalizer, and you kill a penalty in the last 90 seconds of the game, and to open up overtime, you nearly win it early, 18 minutes or so in, you get it. And now, Wolchuk, the news that Miro is on the trip. You think he's going to play game 3?
I'm optimistic that he will. I don't think that he's going on the trip if they don't think he's going to be available to play in one of these games. And I do think he's been skating. He's been trending in the right direction. I think they're going to give him a go in game 3. They need to steal one of these games back. And he's going to be a huge difference maker because you did get to see like Bichel and Petrovic. I thought they got better as the game went along. Labushkin had a couple of good poke checks as well. I thought Mikko Rantanen offensively, of course, he hasn't been as good as we wanted him to, but defensively made some big plays in that third period. This team could have folded. I thought they might. At the end of the second period, they get 2 back-to-back power plays, and then they don't do anything on the second one. Logan O'Connor comes right down the ice and buries one to put the Avs back up 3-2, and they come out firing in the third period. So Otter, to your point, was brilliant. He flashed the glove all night long. They got a shot here. And you're right, Brian. I mean, Colorado's a tough place to play.
I think it's more because, you look at the altitude problems and stuff like that teams deal with. I just feel like there's some really good teams that have home records here. Carolina's got a great home record. Tampa's got a great home record. It's just a difficult place for the Stars to play. And you're right. They find a way, the last year to win a game. You just don't know with like teams from, year to year how they're going to play. But I just think at Colorado, it's just that altitude, the crowd, the team, their lineup. I think it makes it really, really difficult for you to have to deal with that. I wouldn't be surprised if Miro, if they sat him in game 3 to get him acclimated, just to kind of get him back in. He's on the trip. You get him in the routine and then play him in game 4.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's back for one of these two for sure.
Yeah. I think do you need to find a way to win one of these? Absolutely. You do. You can't come back to Dallas, with this thing being 3-1.
I mean, the decision-making as turnovers are an issue. I think maybe you fix physicality. You match them in hits last night. But Miro is so important for the transition, the attack. And if he could play in Game 3, I want to get him out there and knock rust off. And, then we can go into Game 4 knowing what we have in Miro. How many minutes can we play him? Obviously not 25 plus, but the more the merrier. And there could be a real, rust situation where one game where you get out there and adjust to the speed. Game 3, I don't know if you can get out there and do that. Maybe you're still a liability, as you're trying to readjust to the game speed. I need to know that we can get as close to a possible game 4. That's if Miro's correct. I'm not trying to rush anybody back and have an injury situation exacerbate it and make it worse. But especially if I'm the player right now, I'm Miro, I'm doing everything in my power because I felt like last night bought us time. But if I can't play in either one of those games, we're coming back down 3-1. I agree with Brian. You're not winning in Colorado with the team that we've seen so far. Tonight, probably the closest thing the Mavs will get to a playoff game for a while as Luka and the Lakers host the T-Wolves. I know a lot of people are tuning in for this. Somehow LA is a 5-point favorite. It seems to me like a sucker's bet.
Desperate team theory again, probably.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I think Minnesota just has so much quality size. Naz Reid, Julius Randle, Gobert. I could see the Lakers absolutely getting swept out of this and then a retooling in the offseason to bring them the kind of bigs that Luke is going to need, I think, to go on the kind of runs that they probably will. Okay, NFL Draft Big Board Report. We're talking draft with you coming up at 2:40. The top 10 is next. Woolchuck, what's in store?
Well, we've got the top 10 Jack Nicholson movies in honor of his 88th birthday. He's got quite the collection. And how's the league insider seeing the top 10 of the draft go? And can this player fall to Dallas? That's next.
Say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, look at your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never run out of pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
All right, we will get to the top 10 Jack Nicholson movies in just a moment. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite Jack Nicholson film? As he's 88 years old today, and he's been doing it for a long time and has produced some very, very memorable roles and some great films. We do have the draft, and I think our coverage, second to none, highlighted, of course, by the Godfather himself, the one and only Brian Broaddus. And we're getting closer and closer to that. I saw The Athletic put out their Insiders mock draft. And they literally did it up until the Cowboys pick at number 12. And the question is, can Teteroa McMillan make it to the Cowboys at pick number 12? I think that would be the target. I think that's who the Cowboys would like. But I don't know if he's going to make it there. So they've got Cam Moore, the quarterback of Miami, going to the Tennessee Titans at 1. They've got Travis Hunter to the Browns at 2. We feel like that's probably likely. Giants taking Abdul Carter at 3. Saw some rumors that, hey, they're interested in doing that, and then they could look to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, which is fascinating. Maybe he's another guy that could be out there as a potential trade target for some teams. The Patriots taking Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. Saw Rich Eisen yesterday on his show saying that they're enamored with Will Campbell. Maybe that is indeed the pick there at 4. They don't have Genty going 5, which I do think Genty is likely to go 5.
Yeah.
You've been on that. Schefter said he doesn't believe they're taking Mason Graham, but the insiders here are still putting Graham there to the Jags. Genty then going to the Raiders. Could those possibly just be flipped?
I think there's a real possibility. I think they really do like Graham. They in Jacksonville. They are now trying their best. Brian Thomas, they think, is going to be a star at receiver. And so they're looking at it as, okay, we got a Brian Thomas, you add Ashton Genty, that helps their quarterback. That seems to be the focus of the new regime that's there. You know, what defensive player does it help the quarterback? No, not really. But the guys, and I said this yesterday, guys that score touchdowns. You know, that's kind of where Jacksonville's thinking right now. I would be willing to bet that he is going to be there. I mean, I'm willing to bet, that Jacksonville takes him at 5.
And then I guess the hope would be the Raiders take Mason Graham, because that could be a scary place where maybe they take Teteroa McMillan,
right,
if Genty's gone.
Yeah.
But at 7, Armin Membu, the offensive tackle out of Mizzou, goes to the Jets. A lot of offensive tackle momentum right now to go into the top 10. Jalen Walker, I know you're a fan of, Gavin, the edge from Georgia, goes to the Panthers. That seems like a lock right now, unless the Panthers surprise us. I think they're very interested.
New Orleans is in on
Walker
him too, by the way.
So if he slips past 8, maybe New Orleans just takes him at 9.
There's all my guys in the league are saying, hey, keep an eye on New Orleans. If Walker gets past Carolina, that New Orleans is in on this one.
Here, the Saints go Tyler Warren, the tight end at Penn State, which I know the Bears could be interested in as well. So then they take Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. So 3 offensive tackles going in the top 10, which would leave then San Francisco on the clock at 11 with Teterow and McMillan still there. Where do they end up going? I don't know. Could they take Teterow and McMillan? That's possible. Devontae Adams said they lowballed him for an offer this offseason, so they might still be hunting wide receiver. But in this version, there is a chance Ted McMillan still can get to you at 12, and that's really kind of where I'm sitting and hoping happens for the Cowboys. The draft guys can shine down on you because I think he's the pick. He's on the clock at 12. I think that is the direction the Cowboys go. If he's not, then we can have a conversation about a variety of different players.
Yeah, I know. In the this morning on the draft show, I tried to pick what I think they would do if, in fact, that McMillan was off that board, and I have questions about. I think they like Golden. I really, really do. I have questions like, do they have defensive players above him, and do they potentially have Ibuka above him?
Yeah, I advocated for Ibuka today.
So that I think there's a lot of things that are kind of circling. If McMillan's not there, then you're gonna see it's gonna be interesting because I know in our little mock draft, the 3 round mock that we did, I picked Will Johnson there, the corner from Michigan. Yeah, because again, I did what I thought they would do, not what I would do.
Well, and Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports, who also works with Jory Epstein, who is a friend of the show, he also noted that if Teterow and McMillan comes off the board before the Cowboys pick at 12, we'll end up seeing the Cowboys then choose between the 2 wide receivers, Matthew Golden of Texas, Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State. I would personally go Egbuka, but wouldn't have a problem with Golden unless there's a corner available that Dallas has higher on the board.
There you go.
And that very well could be Will Johnson.
I think Charles has got this. I think he's pretty got this pretty wired right now. That's one of the reasons why I started going through all the scenarios where McMillan is not there. And then, okay, now tell me how they're, try and project their stack. And when I talk about the stack, it's from players say they have 150 names on their board from player 1 to 150. That's what they go off of to be able to kind of, when they talk about discussions and things and names are going to be brought up, but then everybody says, Jerry, hey, Zach Martin is our next player on our stack. Let's not talk about Let's not talk about Johnny Manziel anymore.
All right, let's slide into the top 10, shall we? Top 10 Jack Nicholson movies of all time on his 88th birthday. Happy birthday to him. Also, happy birthday to our former teammate Reginald Atatula.
Still stealing girlfriends in Hollywood, probably.
Oh, I believe it. I think that he probably
is. Man looks kind of beat up.
One of my favorites.
That's the greatest look of his. His hair's looking all nuts. He's got a big, fat, hairy belly.
Yeah.
He's sitting on a boat eating a big, sloppy sandwich, and then you zoom out, and there's like 8 girls around him. You're like, God, dog it, man.
He's got it.
Looking ridiculous.
I just
looking shipwrecked.
Yeah. I can see.
Straight off Castaway.
Who told the great story? Was it David Spade, I think? Or it was one of those little guys.
One of those little
dudes.
And he was like, yeah, who was the other one? I forget. Dana Carvey. I don't know. But he's like, my girlfriend was like, oh, Jack, he's so disgusting.
Yeah.
And he was like, as soon as I hear a woman say that about Jack, I know it's over.
Yeah. Oh, I hate him.
Yeah.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
Sure. My old wife hated me too, I tell you what.
I think one of his more underrated movies is Something's Gotta Give, which is a rom-com, but I think that he was just playing himself in that movie. Like, he's just dating a bunch of young women and just being goofy as hell, and then he ends up having a heart attack while in the act, and then he ends up getting stuck at this girl that he was dating's house with the mom, and then him and the mom end up having a relationship, but it's hilarious. I mean, he's fantastic in the movie.
Quite a Romeo.
Iconic face, too. Like, he can make great T-shirts. It's just his face alone.
Yeah.
Nice posters and stuff when you're in college.
The Shining.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Great face.
Crazy face.
I mean, as the Joker's come in quite a bit.
That's why I was introduced to Jack Nicholson right there, the Joker, 1989. Will always play a nice spot in my heart.
He was brilliant.
Chinatown for me.
He really was brilliant. Oh, Chinatown was the first one. That's going to be high on the list here. Batman and the Departed from the 214.
Departed.
Wolf from the 469. Anger Management is getting quite a lot of love. I think that was
Sandler.
Yeah, him and Adam Sandler. That's on the list. That's an honorable mention down here.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest on this list.
Say, man. That's on my list right there.
I'm going back to all my 1970s movies is what I'm
Absolutely.
That's one of the movies we used to watch in the Navy.
Yeah.
Back to back. Well, there was actually 3 movies we watched. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Life. I won't name the third one.
Life.
It's embarrassing now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Didn't age well.
Yeah, it's great, but it's just embarrassing. A whole bunch of men were watching that movie.
Yeah.
We was wait. You started the movie without us, bro?
Other honorable mentions, we've got The Witches of Eastwick.
I haven't seen a lot of these.
Hoffa.
Oh, my
Hoffa's
God.
He's excellent. It's Jimmy Hoffa.
God.
He's excellent, yeah.
Fantastic.
Sounds good.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
About Schmidt is an honorable mention.
Yeah. It's kind of like the guy he is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those Alexander Payne movies. And he's just very narrative driven.
Yeah.
Like the dialogue is really what it's all about. So some people, they find those.
Easy Rider on this list.
Oh, my God.
Easy
another
Rider?
one.
That's top 5.
I'm just remembering all my
Yes,
all my
that
70s
is.
movies.
That's when he was really in his, he was in his baggage right then and there. Yeah.
He was. They were, yeah.
Ooh, Mars Attacks. I forgot he was in Mars Attacks. Somebody texted that in for the 917. Mars Attacks is awesome. That is an underrated movie.
Full of celebrities.
So good. The Bucket List comes in at 12 with Morgan Freeman.
That's pretty good.
The Last Detail with Randy Quaid comes in at number 11. Just on the outside looking in of his top 10. Here are the top 10 Jack Nicholson
The Last
films.
Detail, the Navy movie. I seen that one. That was good, too.
Another Navy movie, A Few Good Men.
Oh, A Few Good Men is outstanding.
Yeah.
It's got to be number 1.
Terms of Endearment comes in at number 10.
That's the one Lucius and them were watching.
That's kind of another romantic one, huh?
That's what they were watching. Am I right, Lucius? Was that the one?
Nah, man.
Heart-rendering drama.
As good as it gets.
Nah, it wasn't even a Jack movie. It's a weird pause. It was a strange movie.
We got to know now.
I mean, it's a great movie. There's a lot of dancing in it, but I can't believe it was.
Dirty Dancing?
And then we
Flash dance.
Lifting each other
You
up.
got served. Oh, man, you got served, bro. Come on down here now. Come on. Next thing you know, the movie's over with this dudes with their shirts off dancing in the barracks. Oh, my gosh.
And 817, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30 today. So 5:30 is your new home.
Yes,
for
sir.
G-Bag of the Day.
5:30.
Number 9 is 5 Easy Pieces, which I've never even heard of.
Is that like a cowboy movie?
Back in 1970.
Yeah, I didn't remember that one.
Robert Dupia, blue-collar worker dealing with an existential crisis amidst the backdrop of a chaotic family life. It's a
Aren't
drama.
we all?
Yeah, that's kind of the story of them.
Yeah.
Easy Rider coming in at 8.
There we go. Good one.
Batman at number 7. A little low, I think, but he comes in at number 7.
You would hit a guy with glasses, would you?
Would you? No, and him dancing in that, he is great.
Yeah, he's great.
And he did Warren Heath.
He was an artist.
He did. 6 is The Departed.
Yeah.
Also a little low. 5, As Good as It Gets. Helen Hunt and Greg Kinnear.
Cute little dog in that movie, too.
4 is A Few Good Men. Not number 1. Few Good Men coming in at number 4.
Find 3 better than that.
Chinatown, number 3.
I don't think I've seen that.
Chinatown. You need to see it, Dawson.
Wasn't Chinatown is the movie that the guy that produced The Godfather, didn't he follow up with Chinatown?
Yeah.
Which just wasn't in that
Yes,
show
sir.
we watched?
Yeah. The Offer.
Like The
Great
Offer.
show.
The
on
Miles
Paramount.
Teller's character.
Yes,
What a
sir.
badass. You go from The Godfather to Chinatown?
Come on, man.
That's incredible.
Who else is in that Chinatown?
You've got Faye Dunaway and John Hudson. Number 2 is The Shining.
Can't stop the show.
Oh,
The Shining is wild.
but here's Johnny. But number 1, the best Jack Nicholson movie is indeed One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And that's hard to argue. I mean, that movie is insane. And the
Is
more,
that where Nurse Ratched was from?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we watched that in film class, like my senior year of high school. It was great.
Was Little Shop of Horrors the movie? You said it wasn't Jack Nicholson, Lucius, so it wasn't Little Shop of Horrors. But somebody texted that in, and that did.
Oh,
have
Little
music in it.
Shop. Go be a dentist.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Seymour. Please, Seymour.
Suddenly Seymour. So a lot of people texting in, of course, Batman, A Few Good Men, The Departed. Those seem to be the favorites on the text line. But hey, Jack's got quite the repertoire. Is he still going to the Laker games?
Yeah, I'd say he's most famous for that. And I don't know. I haven't heard that he stopped. And I think that'd be significant news if he had. You know, maybe if he had stopped, because it was obvious LeBron and AD weren't going to do jack squat together. He's back now. I would imagine Luke could bring him back as long as he's able-bodied. That'd be my thought, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Wolchuk's top 10 at 220.
Looked like it was 2023 was the last time he popped out at the Lakers.
2023.
Oh, really?
Oh, so he gave up his seats.
Damn.
Might have a situation on his hands where he doesn't want to be seen or can't get around too good.
Oh, 2024. Jackson returns to Lakers playoff game against the Grizzlies. Okay, there we go.
Good health.
Wow, yeah, he looks insane on that sideline. He looks insane on that sideline, bro.
Probably still getting after it, though.
Yeah.
I did just see from 93.7, The Fan in Pittsburgh, they had just had Charles Robinson on, and so they followed up with him, and they asked about Jerry's comments. They said, do you think the Cowboys are trying to trade for George Pickens? And Charles just said, I think George Pickens is available.
Yeah.
Maybe that is a name that we need to.
Brian's got 5 names to consider that his gang says might fit the bill, as Jerry Jones says they're working on 2 substantive moves that could happen before or after the draft. And so we're on watch here. Maybe the Cowboys team building isn't done yet. All right. NFL Draft Big Board Report coming up next. We're back with the latest mock drafts and buzz going into Thursday's round 1 next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. And it's a great time to remind you our Path to Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers, and you can join us all at one of the area Pluckers locations Thursday night for our draft night parties. Calvin Watkins ripped a 7-rounder today, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because he went in round 1 the same place you did today.
Oh, we took the wide receiver. I mean, excuse me, the cornerback, the Michigan corner.
Will Johnson there at 12. Yeah. What were you guys thinking here?
I'm trying to do my very best to put myself back in that place. To quote the great Jerry Jeff Walker, I'm trying to put myself back in that place. And
Eastbound and down?
No, it was talking about being back in London.
There you go.
When you're down on your luck and you ain't got no. So I can sing me Jerry Jeff Walker songs, but anyway, I was trying to kind of put myself in like, okay, what would they do? Not what I would do, because I would I'd take Simmons and I'd kind of figure out other things.
Trade up for Genty.
Yeah, I do. You're right. I might trade.
Get a little weird,
but I just think that to me that they're going to and I took the premise that McMillan is going to be gone, so I tried to create the worst situation for me with him. Like, okay, Genty goes at 5, McMillan goes at 6. Oh, wow. I was sitting there holding for McMillan here at 12. How much do I really, really love Golden? And on my stack, is there a great deal of depth between Golden and then between McMillan and Golden, and who are the players in between there? And my gut's telling me that they probably got Will Johnson up there. They probably have this corner. They talked about it today. Shoddy even brought it up. I really appreciate it. I think it was Kyle Yeomans asked the question about length, because somebody asked me a question about why would they take Barron? And I said, because he's not long enough for them.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard, like I say, I heard Shoddy's explanation, I was hoping to get Will's explanation of that. But it just seemed to me that they would fall in love with a guy like that.
Like Will Johnson, cornerback Michigan.
Yeah, 6'2".
They're not going to mind his lack of speed.
They're going to.
Or lack of 40 time running.
I think they like it. They think he's got fluid hips and can move well.
Yeah. See, to me, I question that. I don't think they do. This Will Johnson has never ran a 40-yard dash in high school, college, and now the pros. Just his whole life, he's never run. He might not know how to run a 40-yard dash.
But he plays fast because of how athletic he is, as long as it's not long speed that you're looking for.
The thing about it is you could play him off and he'll react, and he's been banged up. I mean, he missed this year with some issues.
Yeah, and he's got lower extremity problems.
Yeah, so to me, but I could see them making a pick like that.
But hey, 2 years ago, 7 interceptions. And you're right. When he plays off coverage, he can close downhill. He's really good at reading the quarterback. He's smart. The issue to me is when you watch him turn his back to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And then that's where, where's the ball?
Yeah, not enough awareness there.
Sometimes.
Okay, but we do know the Cowboys like taking corners in the first round. In the second round, Calvin Watkins went with Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State. That would be exciting.
That would be a blessing if he's there.
Okay, and then in the third round, the guard from Georgia, Tate Rutledge.
Yeah.
Do you think he could be a plug-and-play guy, for considering what the Cowboys have at right guard?
I think it would be really, really close on him. The problem that I have with Rutledge, I think he plays with all the power that you want a guy to play with. I just think, to me, though, that he might be just a little bit too big. When it comes to the mobility stuff, Zach, am I off base here with that? Like, he gets movement through mass.
Yeah, he does. He's a mauler.
Yeah, he will maul you. But I just wonder how well he really hits in space.
Yeah, because he can get a little top heavy, and then he leans into blocks, and that's going to cause him to get off balance. But he definitely could compete to start at right guard.
Yeah. One of my lines in my notes, Dawson, was don't need to ask him to do much in the way of pulling or playing in space. That was one of my lines in my notes here.
Okay, it is an NFL Draft Big Board report. I love the topic of Shedeur possibly being on the boards when the Cowboys are sitting there at 12. Is this the expectation at this point for you guys? Do you believe Shedeur is going to make it to where the Cowboys are sitting?
I have enough people telling me that the Giants are not going to take a quarterback when they're picking, and the Saints aren't going to take a quarterback. Now we'll see how much. If the Saints might take a quarterback, but it might not be Shedeur. It might be Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I know Schefter's been in on that. Like they like Dart a lot. I think a lot of these teams want to take the quarterback, but it's, can we move back, or do we move back into the first round, or do they end up falling to the top of the second? I don't think it's in the top 10 right now outside of Cam Ward.
I mean, if you don't love the other players that are available, I think you're 1 to 3 years away from moving on from Dak. And I don't know the next time you're going to be sitting here with a chance to pick in the top half of the first round. It might very well be next year with better quarterbacks on the board. Maybe you want to take your best shot at building around Dak right now, but it's another injury. It's the other side of 30. You know me. Right now, I'm thinking, hey, let's create an awesome offensive line that can give him great protection and pave the way for a run game. Let's get an awesome running back in there and a second wide receiver. But if instead they decided to say, let's take Shedeur Sanders here, and next time Dak is hurt, we're going to find out what he can do in the NFL. Until then, he's figuring it out. That would be really exciting to me. You just don't get opportunities to take guys that were that accurate in college.
I think we're going to have a potential replay of the Johnny Manziel situation, that Jerry is going to stand up and he is going to make Schottenheimer or Will or Steven say, no, Dad, we're not doing this.
This is probably the situation where you decided, hey, we need a backup plan for Tony.
Yeah.
Now, you took Dak in the 4th round.
Right.
And in that year's...
you tried to move around, get Connor Cook, and you were
trying to get a first-round quarterback.
Trey was so upset that they didn't trade back up to get Paxton Lynch.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That was the year you took Zeke, though, right? So you did at 4 have a chance at taking maybe not.
Compensatory pick, 135.
You could have moved up for Goff or Wentz or something like that. I don't know, but I think that is going to be a lot of fun Thursday night with the Cowboys on the board if Shedeur is there. That's definitely one of those huge tune-in moments. Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones, when asked about Micah's contract situation today, says it comes with the territory. Right now, there's a difference in what we feel is the right number and what he feels is the right number.
He took a shot across the bow too at the agent community of the world too, because the question was asked in a really good way about, hey, listen, it could be their fault too, and he's like, absolutely, it could be, So yeah, agents and the Joneses are kind of at the impasse right now. Agents really don't have anything to do. Agents just can kind of wait because they know the Cowboys will eventually get them what they want.
You say, here's the number, and until the Cowboys actually stop capitulating in the end, they're too predictable.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we want a team-friendly deal if you want it now. And if you're asking for a lot, then you're going to have to wait until the actual deadline, and then we're going to give it to you. They still have given way more to any quarterback to Dak than any other quarterback has gotten, and I don't know how many years that's going to happen, but they did the same thing with Zeke, right? They cave. They lack credibility. They are the horrible poker player at the table that everybody has massive tells on right now, and it's making them entirely too predictable. The other thing, the big part of it, though, is they're unwilling to move on from their stars if they drafted you. and the agents know that fact. Like, you're not moving on from us. You're not even going to consider it. If suddenly they would trade a Micah Parsons in a situation like this, I think suddenly their negotiating stance at the table would have a lot more credibility. But until they do that, they are the cavemen. The best thing Jerry Jones said today is his wife Jean cried when the Mavs traded Luka. I thought that might have been AI Jerry when I clicked it, but it was the real deal. Said she's a huge fan of this basketball team. And then apparently
they got really good seats.
Yeah, they do.
They do. They have really good seats at the games.
Apparently, Jean was quite a hooper back in the day. Made 17 consecutive free throws in a high school state championship game. Clutch. She went fully D-Wade.
That's pretty clutch right there.
One afternoon and
took it to the paint. Got some foul calls.
Arkansas, probably in Little Rock, one afternoon in a gym with the state championship on the line. Gene Jones was just sawing them one after another.
Kicking
yeah.
ass.
Yeah.
I wouldn't foul her anymore if it was me. They were probably getting her the ball so she could get fouled.
Yeah. I imagine.
That's clutch, man.
Yeah. That is huge. That's something that, I'd be bragging about myself. 17 straight at state championship game. Okay. For the Cowboys, there are 4 potential wide receivers that could all be the best guy in the class. This is like a Ruggs, a Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson type of situation. McMillan, Golden, Egbuka, and then Luther Burden, Missouri. That's the guy Dez likes.
Mm-hmm.
How do you rank him, Brian?
I have Hunter, McMillan, then I have Burden, then I have Egbuka, then I have Golden.
Where was all the Golden hype from last week? It seemed like for about 10 days, all the rage was the Cowboys are going to take Golden.
I think to me that he is different than what they have. There's a guy that has that playmaking ability with speed, with big time speed. And I think that's where all of a sudden they were going to sell us the idea, and we really didn't hear it today. We didn't hear anything about Mingo and things like that. But he's completely different from what they have. That type of player, and that's why I think there was a lot of buzz about him.
I think when they try to sell me on Jonathan Mingo, that's more offensive than Nico trying to sell me that defense wins championships.
Borderline. Yeah. I mean, it's just we did a Love of the Star episode a couple months ago. I forgot Jonathan Mingo was even on the team. Bit forgettable, if you ask me. And that's a 4th-round pick. And I hope that he ends up panning out. He has not had good quarterback play. But Egbuka just kind of fills, in my opinion, everything they've talked about. You're talking about trying to build a culture. That is a leader. He's done everything the right way. I think he's NFL ready today. I think he's one of the safest picks in the draft. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he can do in terms of after the catch. He's not just a possession receiver. I think he can play all 3 spots. I think he's getting kind of pigeoned as like he's a slot-only guy because that's really what he did a lot at Ohio State, but he can play outside. I'd be looking at the Egbuka route if you don't get Tedrow and McMillan.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. 1 hour down, 4 to go. Our changes coming for the Rangers lineup. Let's set the agenda here. Pregame tonight, 8:30, as they'll visit the A's with the first pitch shortly after 9 o'clock. And we're back with sports here with you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 2, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Let's get this party started. There is a lot of sports to talk about here with you today, and we're loaded. Rangers player show set for 5:20 today. One bad man, Tyler Malley, who is just dealing an ERA under 1, is today's guest. That's coming up in about 2 hours and 20 minutes here on your home of the Rangers pregame at 8:30. We're talking a lot of hockey with you. Ralph Strange is coming up at 6:20. Leah Asimakopoulos at 4:20 here as the Stars even the series at 1 game apiece last night, giving us some belief there. And Jared Sandler's coming up at 5 o'clock to preview Rangers A's, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. That appearance coming up at 5 o'clock. Now, if you missed it, and many have, last week the time for the G-Bag of the Day changed for the first time in 12 years. It's been at 2:30, even back to the midday days from 2013 on, all the way through, and now it's at 5:30. Okay, right before LA Live. So Expressway every night 5:20, and G-Bag of the Day 5:30. LA Live at 5:40. That'll take care of you in your ride home, I'd say. So we look forward to you guys. A time stamping that and making an appointment every evening. Join us there at 5:30. Of course, if you miss anything, we always have instant rewind functionality with the Odyssey app and the YouTube page and Twitch and all that. But today, and of course, on your home of the Cowboys, 365 days a year, a big focus of ours is Cowboys team building, and the Cowboys had their pre-draft press conference. And the biggest takeaway is Jerry saying the Cowboys are working on pretty substantive trades regarding players before the draft. He said they're taking calls on them now, but offered no other specifics. So this is juicy. What do you guys think? Is this Jerry just being Jerry, or are we about to have some team building fun around here?
I kind of feel like you laughing at the huge box of food.
I mean, shout out to Todd. Todd came through. He came and visited us last week.
I think he bought the whole store.
It's crazy.
And he did. He just dropped off a delicious food delivery for us. We love you, Todd, and thank you so much, bro. This is a giant box of goodies.
Yeah, I think that if I'm interested, Jerry always makes it, he's the original Barnum and Bailey, with the greatest showman on earth, with he's talking about substantial trade names and stuff. So I posed the question to my gang of 7. I'm like, okay, give me substantial trade names. And the names they were telling me about, well, listen, these are names that could fit you right now. Jair Alexander was one. Jalen Ramsey was another. Travis Etienne, the running back. I see this kid's name wrong.
Rashad White.
Rashad White is what I meant. And then Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers were the names. And so, we'll see how that will play out. Also, too, the name was mentioned was Jameson Williams, also the wide receiver from the Detroit Lions. One of my other gang of 7 guys chimed in on. So those are the names right now that are being floated in the trade world. There might be some others that we don't know that teams are just calling and asking, or maybe some other teams are pushing, but my guys are taking calls on these guys.
What I'd be thinking here is, okay, we really need a wide receiver, but at pick 12, if we could do something other than wide receiver and at the same time get a wide receiver, like when we were talking Jameson Williams from the Lions earlier, you said in the trade market, that's a 3.
That's a 3, yeah.
Could you use a 3 for a veteran and use 12 for, another position?
I know today in the mock draft that I did for the draft show, I took a corner, I took a running back, and then I took a wide receiver at 3. If you told me that I could move one of the third-round picks potentially for
Pickens or Williams,
or somebody like that, that I might do that, because I picked Royals. He's got size. He's the Utah State kid. I think he's a really good player, but maybe they're looking at it in a different way than me, which I think they probably are.
Yeah, I would imagine, especially if you don't want to take a wide receiver at 12, once you get to round 2 and 3, it gets pretty speculative. And in the third round, you're thinking, man, this would be great if this guy be a starter for us at some point. But if you could free up 12 and be able to take a corner or be able to take an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, right now going into next year without a wide receiver, you'd be in a tough spot. But again, like I said, after the first round, and that's your best place to improve at corner and a number of spots. So, to me, that's exciting. And I'll just keep my fingers crossed that Jerry's not playing me. It wouldn't be the first time that he pulled it off.
Look,
he
trade
knows
talk.
the perfect timing.
He does. Trade talk is fun. I mean, there's no question. I guess when you look at how the Cowboys team build, these are guys, at least at the wide receiver with Pickens and Williams, you would then have to give a contract extension to. They're coming up on the last year of their rookie deals. Pickens, if he ends up being here, then this is going to stink, but I really would want no part with him. He seems like a guy that he's everything that Schottenheimer is talking about that is the anti. He's not necessarily the best locker room guy. He's not necessarily the team player. The talent is outstanding with George Pickens. But for the people from Georgia, and then there's a reason why the Steelers are very open to getting rid of him. I think that he's somebody that's been a real pain in the rear. Williams is very interesting because of the speed factor. But you could also get a cheap asset with your draft pick, and then you're not paying $20 million a year to a number 2 wide receiver. So I don't know. But it's interesting.
Do you kind of feel like that maybe guys that they haven't done a very good job of drafting wide receivers, and they can go and if you spend a 3rd round pick on a known commodity, it kind of takes them out of the, oh, wow, we just gave a pick for Tolbert. Oh, wow, we drafted Flournoy. Oh, wow, we drafted Brooks.
Traded for Mingo.
Oh, yeah, we traded for Mingo. You kind of feel like that maybe it takes them out of maybe having to make that decision if they've already got somebody like our pro department says, wow, this guy is so much better.
That's, I think, the appeal of it. In the 3rd round, you could get wide receiver certainty. You're going to have to pay on the back end, and it would be different, I think, for the Cowboys to have a wide receiver paid with CeeDee Lamb and add another $20 to $25 million bucks. And maybe that's what makes Pickens somewhat interesting, is that the personality is so abrasive that his market is low. And you're able to trade for him and not have to pay a lot to get a 1,000-yard wide receiver. If you're willing to do that. Now in Seattle, Pete Carroll was the head coach. He wanted all those guys. He thought there was tremendous value in being flexible with somebody's different characteristics. I don't know how Brian Schottenheimer looks at that. ESPN's draft day predictor does believe there's a 60% chance Ted McMillan will be on the board when the Cowboys pick at 12. Of course, if they don't trade for a wide receiver, that's the most likely player to be a Cowboy, and if he's on the board, I think that's something we should be getting really exciting for, like a potential CeeDee Lamb type of impact. I think a great fit for Dak Prescott. If he's on the board, Brian, do you think it's the Cowboys will take Ted McMillan?
I think so. Yeah, I do. I don't think, like I say now, if he's not, then I think this thing is completely wide open at wide receiver.
The biggest story league-wide out of the draft today, the Browns and Giants are taking trade calls. Apparently teams want to move up either for Genty, Abdul Carter, or Travis Hunter. There's no way this is something that Jerry's working on, right? We're not one of these teams trying to trade up.
No, Sean Payton is going from 20 to 3 or 4. Something like that,
Denver's, they're definitely interested in trying to maybe get Genty or another one of these skill players. The other team that I saw Albert Breer talk about was Houston. The Texans are trying to move up, maybe try to get one of these offensive linemen.
Sean Payton's getting ready to go Mike Ditka here? You can have a whole draft.
Give up the whole draft.
He's got a good football team. He probably feels like if he could go get one of these skill guys, mainly if he could go get a tight end, he go get a running back, I think he would be really happy about that, right? But they did sign Evan Ingram.
They did.
But Evan Ingram is often injured, and he's but when he plays, he's a good player.
Rangers baseball tonight. Our change is coming for this Rangers lineup based on what CY told us yesterday. I don't think anybody's spot in the lineup is safe. Doesn't matter what kind of reputation you brought into this season. I think last year was one where it was, and that was the right thing to do as World Series champs. But you can't let people struggle in 2 years in a row. It sure seems like we could be heading for Langford in the leadoff spot. This is the right thing to do, isn't it, Wolchuk? And now's the time.
I love the speed element of him, man, and the power. I mean, he's everything you kind of want in a leadoff hitter. The ability to, just get on base, but also maybe you could just start off 1-0 with one crack of the bat. And Marcus Simeon's been a really good leadoff hitter for the majority of his career, but with him right now struggling, I do think a change is necessary, and I thought it was pretty awesome that CY was just very open and candid with us yesterday and said, yeah, we're considering all options. So I think Wyatt would be a prime candidate to slide into that leadoff spot. The other that we've seen them do would be Jock Peterson. Jock's batted leadoff more in that role than any other spot in his entire career. And they're not going to give up on him right now. So they're going to try and let him work out of this rut that he's in, and maybe they end up trying him out there and see if he's more comfortable.
Yeah, you got three guys right now struggling, and then Tavares, who's hitting right at 200. Jock, Berger, and Semien, for me, I'm giving multiple nights off per week. Well, Chuck, how about you? I mean, because you have so many non-premium players, guys that you didn't even know, what their role was going to be, who are now hitting 260, 300, 310. Like, you don't have enough offense to get cute or loyal with any of these lineup spots. It's all merit-based for me. What have you done for me lately is going to dictate my lineup.
Yeah, performance-based. That's why Dustin Harris is a guy that's still up here and didn't get optioned. I mean, you're always looking to try and get Josh Smith in the lineup any way you can. So if you can give Marcus a day off, you play Smitty at second, that's certainly an option. And really, your two catchers have been outstanding. So you can always DH either Higashioka or Heim as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. Now, as far as the personnel, we asked CY about it yesterday. He said he hates the idea of even talking about it at this point. I know ESPN did like a way too early trade deadline primer, today, and we'll be talking about it. I think you're in the mid-20s right now in on-base plus slugging, and I like that CY is doing this. He's protecting the culture. He's protecting the mental health of his guys. He doesn't want them having to feel like they got to look over their shoulder. That's what you want. But I just know that Chris is the kind of guy that's not going to rest, and I hope that he can convince Ray Davis that what we have here with this pitching staff is special. This didn't happen by accident. What they did here in this first 5 times through the rotation, it's pretty damn amazing. What DeGrom, Eovaldi, Malley, Rocker, Leiter, Gray, and Bradford, what that is on paper, and then the way that these bullpen arms are coming together, you don't want to spoil this. This would be, a significant mistake if you let the deadline pass, and I believe Ray Davis is going to be committed. He does not want to trigger what happens when you become a repeat taxpayer. There's draft implications. There's dollar-for-dollar tax implications. You end up revenue sharing and handing out cash to people, 8-figure checks in competitive balance. But, man, I just think once you commit to DeGrom, if you can't have a better-than-average offense, you definitely got to be mortgaging the future and getting aggressive, doing whatever is necessary. Right now, Rangers 9th in the current power rankings from The Athletic. I think that's fair. 9th in the power rankings, pretty dang fair. And, when your batting average is what it is, you can't expect much better. Stars are now even with the Avs. And the question everybody's asking themselves now, is this just like it was last year? Where maybe you come out, you take one on the chin early in the series, but then you're back at them, and now we're hearing that Miro is on this road trip. I don't think I felt this good about the Stars in a couple of weeks now, Brian.
Yeah, well, find a way to play with the same desperation that got you to the series being 1-all. Don't go out there. I mean, they've done a nice job at times of really killing off some bad penalties.
Definitely.
And you got to give them credit for that. They're one of the better teams in the league when it comes to that, but. The 5-on-5 stuff has still got to be key here. Yeah, do you feel like that the Colorado scored like 3 goals that are like kind of the fluky, like spinorama, throw it at the net? It really hasn't been just these shots where you're like going, gosh dang, it's off a skate, and so maybe that's something that the Avs are not going to get those bounces. Maybe they will at home, but I think it's going to be a difficult road for Dallas. I just think they have to go out and play with the same type of determination and the same type of desperation. They just cannot afford to come back to Dallas down 3-1 in this series.
It is a game of lucky breaks. I mean, you played way better than 5-1 in game 1, and then last night, like, how does Dodonov get that through? I don't know. This is like the cheekiest goal scorer, I think, in the NHL, with some of these things where he's around the net and he's kind of like pirouetting, falling down, and he's like, oh, I'm just going to flick it in here between your legs.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If you get some breaks like that, then I think they're close enough that they can win in Colorado. But Miro coming back and having Miro be the playmaker that we know him and love him to be is what I need to actually believe.
It's huge. I think they absolutely have him back if they want a chance to win the series, especially with no Robo. And I don't think Robertson's going to be playing in this series at all. Miro is the hope. But, hey, all it takes is one win. And now, we were leaking confidence with the 8-game losing streak. That's over now. Mm-hmm. Now go ahead and stack this up. You've got the good momentum back on your side, the good vibes in the locker room. I loved some of the line changes that Pete DeBoer had. I thought Mikhail Granlund was sensational, diving for loose pucks, blocking pucks. What he was doing, trying to just chip pucks in, keep it inside the blue line, make sure the Avs can't get a change in. Just dirty, gritty plays. The Finn lines really stepped up yesterday. Yeah. And eventually Mikko Rantanen is going to get it going, you would hope, offensively. And the Stars' power play was not great last night.
No, absolutely.
You hope that starts to get clicking.
Well, we brought in a couple of guests onto today's show. Leah Asimakopoulos is going to join us at 4:20 from the morning news. And then Ralph Strangis will always tell it to you straight. Have the Stars reverse trend? Have they fixed what was wrong with them? We'll talk with Ralph about that coming up at 6:20. But the C-Note is next with 2 days to go until the draft. What is making headlines around your Cowboys? That's next. Then Krusty's Corner at 3:40, and we're back with all that here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit.
Big screens. From delicious tacos to handcrafted margaritas, we've got your sports day and Cinco de Mayo cravings covered. Happy Cinco de Mayo from Mexican Bar Company. Visit mexbars.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time here for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, it's the Frankels. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. A Rangers player show most Tuesdays at 3:20. Today they're on the West Coast. They're out there in California taking on the A's, so it's pushed back to 5:20. We're anticipating Tyler Malley's going to be joining us here coming up in 2 hours. Wolchuk, did you say lead off Jock Peterson that last segment? That's something he's done in his career. Do you think that's still possible based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think it's still possible just because he's been comfortable there. And like the Rangers, I understand it. Jock Peterson's been absolutely disgraceful, but you're now in a minor league park. Could this be beneficial to him? Boch has stressed confidence in him. He's had 2 days off. I get it's terrifying, like the fan base. It's easy and quick to just jump to like, oh, Jock Peterson stinks now. They don't feel that way. So it goes back to like Brian when we talk about the draft. They don't care what we think.
They don't care.
They don't care what you think. If you think Jock Peterson leading off is a terrible idea, I'm just letting you know realistically options there. I love Wyatt. I would do that, but I would not be shocked to see Jock Peterson eventually, if they're moving stuff around, get an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, at some point, I would probably think we're going to get him going first. Right now, I think he's a candidate for 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, move him down the order.
If you're wanting to make something happen. I mean, I do think there is something to be said for believing in your guys, but I also think there's something to be said for that urgency to perform, that if I'm not better today, something could happen. And players are used to that. They don't have to run from it, and maybe that's why publicly CY chooses to not put any added pressure on. But if after we're almost a month in, if after a month of believing in the guy, putting my arm around him isn't working, I might try a different approach at some point, and maybe we're getting close to that. I mean, I did say yesterday, and I fully do believe it's possible. Anybody that's hit that age, and you're able to play with extra weight. Suddenly, the body's a little less flexible, and I'd say 32 years old is around the time that happens. I'm trying to sneak that in as well. Maybe I call the agent and say, hey, how would your guy, take this if we maybe put a little, I don't know, what is it, the carnivore diet, the Atkins diet, maybe some sort of a
surely
yoga
don't
plan.
bring the spread we just had. That's a
Todd.
Woo! Yeah.
Todd, you hooked it up, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you so
amazing.
much.
Yeah.
Absolutely delicious.
I just, this baseball savant, I'm kind of getting into
Do they have a body mass index component there on the Savant?
They don't.
They should.
What do you think the percentage of the number of baseballs that Jock Peterson hits that are considered topped?
Oh, God.
I don't know. What's average?
Well, he's got one of the highest percentages on the team of baseballs that are topped. Like you're not, hitting, they're not squirted up. Like he's right at almost 43%.
Yeah, I don't know mechanically what causes
the
that.
timing.
But,
The timing.
The number of barreled up ones is 5%. He's really, really struggling to barrel the ball up, and then even making solid contact. He has not made solid contact in percentages of 0 here. So I'm just kind of thinking about, okay, what's the deal? Weak contact, about 3% is what, so it's going pretty poorly for him right now, I'd say.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at numbers. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why a guy who's had a career being a pretty good hitter all of a sudden just can't hit.
It is a small sample size at 1 month. I mean, we saw way worse for 3 months from Shin-Soo Choo, from Elvis Andrus, from Rugi. I mean, there's been...
we saw some bad Rugi days.
Yes, but we've never seen a month this bad. And now seriously, in a month, I can't have it costing me games. I do believe in you. We can, think about what the best plan is to get through this, but we should have an opportunity to be building a massive division lead right now, and I can't let an 0.55 hitter prevent me from driving in runs, especially when we're like 25th in the league in offense. What do the betting markets say about what the Cowboys are going to do? A to Z Sports looked at this. The betting odds for the Cowboys to go running back at 12 is plus 800. So that's not very likely. That is the 5th most likely position. Probably the only scenario is if Genty falls. Would they do that? The top 3 positions, if you bet wide receiver right now on the Cowboys, that is minus 115, pretty much even money.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive line's plus 450, cornerback is plus 500. So that's kind of right in line with what we've been talking about here.
Yeah.
What happens if McMillan's not on the board, though? As I told,
anything could happen.
I think they're completely open to the idea of Golden, Ibuka, Will Johnson, offensive lineman, Michael Williams.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're open. It just depends on who they have stacked at 12. That with him being off the board, so we have to figure out. I don't think it's as cut and dry as it is McMillan. Then Golden. I think that if McMillan's not there, others come into play. A lot come into play.
Yeah, I was talking to Joseph Hoyt with All City, does an excellent job covering the Cowboys. Maybe jumps on with us tomorrow night, but he said 2 names that he keeps hearing talking around the league with the Cowboys was Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, and that they still have a lot of love for Walter Nolan. And that it would be a surprise to me.
Walter Nolan would be a surprise.
The defensive tackle at Ole Miss, but they like him, and they might have him outside of Mason Graham like the best defensive tackle in the class. So, I mean, again, like that wouldn't be one. Brian's talked like we're selfish. We want to draft the guys that we like. So, like, Book I'd be pumped about, right? Walter Nolan, I see the traits. They talked about that during the presser today. It's just some of the up and down play. You know, it's just inconsistent. If you want a trade idea, I got one for you. Because Albert Breer was talking about Houston wanting to move up for one of these offensive linemen. Like maybe you get 3 linemen go in the top 10. Then you get Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas, is sitting there. And Miami at 13 is being linked to Kelvin Banks Jr. So maybe a team wants to jump Miami. Maybe Houston says, hey, we're calling you. Jerry answers. They offer you pick 25, which is their first rounder, right? So you move back from 12 to 25. They also kick in pick 58. Now on the trade value chart, that's still a little short of what the Cowboys need to get good value for pick 12.
So we're picking at 25, 44, and 58.
Yep. And you're getting a second-round pick next year.
Pick me your guy at 25.
Holy cow.
And a second next year?
And a 2 next year. I think the 2 next year, it'd probably end up being maybe a 3 next year. I think the 2 next year would be rich.
How short are we?
It's like 200 points.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like most of the bottom second-round picks, I think, are usually cut worth 200.
Is there anybody at Houston we like, one of their players we like? I mean, I know I'm just asking a hard question to sit there and have the Texans roster off the top of your head, but I wonder if there was a player that you kind of liked, a young player that you would consider kicking in, maybe a linebacker or somebody like that. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so. Not that one.
I'm trying to get help now.
That they'd probably get rid of. Yeah, because it's like I'd love Nico Collins, Tank Dell. Tank Dell's coming off an injury, though. I don't know how much you'd really want Tank Dell. Like, you'd have to look into the recovery there. But at 25, you've got a lot of options. Like one of the corners, you could then maybe Will Johnson's still there. Maybe you're talking about Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback out of Kentucky, Trey Amos at Ole Miss. And the receivers we've been talking about could maybe still slide and be there at 25 for you. There's a chance you could still end up with a Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State at 25.
Maybe that's where you take Hampton, that Mel Kiper
You could take a Marion Hampton there, yeah.
Like so
Sean doesn't take him at 20.
The odds makers do have the first 4 picks locked in, by the way. Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell in order. Like if you bet Campbell as the 4th pick, it's minus 420. You have to lay $420 to make 100. So at least according to the odds makers, not a lot of intrigue in the top 4. We go to Cowboys Wire. They posted a 3-round mock draft. Matthew Golden, then Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas, and then R.J. Harvey, the running back from Central Florida. Focusing on Collins there in that defensive tackle position, how important is it for you guys to come out of this draft with another one of those defensive tackles, and could Collins be the guy?
You have to. You got to come away with somebody. Now, there will be some options if you waited on that, but I love Collins. The issue is Brian's got me terrified on some of the medicals here. I'm a huge Alfred Collins fan. I know Vach and I have had some fun. Like, who would you rather take, Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State or Alfred Collins? I'm just a Collins guy. I think he's outstanding against the run, and I think he's got some upside when it comes to the pass rush. He's a big-bodied guy that doesn't get knocked off his lane a lot. So he's tough, difficult to move off the football, but I don't know. Like, is he a guy that maybe you could consider in the 3rd round now if he ends up dropping due to some medicals?
Yeah, I think that you have to know about the medicals on this guy because it is pretty significant. Him and you kind of reached out to your sources about Derek Harmon.
Yeah, the weight stuff.
Yeah, the weight stuff and things like that. But both those guys are those. When you're starting to, there's a group of those 320-pound guys. Alfred Collins is in the mix. He's one of the best of those big time guys like that. I think that Williams from Ohio State. If you gave me a shot, I've got Grant and then Williams from Ohio State right behind him, and then Harmon. Those are kind of like my 2nd round guys that I'm looking at right now.
Elsewhere in the Cowboys headlines here, Mike Fisher floating the idea of trading back to Denver for 20 and getting Cortland Sutton, the wide receiver. Get your wide receiver number 2 there. Had 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. He wants a new deal. I guess he wants like 3 and 75, and they're offering like 4 and 80. So there's a big gap. But Jane Slater reported that nothing doing there.
No,
not going to happen.
No, that's not going to happen. I mean, Cortland Sutton in a pick swap
We shut that down on the draft show pretty strongly.
Not going to happen.
All right, there's the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening, most every afternoon at 3:20. Again, Tyler Malley's coming up in 2 hours. Leah Asimakopoulos talking Stars with you at 4:20. Ralph Stranges at 6:20. A lot of great sports stuff to get to. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, my offensive stack is actually posted on 1053thefan.com. And I'm going to go through it with Zach and see if he agrees with me. We'll do that next.
Hell yes. And we got our Pluckers draft party. We're just a couple of days away.
course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
On 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
That's right. Here we go, G-Bag Nation. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here at the King, Brian.
Thank you very much, Gerald, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this, as they have all year long. Really do appreciate them. Hey, Lucius, that promo that guy had,
Yeah.
Guy was saying LA Live, best segment on the station. Did I hear that right?
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
That's weed. There we go.
That's weed. Say, man,
Wrong button.
We're running the right promos here. If that's the case, that guy's absolutely right about that. Absolutely right.
That's my cousin. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, it's my cousin. Well, it's nice that thanks to all the folks that said all those things
I'll
about
send
us.
you that Cash App later, player.
The Cash App player. For sure. Okay. By the way, at 1053thefan.com, I do have what we call the stack. You hear me talk about it a lot. It's the number of players that I've done, 235. I ranked them from 1 to 235. Josh Clark does a really fine job putting all this stuff up for us. He's got the offensive side up today, the offensive stack. Tomorrow we're going to put the defensive stack up. And then on the morning of the draft, we're going with my entire board. So you'll see exactly how I saw this draft. And the board is done by rounds, by position. The stack, he's got it broken down by position. So if you want to go in there and see like, well, hey, what did Brian think about Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri? Well, you'll see it. You'll see all the grades, or what the round is, and then the number to the right of it is where I have them in my stack. So hopefully that will help you along the way when you're looking at it on draft night. If you wonder, well, what did Broadus think of this guy?
How much your notes you put in there?
I didn't put any of my notes in there.
No notes.
No notes. My notes are actually. There's no telling. That's how I do my notes, Dawson. I know this is a terrible way of, because it's radio and it's not really showing you what. But yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do when the Cowboys, if the players get drafted, the Cowboys, I'll put my notes up.
Yeah,
for everybody to see. How about that? That work? Okay. I'll try and help everyone. I know Josh right now is probably MFing me for.
I was wondering if you could maybe you don't want to put any of your notes up there.
No, I don't mind.
You could ask AI to condense it.
You think so?
You could put that whole thing in ChatGPT and say, hey, instead of like 2 paragraphs on these dudes, give me 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Look at him just helping Bill Gates take over everybody.
Dude, the AI is
going to move us out of here.
I might practice with that on the break and see. Yeah, just practice a little bit and see if what Elika Mayor might do, what he might look, the Stanford wide receiver, how his notes might condense.
That's how it starts, Dawson. Next thing you know, we're out of a business.
Underrated player.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it,
I can write letters
it's
better
worth
now.
it. I'm risking it, right? Let's set up a life of leisure. I had it.
Wally.
I had it showing
Wally's a
Abby
good movie,
how to
by
do
the way.
math. You don't need a math tutor.
Oh, did To Abby? You told Abby
That's
to
a
do
win
it?
right there.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, what are you struggling with in math before the STAR test? And she was like, I don't get this. And, the math teacher already taught it. He can't go back. I'm like, well, just ask AI.
Yeah.
It breaks it down better than a human would.
Just
ask AI.
Congratulations to Abby's dad, Chat.
Hey, just,
Dad of the year. No,
okay, so the most important job skill for the future is how do I leverage AI to get the most out of my talent? You can't compete with it.
I'm with you on that. All right, Wolchuk, I'm going to need your help, my friend.
All right, let's party.
Do you have the stack available?
Got the board. We're ready to rock.
You got the board ready to roll. All right. Is there a particular position you would like for me to talk about, Zach? Is there something that it's because I want to make sure that you and I can jive on this thing as we start.
I mean, hey,
I'm going to start but let's do the offense today. We'll do the defense tomorrow. How about that?
That's fine with me.
Fair with you on that one?
Yep.
You want to go to the wide receivers?
Let's do the wide receivers because we're talking a lot of receivers.
All right, I'm one of those guys that actually does have Bryce Hunter as my
Travis.
number one. Did I say Bryce Hunter?
I said Bryce, yeah. It's all good.
Travis Hunter.
Just before people jump on you on this text, I like to have your back.
Why do I always say Bryce Hunter? I think of Bryce Hunter when I'm really not, so.
It's okay.
Travis Hunter is who he is. So anyway, I've got Travis Hunter number one. He's my number one overall player.
Mm-hmm.
Tet McMillan is he's the next in line. He's my number 7 player.
Love it.
Luther Burden, the wide receiver. Again, we're talking wide receivers from Missouri, is my number 10th player.
Don't love it.
And, okay, where would you have him then if you don't love that?
I've got Burden. Just, I have him at the top of the second round. I've got Ibuka and Golden right ahead of him. So he's looking like, he's right there in the low teens for me, like 18.
Okay, then I would say Mecca Ibuka is Ohio State. He's number 13 on my board.
Yep.
And then Matthew Golden is number 16 on my board. So that would be right outside. I have 15 first-round grades. So he's the first player that I have outside the first round. Jack Besh from TCU. I'm not going to go down too far here, but just to give you an idea, Jack Besh is at 42.
Mm-hmm.
Alec Aminyor from Stanford is at 47. Jalen Royals, who I picked for the Cowboys in the mock draft today, just thinking, I have him at number 50. And then Trey Harris, Ole Miss, at 62. Do you agree with me or disagree, or do you have players better that you want to talk about there?
So we've got them all. I have all of those as well in the same order. Besides, I actually have Trey Harris and Royals ahead of Besh and Ayumanor.
Okay, good for you. Tight ends, Tyler Warren from Penn State. I have him as player 18 on my board.
Yeah.
Mason Taylor from LSU at 29.
Mm-hmm.
Colston Loveland from Michigan at 38.
Mm-hmm.
Harold Fanning from Bowling Green at 67. Gunnar Helm at Texas at 83.
Yep.
And then Terrence Ferguson from Oregon at 115. And then Elijah Arroyo, Miami, 117.
Yep. We've got them the same, besides Arroyo and Ferguson are flipped for me and you.
Okay, so you think Arroyo is a little bit better?
Just a little bit better.
Same round, though, kind of that fourth round range?
I went, fourth round for Ferguson. I actually went end of the third for Arroyo.
Okay. Offensive tackle, Josh Simmons.
Yep.
From Ohio State. He is my 5th best player on my board. Okay, Dawson, this is the one that if all of a sudden that we don't have, this is selfish me, if you don't have McMillan and guys like that, I would absolutely take Josh Simmons in this draft. Absolutely take him. He's my 5th best player.
With you.
Will Campbell.
What do you think his upside is? Do you think just a pretty good offensive lineman, or is this we get the next Zach Martin?
He's going to be an all-pro.
I think he could be the next Trent Williams.
Yeah.
That's the talent he's got.
Yeah.
And how are we not in consensus?
The knee.
That's right, the knee.
The knee. People are going to ding him. And watch, my guy Andy Reid is going to end up with this guy because people are going to overthink this one.
Yeah, somebody's going to get a steal on this dude.
Yeah. Will Campbell at LSU at 9.
Yeah.
Mimbu from Missouri at 11. Kelvin Banks I have as a tackle at 21. Josh Connolly from Oregon at 28. Essery, the tackle from Minnesota at 55. And then Ozzie Trapilio from Boston College at 65.
So I actually have Banks ahead of Mimbu.
Okay.
I kind of like Membu as a right guard. He's definitely athletic enough to play tackle, but for the Cowboys, I liked him at guard, and I've got Ursery ahead of Connerly. But I knew that I liked Ursery more than you did. We talked about that a while back. Connerly's definitely more athletic. I like the violence that Ursery plays with.
Okay, once again, you can check all this out on 1053thefan.com. The offensive stack is up there. At guard, Donovan Jackson. I have him ahead of Tyler Booker.
Oh, my gosh, bless your heart.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Donovan Jackson, Ohio State. I have him at 33. Tyler Booker, Alabama at 37. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State at 43.
Got him as a guard, huh? Not a center.
Yeah, not as a center.
All right.
Marcus Mimbo it's Bo, right? Marcus Bo.
Yeah.
Marcus Bo from Purdue at 71. Wyatt Milam, West Virginia at 79. And then Tate Ratledge at number 90. And then my last one I want to talk about is Miles Frazier from LSU at 96. Jonah from Zona I have at 105 after that. You see that similar or differently there?
So I've got Milam ahead of Mbo, or just Bo. And then I like Jonah from Zona more than you do. I've got him right behind Bo. Then I've got Ratledge and Frazier.
Okay. But no huge discrepancies.
Not huge.
But did you have Booker over Jackson or Jackson over Booker?
I've got Jackson over Booker, and I've got Jackson as a first rounder. I really love Donovan Jackson.
Oh, okay. I like what you're doing there. That's nice. Okay, centers, not many. It's a kind of a small group. I got Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State at 89, Jared Wilson from Georgia at 101, Drew Kendall, whose dad I scouted, he was drafted by the Seahawks, Boston College. I got him at 155, and then Willie Lampkin from North Carolina at 190.
I'm surprised. Where's our guy Jackson Slater out of these?
Jackson Slater, I got 194.
Okay.
I didn't go down that far. I'm just kind of stopping on some of these.
Yeah, because the centers it's not very good.
But he's on the list, though.
Okay.
He's absolutely on the list.
I actually put Slater ahead of Kendall.
Okay.
He's a fun player, man.
All right. I like what you did there. Quarterbacks real quick. Cam Ward, he's 4th overall on my board. Shedeur Sanders would be 20th. Jackson Dart, 27. Will Howard, Ohio State at 56.
Okay.
Jalen Milroe at 91. Kyle McCord at 103. Quinn Ewers at 110.
Yeah.
You can have Tyler Shook all day long if you want.
Yeah. I see the quarterbacks in order the same you do.
All right. Like what you're doing there.
It's probably not a good thing.
Not a good thing at all. Ashton Genty is the second best player in my stack. That's very, very, that's the highest I've ever had a running
Put
back.
him over Carter.
Yeah, I did. I put him over Carter. Ashton Genty at 2. Caleb Johnson from Iowa, I have it 30. This is where this may be the hardest part I ever had to do it. Was with Caleb Johnson at Iowa at 30, Hampton from North Carolina at 32, and then Travion Henderson at 35. Then I get into Dylan Sampson from Tennessee at 54, Quinshawn Junkins at Ohio State at 59, R.J. Harvey at 64.
Yep, I got Judkins, R.J. Harvey, and Jordan James over Sampson. But I know you like Dylan Sampson, and he is a quick running back out of Tennessee. A little bit smaller, but he does have some explosiveness to his game, so I can understand why you've got him where you do.
Tootin from Virginia Tech, a lot of people are kind of putting him as a third-round guy. I have him, is it Bashul? Bashul
Tootin.
Tootin, yeah, from Virginia Tech. A lot of people are talking about him as a third-round guy. I have him as player 81 on my board. If you're asking about Cam Skattebo from Arizona State, that'd be number 84. So that right there so far, just kind of give you a little taste of what I had on offense. Zach, I appreciate your help. And then check that on again, 1053thefan.com. Offense is up now. Defense will be up tomorrow, and the entire board on Thursday morning.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're talking hockey with Leah Asimakopoulos coming up here at 4:20. We'll check. What are we doing next?
All right, we've got the anonymous NBA player poll. Did Shaq crap his pants? And comparing running backs to older women. That's next.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation. Turn it on, leave it on. Leave it on, leave it on, leave it on.
Pre-curb.
No,
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir. Talking hockey with Leah Asimakopoulos coming up at 4:20. And just got word from the office ace, Tim Collins himself. Tyler Malley confirmed he's coming up at 5:20 Rangers Player Show right before we get to the G-Bag of the day in LA Live there in that expressway. It's going to be rocking. Speaking of rocking, it's time now for Wolchuk to deliver a sports hodgepodge for the ages. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, it's not good to be a Dallas Maverick fan right now for a multitude of different reasons, but we just had the anonymous NBA player poll come out, and what is the league's best organization? The Mavericks got 1.5% of the vote there. Golden State coming in at number 1, followed by OKC and Boston. And then, what is the league's worst organization?
Who do you think voted Mavs there? Would that be P.J. Washington and Anthony Davis?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, Dwight Powell. He's a Mav lifer. He might have been one that just threw him a bone there. But the worst organization, luckily the Charlotte Hornets and Washington Wizards exist. But the Mavericks right there with the Philadelphia 76ers, 4.5% of the vote. And this was not anywhere where they were in previous iterations of this poll. They weren't getting votes for the worst organization in the league. Now they're amongst the top 5 worst.
That's unfortunate. You know, for many years they were terrible. And then Mark Cuban got them, and he made them good and contenders ultimately. But still, players around the league didn't want to come here. You know, he offended Kenyon Martin that one year, and then he offended Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant, and you know it never became a free agent destination. For a brief period of time, Nico had changed that. You know, and that's what's sad is we believed, and I think we were starting to see that he and Kyrie had turned it into a place to be.
Yes, it seemed like it was a destination. Finally, you were picked. I mean, you can think what you want about Klay Thompson. It was still one of the first free agents that actually chose the Mavericks.
It was great.
Over the Lakers. You know, another prominent franchise in all of sports. But now you're looking around like, what the hell is going on, and what is the future of this basketball team? So it stinks. The NBA on TNT guys were just roasting Nico last night. Charles Barkley, Shaq. They're looking around like, dude, I don't even know what the hell you're doing. Stop doing press conferences.
Stop doing the press conferences. Yeah, I think that was a good point.
Please.
Or, you know, at all your future press conferences, just say, we're not talking about Luka anymore. Yeah. I'll take any question beyond this, and if you ask about this, you're going to be asked to leave. I don't think that would be taken poorly anymore. Mm-hmm. Now, you know, he had the special one last week. He had yesterday. I think that's kind of what it needs, you know.
If he'd just answered all the questions after he traded him, they probably wouldn't have had to have that press conference yesterday.
Yeah.
Most, you know, after, you know, when you get in that situation, you know, it's kind of like, hey, listen, let's confront this thing and go forward, and then, you know, and see what happens. But
there's just no words you can put on it.
They kept dragging it on, and then they made it a very select media group, and then they asked the very select media group. I mean, some of the toughest questions yesterday afternoon were probably from guys that probably weren't invited to the to the big media scrum where Mark Stein and Tim McMahon and, you know, those guys are, you know, being a part of. You know, it's the guys that went in there and said, "Hey, why do you still have a job?"
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it was fire.
Yeah.
Shout out to Isaac Harris.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. And the 469 texts in like, they're still going to come here. Y'all just have to stop booing your own team. Well, you're obviously not a Mavericks fan, and that's totally cool. But those that have been Maverick fans understand that, no, that's not the case. They've been swinging and trying to get free agents for 20 years. That was Mark Cuban's whole deal post-championship. Let's get Dwight Howard. Let's get Darren Williams. Name the player. It didn't work out. It never did. The Mavericks were not chosen. They had to make trades to be able to acquire that talent. And now nobody damn sure is coming here unless for some reason Kyrie can go and recruit his ass off or Anthony Davis can do that.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of that, especially
they were
coming
just
off
in
injury.
they were just in the finals, and an anonymous player poll names them the 6th worst organization.
All because of this Luka thing. It's unbelievable. We also had a moment, and I think that a lot of us have been there when it comes to all of a sudden the bowel movement sneaks up on you.
Yeah. It happened to me on the radio the other day.
Okay.
I had to leave a couple of times.
So you did. You just stood up and left.
Oh, I'm not going to stand here and just lose my, no, absolutely.
And I guess when you get to a certain age, maybe it's a little bit
61
more difficult to handle.
Sure.
I know you had a scary moment, Dawson, a few weeks back during a crosstalk.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in there trying to pull something real quick. You're like, dude, I need you in here.
You know what? And at the break, I should have known because I went to the restroom to just go number one.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized I'm not going to be able to go number one without going number two.
Oh, gosh.
I knew it was that urgent.
You had to clinch.
But I only had like 2 minutes until we were back on.
Warm back there. That's just not a regular fart.
So I thought, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go get back on air. And about 2 or 3 minutes into that crosstalk, I looked at you guys and I was like, wow. I had to call Wolchuk, who was over in the production room.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I'm not going to be able to.
Trust me to do it for sure. I don't blame you.
No, I don't blame you either. But here is inside the NBA. Here's Shaq having
real quick. Oh no, never mind. I'm sorry. I don't mean to...
No, yeah. What'd you need?
He hit me at a video rental place. How about that?
Oh,
yeah, on some MCT oil and some green juice.
Did you ask him to use the facility?
I couldn't do it. I'm talking about it hit me, bro.
I pulled over to Tile Place.
Stone out.
I pulled over to Tile Place one time.
I had to throw that stuff away before the old lady came home and seen any evidence. Felt real ashamed of myself. That was years ago when I lived in Arlington.
Yeah.
The dam broke.
Yeah, totally ashamed of myself.
That
Couldn't stop it.
Terrible feeling.
Rubber band wasn't tight enough.
Real quick, though, if I had to do like 5 minutes on my own like Peyton, would I have messed it up worse than him? Like if I had to
we'll
host
get
the
to
show?
Peyton here in a second. Maybe you should. Maybe that'll make him feel better because he's lashing out in an incredible way.
Yeah.
He did 30 minutes.
He couldn't do 30.
Yeah.
He was by himself at 5:30 in the morning.
Honestly, 25 minutes.
You don't think I could do like 30 minutes at 5:30 in the morning?
I would bet on you doing it better than Peyton has.
I would be calling people up. I'd have guests.
There you go. Yeah,
well, there you go.
I would have
a lot more
guests.
experience than Peyton.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, I was in the side room 562 trying to pull something, and then Dawson texted me and said, "I need you to get in here." But that probably did, out of context, that probably did sound weird. And apparently, the 469 is a Mavericks fan since the late '80s. But when you say you need to stop booing your own team, kind of insinuates that you're not. But hey.
Nobody's booing the players.
It's just for the frustration.
Yeah, we're trying to get the guy fired.
Rightly so.
So we can't mess it up anymore. Mind your own business.
Here's Shaq and Chuck and Kenny and Ernie, the best in the business.
Just kidding. Thanks for listening.
Shaq had himself
He really does it.
An emergency situation.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a crap?
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you.
I know what we're doing.
Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's at first.
He can't hold it.
Unless he's got something. That wasn't something planned, was it?
No, that was not planned. Hey, listen.
Oh, you can hear it in his voice as he's running away. And that one is either...
Yeah.
Straight up, it's already happened. Like he couldn't trust a fart.
Is there anything worse than being that way in a suit?
Oh gosh, it makes it so much worse.
Think about you're wearing a suit and you have to disrobe to do all that.
Got to be worried about your
fiddling
tie.
with that belt and everything. Don't have suspenders on or something goofy like that.
Yeah.
Sock holders, just a whole lot of stuff.
Awful.
It's like, oh my God.
Like, yeah.
It's a terrible feeling.
Peed on yourself a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Stop.
Yeah.
Shaq's got the shirt tail out early.
No. Yeah, it's rough.
That's where I was 6 weeks or so ago. Like, it was a painful walk.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
It's just immediately, I'm in a world of hurt here. I'm driving right now to the 817 with no gas station in sight, and I'm about to bleep my britches. It's a real struggle.
Where are they located? Hit the map. Hit your
817.
map.
Where are you driving right now?
Yeah.
214 said I had to leave a wedding shower. I was fresh off a plane from Vegas, and this poor lady's house would have been ruined.
I think if you're to that point, ruin the house.
Just go ahead and tear it down.
Your comfort or the lady's house. Come on.
No, you need to
Seriously.
go ahead and take care of business.
The people will survive. You got people like me that'll fight it.
It matters how many people are in that house. 'Cause if I'm in that bathroom 45 minutes, when I come back out, you get like hand claps. Like, oh, there you.
Nah, man.
Finally out of there, huh? How's everything going?
You can't spend the rest of the day being miserable like that. That's what the room's for, right?
Oh, man.
Oh, no, bro.
I don't know. But
I can't do away games. Now you're pulling to somebody else's situation.
I'm with you, bro.
If you have to bat it, Lucius,
that's the one that's broke.
Yeah. If you have to,
now what are you gonna do?
I'll tell you what. No, I don't feel any different about that. If you have to go to the restroom, you have to go to the restroom. I'm not going to sit there and worry about people's feelings and stuff like that. Walk in and that kind of thing.
It depends on how much of an emergency it is. If this is manageable.
If you're in your situation the other day, if you're in your situation the other day, you're wrecking someone's bathroom, aren't you?
100%. Yeah. Because I don't know if I could make it to the quick trip.
Manageable is something you say when you look at a pamper and you open it up. This is manageable. I can get this done.
I do appreciate
a couple of wipes and we get us new.
Yeah, let's go. On to the next thing in life. I do appreciate everybody being so vulnerable here on the text, and this is great. We're getting a lot of good reaction. But you brought up Peyton. Yesterday, Lucius played his song for G-Bag of the Day.
I voted for it.
You did vote for it.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, were the rest of us a little
I liked it. That's why I played it. That's why I set it in the folder forever so I can have an opportunity
You talked
to play
about it a bunch.
So it can breathe without, going against its own material he made. I'm not going to do that to you, Peyton, but this shot right here is ridiculous, bro.
It's ridiculous. I think we all thought it was hilarious. We pointed out the obvious. No lies were told. Peyton can't sing, but that's okay. That's what made it funny. Well, Peyton got in his feels this morning.
Eric's already stepped up to the mic. He sang his song. Great stuff. Lucius, Broadus, Dawson, Walchuk, if you want to participate actually for once.
Broadus voted for you. I'd pull back on Broadus.
That's right. Broadus did. Okay. He laughed there, though. There were some laughs in there, I believe. That's all they do. all 17 of them just start laughing. And they look at each other. Who's going to talk next? Who's going to talk next? You go next? Who gets paid less on the show? You talk. Yeah. So I'm just saying, hey, Lucius, Gavin, Walchuk, step into the mic then.
I'll tell you what, I'm now taking shots at my teammates like that. I can't have that.
I've never been more a Team Medford guy in my life after this. I mean, Alec Medford could hold down a 30-minute segment. He wouldn't have any issue with it.
Oh, yeah, he has many times.
Yeah, he's fine. He could carry it without stumbling and fumbling his way through.
He's over here counting who's laughing at what.
That's what I'm saying.
You need to be worried about who has a photo of your dong and what are they doing with it.
I had to block him. I got so nervous. I mean, come on, Pepe. It's just the singing talent's not there, but that's what made the song funny. We enjoyed it. I'm sorry you got so emotional.
Man, these guys. They apparently they put a lot of importance in winning the G-Bag of the Day.
The
toxic ass show, bro.
It is.
Look who didn't laugh, bro.
Yeah.
It's like they're on a reality show and there's a
Yeah.
producer coming around being like, now, how did that make you feel?
Yeah.
And didn't that make you angry?
Yeah. Let's get
Why
some
did it
wine
make you
and throw it
angry?
at him.
Yeah.
And the truth hurts. I mean, he's kind of poking at some true things there a little bit. And I'm like, screw you, Peyton. That's a guy that's going through a move right now. And he's
tough time.
He's going through.
He's lashing out.
100%. He's lashing out. It's not a good deal.
But it could be therapeutic at times.
Yeah, it could be. Here's the last thing I want to get to just to pay it off. Aaron Jones of the Minnesota Vikings. He had an interesting comparison to aging running backs, and here's what he said.
After playing every game and setting career high touches.
I feel the best I've ever felt. I feel like I'm back to 24, 25 years old. whoever came up with age, I feel like it's just a number. It's just a number. I've been saying that since I was a little kid trying to get older women. Age is just a number. Yeah. But no, it really is. Is if you stay young here, you continue to work every day. That's really what it is.
Interesting comp. Aging running backs. Age is just a number. Just like when I was a little kid trying to be MILF hunting out there on the streets.
You know who said that first?
Who?
The great R. Kelly.
Yeah, sure did.
The Pied Piper when he's trying to get a Aaliyah all wrapped up around his finger.
The Pied
Was she like a 15-year-old Aaliyah at the time? Oh, boy.
I think Elvis said it years earlier.
Oh, yeah.
At least for this generation.
So long. I waited till she graduated, man.
Better than Chris Collinsworth did.
Oh, goodness.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Tyler Malley is coming up at 5:20 here. We're just over an hour away from one of the best pitchers in baseball is what it looks like.
Yeah.
CY did a hell of a job with this one, didn't he? And Tyler Malley's going to join you. But Leah Asimakopoulos from the Morning News talking Stars with you coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Paprika. No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and we're going to talk stars here with you. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. As Leah Asimakopoulos from the Morning News joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Leah. Thanks for joining us. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Well, it is great to have you, and we're looking forward to your insights here. Now, did last night break the spell of that losing streak? Have they turned the corner here on whatever was broken with them there for those couple weeks?
I really feel like they have, and I think you kind of saw that both in Game 1 and Game 2. I mean, the team that came out even at the start of Game 1 here in the playoffs was definitely different than the team that finished the regular season. And it's just a different ball game at this point. They talked about how it's tough to kind of feel motivated in the regular season at the end when there's not much to play for, and obviously there's a lot to play for now. And I think you're seeing them play to the level that they need to right now.
Yeah, and as far as expectations for what could happen in the remaining possible 5 games, I feel like I would have to give 2 predictions. Maybe 5 different ones, depending on when Miro comes back. What do you know about Miro?
Yeah, so we know that he's traveling to Colorado, which is encouraging. Jason Robertson is not, so there's some thought that possibly he could play in one of those games. But to my knowledge, he hasn't cleared contact yet, and the Stars haven't really been practicing a whole lot. They take a lot of optional practices or just take days off in between, so there aren't as many opportunities for him to do so. But once he gets a contact practice in, then he should be pretty close to returning. So it does seem like it's a possibility in these next few games, and there's that extra off day in between games 3 and 4, so that could play to his advantage.
And would you agree with the premise that their chances with him back are a lot better, or could you see them still winning the series even if he has to miss significant time still?
Oh, I think their chances are definitely a lot better with him back. I think based on what I've seen in the first 2 games, I think that they could still win the series if he doesn't, but I think it's going to be really tough, especially just these defensemen getting worn down if they're playing more overtime games, and it's a lot of pressure on guys like Thomas Harley and Essa Lindell, and having Miro back will completely change this series, and especially the way that we've seen Nathan McKinnon just be really tough for them to stop. It would help them a lot to have a guy like Miro. You think back to last year, they had Miro and Chris Tanev, just 2 elite defensemen, and neither of them are in the lineup right now. Obviously, Tanev is off in Toronto, so I think it changes a lot for him to be back.
Hey, Leah, can you explain what a contact practice is?
Yeah, so it looks kind of different at different points of the year. It's pretty much just guys roughing them up a little bit. In morning skates, there isn't any contact for the most part, so they're not going at full speed, and that's all Miro's really participated in so far. So we asked Pete about it the other day because, there aren't full practices. It's mostly just kind of, along the boards, him, getting pushed and shoved by a couple guys, it sounds like. But of course, when they do these optional practices, there may only be 6 guys, and it's mostly, the guys that aren't playing every night that are out there practicing. But Pete said that all you need are, a guy or two to give him a little bit of contact and just to see how he handles it.
So he's like skating around, and maybe they send a puck into the corner, and he tries to kind of navigate that and all that. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Leah, with Robo not making the trip, it seems pretty doubtful that he'll be available in this series. I know the Stars haven't given any official word, but what's your kind of instinct on Robertson moving forward?
Yeah, they haven't given official word, but this isn't me reporting, but I would be very surprised to see him in this series at all. He's been walking around with a knee brace and limping, and his leg's pretty much in a full brace right now. So it seems doubtful that in the span of a week he comes back. It's obviously just terrible timing for that injury, but I think they feel that they can win a series without him. Miro is more of a question mark, so I think if they get Miro back, they feel pretty good and hope that he could be back for next round.
The way that one ended, it was worth the late night, certainly, with Colin Blackwell getting that overtime goal. Pete DeBoer's been pushing a lot of the right buttons over the last few years, but what went into that decision to have Colin Blackwell, who was a healthy scratch game 1, playing in game 2?
Yeah, Blackwell's been kind of a guy that's been coming in and out of the lineup all year, and Pete likes to shuffle his fourth line and just see who can bring a spark, and he said after the game he was hoping that's what Blackwell would do. He's a good energy guy, a lot of hustle in his game, and you could see that on his game-winning goal last night. So, and that's kind of playoffs. It's just making little adjustments here and there, even if it is a depth forward like that. But obviously, it can completely change a game in a series. So, always a cool story to see a guy come into the lineup and score such an important goal like that. So, everybody was pretty happy for him.
Hey, Leah, when you ask like the star players, and we watch Nathan MacKinnon play, and it's amazing how him and McCarr, and they just they dance on the ice. The way they create space. How did these defensemen or how do the players' opponents describe playing against those guys? Because they just create so much room. Is it like fear that they're going to blow by them? How do they talk about these guys?
Yeah, they kind of talk about it as, players like that are going to get their points, and it's not a question of keeping them off the score sheet and keeping them, not as non-factors, just minimizing the effect that they can have. And, it's amazing to watch. And, we saw it when they played Edmonton and Connor McDavid last year. It feels very similar to watching MacKinnon do what he's done, and especially on the power play. They're among the best players in the world, and you can see the difference between a guy like that and anybody else playing every night. And I think all things considered, the Stars have done the best they can with them. I think Cale Makar hasn't been as big of a factor as he probably could be so far this series. You got to think he's probably going to heat up a little bit more here soon. But yeah, McKinnon's going to be a guy that might score every night, but they just kind of have to do the best they can and hope they can minimize everybody else's impact.
It seems like that everybody in the ice freezes, just stops.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh gosh, somebody get over there,
Mm-hmm.
screaming from the couch. These guys, it's hard to watch. If you're a Colorado fan, you have to be happy, but Stars fan, I'm terrified when these guys touch the puck.
Exactly. No, you 100% feel that way. And I noticed last night some of the Stars defensemen just being a little more conservative instead of, you see a guy like Nathan MacKinnon get the puck and you're going to just retreat. Just give him some room and, not try to take any big risks because, he'll burn you. And that's just what you have to do.
It's Leah Asimakopoulos here of the Morning News. It was good to see Tyler Seguin scoring. How's he doing after missing 3/4 of the season?
Pretty good. He said last night that he felt like the speed of the game was was fast as it looked for everybody. But I mean, you miss 4 months and then you get one game 82 where no one really cares and then have to jump into a playoff series against your rival. It's not an easy situation to jump into, but I mean, he's contributing so far. I think he's got 2 points in his 3 games back. So pretty solid, and they need him. That line of him and Matthew Shane and Mason Marshman wasn't just their best line, but it was one of the league's best lines before he went down with his injury. So that would be a big factor in this series if they can get going again.
What do you think of Bischel and his play, even just from game 1 to game 2, and as the game went on last night? He got a lot more physical. I mean, he's roughing up McKinnon there post-whistle. He also got hit in the head pretty hard there, and he's just bouncing up, no big deal. Just go ahead and stop the bleeding, guys. But Bischel, really in his first playoff experience, this is a guy, if the Stars can keep going, you might just get better and better from him.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think you do see the progress for him every single game, and it's encouraging. I mean, he is a player that they were just kind of lacking. Like, he has underrated skill. He's huge. He's physical, and in playoffs, all of those things are really important. And in Game 1, that third pairing of him and Alexander Petrovic didn't play quite as much, but I mean, Pete was really trusting them last night. He talked about it a little bit today and said he felt probably the most comfortable he's felt with his defensemen last night for the first time in a really long time. And they were playing out in overtime and gave some pretty solid minutes. So Bischel's been great, and he's a momentum shifter in these games, especially when he goes after a guy like McKinnon. That was quite a moment to watch. But I think they need him, and with Miro back and you have him now, like that's a solid defensive unit right there. So I think they're pretty pleased with how he's been developing.
Hey, Leah, with this, is it kind of old hat that you're going to Ball Arena, but it's the altitude? Do we ever talk about that anymore, or is that something you think like, okay, we're gonna, does it take some getting used to, or is it just old hat to these hockey players going there?
Yeah, I think they feel kind of fine about it just because it's a division rival. I mean, they play there twice a year, pretty much every year. They played a 6-game series against Colorado last year and won all 3 of their games at Ball Arena.
Yeah.
We asked about it today, and they said, their kind of training staff advises the players to take shorter shifts. And usually they'll say the first 10 minutes or so of the game feel like they can feel their lungs and like it's a little harder to breathe. But after that, they adjust. And you've got a couple guys on this team that played for the Avs, for Matthew Shane and now Mikko Rantanen, and I think they're kind of helping the other guys get used to it. But everybody on this roster has played in Colorado before, so I don't think it's anything that's going to shift a series.
Thank you so much for your insights, Leah. Enjoy the trip out there and the rest of this series, and maybe we'll catch up with you round 2 if they advance.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Salute. Leah Asimakopoulos there, Morning News with you once again in the G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. Okay, yeah, Rangers back to work tonight. They're in California to take on the A's. Pregame's coming up at 8:30. Sandler's going to join you coming up at 5 o'clock, and then Tyler Malley at 5:20. So we're fired up for that Rangers player show coming up. G-Bag of the Day at 5:30. In addition to the finest next, Wolchuk, what's in store?
Yeah, we've got some Lions taking shots at the Packers. Quinn Ewers with John Gruden. And who's been the best drafting team of the last 5 years? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Big sports afternoon coming up. Holy cow. Tyler Malley at 5:20. We're talking Stars with Ralph Strangis coming up at 6:20. LA Live's in there just under an hour away now. We have Jared Sandler previewing Rangers A's coming up here for you in 15 minutes. Right now, let's take the temperature of football with Wolchuk, football's finest.
Man, it's Lion season in the NFL right now. I mean, there's always rumors swirling. We've got all the trade chatter that's going on. You got Cleveland and the Giants apparently trying to move back. Jerry stoking the trade waters today as well.
Did he ever?
Could the Cowboys be interested in that? You had Stephon Gilmore at the Star, and the reports are it wasn't necessarily scheduled, but he was there. He's not getting signed. They did have Zeke meet before the draft last year. Didn't end up with a runner that ended up signing Zeke. Maybe Stephon Gilmore could be a guy that they would sign post-draft. But so much craziness when it comes to the NFL draft. No better place than 105.3 The Fan with our draft coverage. But Quinn Ewers, yesterday, they dropped it. John Gruden, his quarterback school with the former South Lake Carroll and Texas Longhorn product. And if you were around and you were covering high school football, the big thing was Quinn Ewers after his junior year, thinking like, okay, he's going to come back. South Lake Carroll's got a great opportunity to win a state championship. And then he sat out that season. And here was Quinn talking with Gruden about the NIL offer that he had.
You've been carrying that number one prospect label a long time now. You committed to Texas, is that right?
Yeah, my sophomore year of high school.
And all of a sudden, you skip your senior year and go to Ohio State.
Yeah.
I just have to hear this. Why would you skip your senior year, man? I mean, you're shredding people.
You know, the Texas legislature wasn't going to allow high school ball players to get paid. And I had a $1.4 million memorabilia deal in front of me.
Wow.
That I wasn't going to pass up. So
as a junior in high school?
As a junior in high school. I guess that's what comes with being the number one prospect. So.
Man. Yeah. Can't really turn that down. What do you think over there?
I think it's a no-brainer. Yeah, I mean, senior year of high school is worth less than $1.4 million.
It's crazy.
That was just a classic, you know. It kind of sounded like something from, what was that movie about 93 there with the kids from Austin. And, you know, they were
Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wrong button again. What was that? What was that baseball swing?
That was the paddle they used to swat the underclassmen.
Okay.
Yeah, they were.
All right.
Yeah, Quinn, it's fun. I mean, he talked about the play to Matthew Golden there against Arizona State. He was also talking about another play against Clemson. And
he made some good throws in his career. Maybe that one against Alabama and Tuscaloosa might have been the best one ever.
The crazy thing isn't leaving your senior year of high school, it's leaving college, because these are your last opportunities to have glorious moments. If I'm Quinn Ewers, you know, they're talking about I'm a day 3 pick. I might not ever see a competitive football field again, at least when it comes to the NFL.
Yeah, he could have hit the transfer portal, and I'm sure he would have been very, very coveted, but he is coming out. We'll see where Quinn ends up going. Now, Shador has a new betting favorite to draft him in the first round. It was the Saints about a week ago. No longer the Saints. The new favorite to select Shador Sanders in the NFL draft is the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are the betting favorite right now at plus 310. The Giants with the second highest odds. The Browns and then the Saints have fallen way down with the Shefty reports that they are interested in one Jackson Dart. Now, the Steelers have come out, and their general manager, Amar Khan, noted that they're looking at maybe adding 2 quarterbacks this offseason. They've currently got Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. There is the Rodgers rumorooskies out there, but maybe they end up coming away with 2 quarterbacks over the course of the weekend. If Shador falls to 21, I would bet the Steelers would absolutely pounce on him.
Sure.
We'll see what ends up happening in the draft. The Giants, though, being the second option, and this is something that we have seen mixed reports, like, is there a torn room there? And it might be you have some in the building that do like Shador, but according to Connor Hughes of SNY, Jackson Dart is somebody that Brian Daboll is apparently very, very high on.
Yeah.
So I can understand why they probably want to move back. That's too high probably to take Dart. They're also a team that could possibly jump back into the first round. But you got the Giants, you got the Saints. Those are 2 teams reportedly that are very, very interested in Ole Miss's Jackson Dart right now.
I'm curious. Daboll was OC at Alabama.
He was.
His paths never crossed
With
Lane Kiffin anywhere, right?
I don't think so. I think he might have taken over.
I just wonder why.
Did Lane maybe take over for him?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was one of those things that maybe that Lane Kiffin is selling.
That could be
something, or maybe going through Nick Saban to kind of, get an idea about the player. But I just I wonder if that's...
Yeah, it was Lane Kiffin who was the OC from 14 to 16, and then Daboll took over for a year after
him,
and then went to Buffalo. So
okay, so there was a little not any overlap, but
passing off.
Yeah, maybe he's got the idea. They need to try and save their job. You have to look at it as what quarterback gives me the best chance to win right now, and Dart might be ready right now.
Yeah,
as opposed to Sanders. So Sanders long term, Jackson Dart maybe right now. Maybe that's what Brian Daboll and them
that could be.
About. Yeah.
And then the Colts are another team that have been mentioned. Is watch out for them. They could be taking a quarterback much higher than other people are expecting. They've got 3 picks in the first 80 selections, 14, 48, and 80. They're another team.
That GM's about to lose his job, too. He needs to think about that.
Yeah. Well, and Will Howard is a name that's kind of been linked to them a little bit. So when you're looking at the quarterbacks, I mean, there's so much craziness that could go on. The Falcons are maybe going to move Kirk Cousins, maybe not. Reportedly, they're asking way too much for him. So this is something where, hey, we'll see where these quarterback dominoes end up falling. And I'm excited to get through Saturday and see who ends up going where. We had
one team's going to get lucky. I mean, if you don't want to take Shedeur in the top 5, I get it, I guess. But I mean, you're sitting there at 8 and 9. Where are you picking if you're the Colts? 16 or 17?
They're at 14,
and you have a chance to get a guy who was talked about in the top 5 for the majority of this draft process. There's been so many players that did not go in the top 5 that ended up being something. I think Shedeur's the next one.
I assumed these quarterbacks would go much higher. It's the quarterback tax. You see it every year.
Yeah,
but who knows? Maybe this is the year that the teams actually aren't as high on some of these players. And part of the Jory Epstein and Charles Robinson piece was there is so much mixed feelings on Shedeur. Among 10 teams, half assessed Sanders as a possible top 10 pick. The others thought he was somewhere between the second round. And I don't know. I mean, it just depends on where these teams end up falling on him. That's probably why they think they can move back, still end up landing their quarterback. Draft is in Green Bay this year. Previously, we had it in Detroit, and it was a big success in Detroit. Lions president Rod Wood was discussing during a luncheon.
That's crazy, by the way.
Rod Wood?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, good old Rod Wood. Mr. Wood just had to take a little shot there at the Packers.
I knew that we would put on a great show for the whole country, and we kind of, exceeded everybody's expectations, including mine, with the people that showed up. And the draft looked great on TV. Trying to get the NFL to consider bringing it back because I don't think they'll ever top it. So, and I told you off stage, there's no way Green Bay will come close.
In fact,
they'll finish second, or as I said to Brad off stage, third, like they did last year.
Hey-oh.
He thought he was good.
I think it just means more up there. That division's something else, but I would agree with him because of the magic they captured with Detroit and Campbell and the run that they were on after such a drought. Yeah. I just think you caught that on the way up. That was lightning in a bottle. That Detroit draft was insane.
It was the number of people. The only thing that Detroit I think could be topped if it started snowing in Green Bay while the draft was going on.
And then there's just another take is that you should not be planning these outdoor drafts.
I'm just telling you, man,
for April.
How
That's
cool!
ridiculous.
How cool would it be if the commissioner's standing up there opening the draft and there's snow and snow's coming down,
and all the out of towners are getting hypothermia? I don't think it'd be cool at all.
You gotta check your weather apps and stuff before you go.
Sure, except
for you who don't bring a bag. That wouldn't. Yeah,
I would be prepared. I would be prepared for the elements, but I just don't think it's necessary. I think it's weird to be outdoors there in April for made for TV events, and you're packing tens and tens of thousands of people around.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Snow would be cool. Come on, man, admit it. Snow would be.
It would be great for me watching it on TV.
Yeah, not being there. It'd be fun. It'd be fun. If you want to win free beer for a year, super simple, guys. All you got to do is nail 25 draft picks this year.
In a row?
25 picks, just 25 out of the first round. And you've got a chance to win free beer all football season long.
Is this a Miller?
When do I have to submit these now?
Okay, so this is a promotion. You've got until tomorrow.
Let's put one in.
To enter for a chance to win a season's worth of free Pabst Light.
Oh, Pabst.
Brian, you
Pabst
know
Light.
more about this than me, but I'm pretty sure like all the mock drafters, even the best, get like 7 or 8.
That's why they're probably feeling great about
Wait a minute.
this.
Out of all you guys,
they're not giving away.
Nobody's doing 25.
Hell no, we're not.
So we got to get 25 of the teams right of the 32?
Yeah, you got to get at least 25 picks right.
Oh, I thought we just had to pick 25 players.
Oh, no. I mean, anybody could do that, right?
Well, even that would be pretty tough. Making 25 of the 32 picks, that would be tough. You got to nail 25 to their teams. There is a 0% chance this is going to happen.
No chance. And that's why they're probably feeling great about this promotion.
Yeah, sure.
Because they're
Free
going to
beer.
A lot of people that are going to enter for a chance to win. And hell yeah, you should.
And you probably only get like a 12-pack a week. You know?
Oh, I bet
Give
they
me a
do
12-pack a day. Then we're talking.
That's not enough for me, man.
Yeah.
12-pack a day.
12-pack a week.
I'm going to need 84 beers a week, man. If you're gonna tell
Okay,
me
Wade Boggs.
free beer for a year,
It would be cool, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody nailed 25 of these draft picks, congratulations to you. I really don't think. And look, we would
So you
put
just have to get the team, right? You don't have to get them in order. We just get 25 teams.
Like Cam Ward.
well,
Titans,
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
Travis Hunter.
that is in
Browns,
order.
Yeah.
You know,
But no, but I thought
If we have trades,
if you have
if you
32
have the trades,
teams,
you could throw it off.
if you got 25 of the 32 teams right,
yeah,
no matter the order, we're
it
good.
ain't happening. I mean, what's the most you've ever gotten right in a mock draft?
Gosh,
think it was
7.
You ever got
8.
double digits?
I think it was 8.
Yeah. See,
Dane Brugler and like Rick Goslin.
Well, yeah, maybe
I think
Rick.
Rick Goslin
Rick used to be the man.
Rick Goslin had like 14, 15
Yeah, he
one
did.
time.
and he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to be better than the GOAT. Only 7 wrong.
Are you doubting me?
There's no chance.
Yes.
Yeah,
am.
I don't. I'm
Yes,
doubting him.
Yes, I'm doubting
It's
you.
never happened.
I don't think it's happening.
Yeah.
20. That's why they feel great about this. 25 is a lot. I mean, even if they did like 15, I don't know if they'd hit that.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. There's some football finest here for you as we head towards the 5 o'clock hour. Rangers pregame's coming up at 8:30. They're about to tune up the A's of California here for 3 starting tonight, 9:05 first pitch. Jared Sandler joins us, then Tyler Malley, then the G-Bag of the day in L.A. live here. The 5 o'clock hour is next on the Fan.
got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and Jared Sandler joining us now with Rangers and A's coming up, 9 o'clock first pitch, 8:30 pregame here on your home of the Rangers. Sandler is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and a good evening, Jared. How the heck are you?
Yes, I'm great. Just here in Sacramento at Sutter Health Park, and yeah, it's 52nd tonight. I guess Sutter Health Park will officially become the 52nd different ballpark the Rangers have played a regular season game in, with Steinbrenner Field becoming 53 later this June. So a new experience for everyone.
Indeed, and we're looking forward to you painting that picture here with the pregame coming up at 8:30. Now, how do the hitters match up against this A's pitching staff? Could this be a breakout series for us?
Well, I hope so. And in general, this is thought to be a very hitter-friendly park, and it will be even more hitter-friendly as it gets hotter and hotter. And the Rangers are back here in August when, hopefully that's peak hitter-friendliness. But yeah, the A's have a really fun lineup. They can score runs, but not necessarily the best at preventing runs, and you combine that with the ballpark. Hopefully this is an opportunity for the Rangers to break out, and they'll have a different look to their lineup as well, with Josh Smith leading off. Wyatt Langford's going to bat second, Corey Seager's hitting third, and Marcus Simeon's going to be in the 5 spot tonight. So a little bit of a different look for the lineup, kind of like what we talked about, that once the Rangers finish their homestand, if things hadn't been clicking, then maybe they would make a change, and they've used this the off day yesterday and the start of a road trip here today to serve as the hinge point in making that change.
How flexible do you think they're going to be here with this lineup?
Well, Bruce Bochy doesn't, as we've experienced, he's not a guy who loves, constantly changing things up and mixing and matching in a big way. So I think, he'd like to see if something like this works. We might see a difference, though, in righties versus lefties. If a lefty is on the mound and Osvaldo Bido, who's the starter for the Athletics, is not. He's a righty. Maybe you see Wyatt Langford lead off against a lefty. But against a righty, I think you'd like to see if this clicks and if this works. And if it does, then maybe we see this top third remain intact, or top 4 with Garcia in the cleanup spot. I think the X factor here is Jock Peterson. I think once Jock Peterson gets going, that could change the equation a little bit. You might see, some differences there, but until Jock gets going, I think right now, if you look at their lineup, they're putting their best hitters in the top 4 spots. The guys who have been their best producers offensively this year are hitting 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess you could maybe look at the catchers with Jonah Heim and Kyle Gashioka. They've done a nice job, but I think in general, they'd like to keep them more at the bottom of the order. But at the end of the day, best hitters are making up the 4 best, the top 4 spots in the lineup right now.
Jared, is Jock Peterson, because of his past history, is that why people are staying encouraged by this? Or are we past the small sample size thing yet? Are we still in that phase? But are people just being encouraging because he has a history of being able to hit?
Yeah, I think it's that. And Brian, I spent some time with some of the analytics folks yesterday and just asked some questions. And one of the things I asked was, if you didn't know Jock Peterson's baseball card numbers, right? Batting average, homers, all that stuff, would you think that he was having a year that would in any way, shape, or form resemble that? And they said, no, not at all. That we would think, looking at some of the batted ball numbers, the bat speed, discipline numbers, all those things, that he was probably just having a standard year. They, not off to a hot start. They said maybe leaning a little bit to below what you'd expect from him, but not much, more than a lean. And so I think some of those things are what's encouraging. And, frankly, it's data that teams look at these days to try and make some of these decisions. And it doesn't mean that they are always right, in what those numbers suggest, because those numbers can also change. But I think that's a part of what is leaving them encouraged. But at the end of the day, you got to get the results. And I think they're obviously more than ready for that to happen. But I do think that they are encouraged. I'd even say, Broadus, and maybe this is a silly disposition to have. I don't know. I'd even say that they're not worried about it. Like, they're not worried that long term over the course of the year it's not going to work out. I just think it's more about, hey, this lineup is not scoring. It's like Evan Carter last year, or even Wyatt Langford when he struggled in April. If the lineup was producing better in April last year, we wouldn't have made as much of a deal, about those guys' struggles. But the lineup wasn't scoring, and the lineup so far this month is not scoring, and so it obviously magnifies the performances of some of these guys. But they don't seem too worried about Jock. It's just more a matter of the angst to get it going and finally have the hits start falling.
So you're telling me, though, that Jock Peterson is masking like other guys, or he's taking the arrows for really some other guys in this lineup not hitting well right now, right?
Well, I mean, listen, his numbers are by far and away the most substandard, especially relative to expectations. So I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, I guess in that way, sure. A lot of the attention's on Jock, but and Marcus Simeon's received a lot of attention as well, and obviously the Rangers have made a move there, like we talked about. But I mean, you look at the lineup. Josh Young was hurt, so that didn't help, and Wyatt Langford was hurt, and so missing those guys, which at this point being such a small amount of games, they've missed about half the season from those two guys. Obviously, that will thin out in terms of the relativity of all that. But yeah, I mean, the two guys who have performed at a level furthest below what you'd expect are definitely Simeon and Peterson, and I don't know that Jock's taken bullets away from Marcus. I think that people have identified both. I just think that the Rangers, I think Jock's struggles are obviously magnified because this lineup isn't scoring. If this lineup was scoring like we expected this lineup to score, it'd be like, wow, they're scoring. Wait until Jock Peterson gets going. But I think because they're not scoring, it's more, my goodness, like, when is Jock going to get going? He's holding this lineup down. Listen, I understand why the narratives are what they are. I get it. And at the end of the day, he has no RBIs as we get ready for the 24th or whatever game. And I think he would be the first person to tell you, like, that can't happen. And he's definitely had opportunities to bring in runs, and I'm sure he will do that very frequently. But he's got to start getting hits, and again, hopefully that starts tonight.
So Leiter is scheduled to make a start tonight for the Express, and then you've got, of course, Corbin, who's on the bump. He's been good, and the Rangers now have gotten a lot of great pitching from their rotation. But is this a case now where, like, Corbin's pitching to try and stay in the rotation?
No, I think it's more Kumar Rocker. Kumar's obviously coming off a great start, and that maybe changed the Rangers' philosophy. Maybe the thought was, hey, Kumar's had a great start. Let's send Jack on a rehab assignment. We don't need to rush him back. Let's let him get his legs under him, and then we'll see him, in a few days. But I think, the Rangers, they don't really have options with Patrick Corbin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd put him in the bullpen, and I don't think that, they'd want to just waste what's left of his contract and punt on that so quickly. At the end of the day, what they wanted out of Patrick Corbin, what they needed out of Patrick Corbin is usage and innings, and he has been that guy. So I don't think that Patrick Corbin's pitching for, spot in the rotation right now. And the other thing, too, to remember, the Rangers, like a lot of teams at the beginning of the year, have had some off days sprinkled in. Well, today marks a stretch of 13 straight days of the game, and then they have an off day, and then they have 13 straight days of the game. So they had 26 out of the next 27. And so, especially early in the season, and especially with guys like DeGrom and Malley, and if Rocker is in the rotation rocker, you need to be protected. And one thing that Patrick Corbin offers is that protection, a guy that can eat some innings, maybe wear a few innings for you when things aren't going well. Whereas, for another guy, you might be a little quicker to pull them from the game. But I think that's time to remember now strategically, 26 games the next 27 days, there are going to be decisions that are definitely made in response to that, just to make sure that the pitching plans line up with what's reasonable and what makes sense.
Jared, ESPN did a trade deadline preview today, which I thought was early. It was premature.
Yeah, wow.
But since they did, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to bring up what I think should be the Rangers' target. Okay, and I want to get your thoughts on this. But we go to Kansas City, where young Vinny Pasquantino, could be available because they have a top prospect. I can't pronounce the top prospect's name. It's an Italian name. But he's coming up, and Pasquantino could be available. And I think, man, you talk about a guy who's not even arbitration eligible yet. That might fit the bill there. Could we give up maybe a young pitcher for a young first baseman with power?
Yes, and Jack Caglione is the prospect.
Yeah.
So the thing with Vinny is you got Jake Berger, who's also pre-arb, and I don't know that the Rangers are planning on punting on Jake Berger just yet. And he's a first baseman who has power, pre-arb as well. So if you were to acquire Vinny Pasquantino, you'd probably need to make another move. Otherwise, you'd be adding a surplus unnecessarily. The thing, though, Gavin, I would tell you just in general with Vinny Pasquantino, if he can stay healthy, which, that's been a struggle. But he also, the guy I'm looking for, Gavin, if I'm going to add to the lineup, and obviously for a lineup that struggled, why wouldn't you consider that? I want a guy that's going to get on base, and I want a guy that's going to draw walks. One of the things that this lineup has been defined by has been its aggression, and I don't know that that's going to change a whole lot. You just got a lot of aggressive hitters, but they're last in the league in walk rate. They're last in chase rate, and they're last. I think they're last in pitches per plate appearance. The only other team that's right there with them is this Athletics team that they're playing. So I want a guy that's going to work counts. I want a guy that's going to draw walks. I want a guy that's going to add some patience, not because I need this team to be at the top of the league in that regard. I just think, those sorts of stats, it's going to be in the middle. You don't need to be the most passive team, but you don't need to be the most aggressive team always. Now, you want guys to be who they are, and right now the lineup is made up of a lot of aggressive hitters and guys who are at their best oftentimes when they're aggressive, guys like Seager and Young and Adolis Garcia. But, I think ultimately I'm not looking at it as much from a position standpoint. I want a guy that's going to maybe balance that out a little bit. And I don't know, Vinny Pasquantino over his career has been an aggressive hitter. Now, you're right, he has power. This team, if they're not going to draw a lot of walks, they have to hit home runs, right? The math will tell you that relying on, getting 10, 11 hits a night is not suitable at this day and age of pitching. So you either need to get a lot of base runners with walks, or you need to hit home runs. And so if this is going to be an aggressive team that doesn't walk a lot, they're going to have to hit a whole lot of home runs. I think they believe there's going to be an uptick in that when you get Jock Peterson going, having a healthy Wyatt Langford, and having a healthy Josh Young. But there's no doubt that, if there's an opportunity to add power, if this is going to be an aggressive lineup, then I think adding power would definitely make sense.
Got to run, Sands. Thanks for your thoughts. Pregame coming up at 8:30. Have a great time out there with the Rangers and A's.
Hey, see you, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Jerry Jones today says they're working on two things of substance could happen before or after the draft. We'll get to that coming up at 6 o'clock. But Rangers pitcher Tyler Mahle joins us next. Then the G-Bag of the Day and the Expressways coming up at 5:30 here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Time now for the Rangers Players Show. It's the Expressway, brought to you by the on-time experts here. And on your home of the Rangers Players Show is brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and the man who just completed the best 5-game stretch to open a season in Texas Rangers franchise history. Had 7 shutout innings on Sunday, moved his ERA to .068. Tyler Malley with you now here on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, good. Just hanging out at the field. How are you guys doing?
We're doing wonderful, thanks. Do you like Seattle? You like the setup up there with the stadium and the vibe over there?
We're in Sacramento.
I'm sorry. Sacramento. Yeah. Wrong S town.
I'm from Southern California, and we're in the state capital, but I've never been here before. But I mean, hotel's nice, field's nice, so there's nothing else you could really ask for.
Is that kind of like being at a minor league facility now?
It is a minor league facility. They put some work into it, though. It's actually kind of nice.
So speaking of kind of nice, buddy, what's working for you out there? It's been a lot of fun watching these last 4 starts, just up and down. There you go. What did something change there over the off season, or is this just you putting in what you've been putting in over the years, and the results are coming together for you?
Yeah, it's just I've had 3 years to I've had 3 years to work on, all my stuff. I know I was rehabbing, like I said, 3 years to work on everything, and it's come together pretty nicely. I'm just trying to go out there and, throw all my pitches for strikes and get guys out, and that's what's been happening.
Yeah. Do you ever has anything been surprising to yourself? This is some historic level work that you're doing.
I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I know I'm capable of this. A sub-1 ERA is kind of crazy. Like it's,
toot it.
But I know that, I can, with my stuff, if I live over the plate and, put the ball in the right spots, like I can get guys out. Anyone can, if you just put the ball in the right spots. And I've been fortunate to do that in the last 5 starts. And yeah.
Hey, Tyler, in watching the broadcast, Mike Bassick, who does the color commentary, a former Major League pitcher, and then Jared Sandler, who does stuff with the pre- and post-game show, always kind of talk about you adjusting the eye level of the hitters. And is that something that is always been a part of your pitching and how you attack hitters? But because it's clear watching you pitch, the control you have to keep your ball down, but when you have to elevate, you're able to get outs that way.
Yeah, that's always been, since I've been in the big leagues. That's been, kind of my best pitch is an elevated fastball. And then over the years, I've, added pitches to, complement that fastball, splitter, a slider, a cutter. So I've just been, putting it all together, and with, hard work off the field, just by myself, and then also, pitching coaches, and, putting the right plan together. It's all been, working as of late.
How lonely were some of those days coming back for 3 years? How tough was that on you?
I wouldn't say lonely. I have a great family, my wife and kids at home. I wouldn't say lonely at all. I have a really good team behind me, but it is tough not competing. Especially last year, I was signed to a new team and I can't contribute.
Sure.
So that in that aspect, yeah, it was very hard, but I'm healthy this year, and just happy I can, contribute to the ball club.
Yeah, I mean, you should be tooting your own horn, man. You've been absolutely incredible. And when you talk about being, not on the mound over the course of the last couple of years, have you been able to learn anything just being away, watching, observing? I mean, is there anything you can take away that's helped you this year?
I think the biggest thing are just like real small mechanical changes, just to keep me healthy. Because obviously I haven't been the last 3 years. The last year, my best year was 2021. Was the last year I was healthy, the full year. 2022, I pitched 120 innings or whatever, but I was hurt. I was pitching through pain practically that whole time. So this is the first year that I've started, fresh. And, I just kind of picked up some things on, where my body needs to be to stay healthy and stay on the field.
It's Tyler Mahle here with you on The Fan. When you get it going like this, now I know you're not supposed to jinx a no-hitter while it's in progress, but do you ever think, like, I might just go out here and throw a perfect game today?
No. These are, big league hitters. It's pretty crazy if you're going out thinking like that. I don't think it's ever going to turn out right. I think the right mindset for me is just go out and make pitches, because good things are going to happen most of the time. When you make good pitches, you're either going to miss bats, or if you play on a good team, like I do, like when you got good guys behind you that are going to make plays, those plays are going to be made. So if you're making good pitches, good things are going to happen.
I mean, you're missing bats in the zone. It's just it's tremendous to watch you work right now. Now, what do you think is going to be the key for the offense here to get this going? As you're sitting there from your perspective, I know you can only handle what you can handle, but do you have confidence this lineup's going to get going here pretty soon?
Yeah, I focus on what I can control, but I don't think anyone's worried about. Anybody on this team is worried about our lineup. They're from 1 to 9. These guys can do some damage. So, and I think everyone knows that. So it's just a matter of time till the bats heat up and we really get going. That's going to be a scary thing.
So you're a Cali guy. You've been in Texas now for a couple of years. Have you been getting into the debates, the In-N-Out versus the Whataburger, the California Mexican food versus the Tex-Mex? What are some of the things here in the clubhouse that you're breaking down, having been from California?
I don't know. I haven't really. I don't know what to tell you. It's pretty similar to at home. We don't have the beach, but like all the same restaurants, and we're in Dallas. We're not, in I don't know what's like real hardcore Texas, like West Texas, I guess. I don't know. Dallas is, pretty similar to at home. So we feel right at home in where we're at.
You like this Texas barbecue? What's your favorite thing to eat that maybe California doesn't do quite as well?
Yeah, I guess it'd be Texas barbecue. I don't remember the names of the restaurants that we've been to. There's a really good place that gets catered to the stadium sometimes. I know it's a barbecue spot in Arlington. You guys probably know.
Hurtado.
Yep, that's it. That place is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But everything else, there's a good sushi spot, Mr. Max.
Nice.
But we also have, we have good sushi in, Orange County also. But yeah, Mr. Max is another one of our favorites.
Well, Tyler, congrats again on this start. Best of luck to you for the rest of the season, and we look forward to catching up with you again sometime soon.
Alrighty, thanks, guys.
Salute. There he goes, Tyler Mahle, Rangers pitcher, here with you in the G-Bag Nation, joining us live from Sacramento.
Yeah. Wait. How's that? Is there a minor league ballpark there? What are you working with right there?
How's Seattle?
Jeez.
I looked over at you like,
what am I doing?
Oh, it's so good.
Welcome Peyton Russell to the broadcast.
Like a minor league park there? Or,
Rangers Player Show brought to you by Globe Life.
Oh, dude.
For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. I mean, I was already leaking confidence from the fact that Tyler Malley is a difficult conversation, right?
Yeah.
It's and I like Tyler Malley. He's genuine. He is who he is.
Yeah.
But I knew I had my work cut out for me, right?
Were you worried about that you were just not going to be able to get content out of it?
Then the first gate, I'm like, bang. Let me just go ahead and knock that down.
Tell me about that Seattle minor league park you're at right now.
That was amazing.
Oh, jeez. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, man. Just trying to keep the vibes going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when we last left off for G-Bag of the day, our winner right here was matter of fact, Dawson, can you put some sauce on there for me?
There you go. The G-Bag of the day is the best audio from the world of sports, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. That is your G-Bag of the day.
Appreciate that there, brah.
You got it. Thank you.
Brah. California dudes always hit you with the brah. Yeah, brah.
I don't know about food.
They always wear their pants different than the rest of the country, too.
Yeah, man. Stacey Adams in jeans. I'm going to the park. Like, what? All right, comedian Mike Goodwin. He is our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far. I think this is day number 3 for him. Yeah, he has a joke right here to give you some perspective in this thing that we call life.
Grandma says there's only 2 things in life that you worry about. Whether you're healthy or whether you're sick. If you're healthy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're sick, you got 2 things to worry about. Whether you're going to get better, whether you're going to get worse. You get better, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you get worse, you got 2 things to worry about. Whether you're going to live, whether you're going to die. If you live, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you die, you got 2 things. Whether you're going to heaven, whether you're going to hell. If you go to heaven, yeah. You ain't got nothing to worry about, bro.
How you feel?
You ain't got nothing to worry about. Yeah. But if you go to hell, you got 2 things to worry about. Original or extra crispy?
Good stuff right there, Mr. Mike Goodwin. Book him at your family events or a church near you.
2-time champ.
Those clean comedians right there, fam.
Yeah, it's very clean.
Okay, like Sinbad. Sinbad was a great, clean comedian on stage. And then when he got off the stage, it was flim, flam, flimma, flamma, flimma, flamma, flam. Those are curse words. Okay, let's get the vibes right for a G-Bag of the day here on a Tuesday. Let's go to Ronaman. Ronaman was a fella I discovered over the weekend. He does parody songs. Does one for an NBA show that's on Sirius XM. Anyway, this right here is in the key of Keith Sweat. His hit Nobody. He did Luka's verse and he did Nico's verse. Let's go to Nico's verse. There we go.
This is Luka singing duet with Nico Harrison.
Yeah.
Nobody like Luka. Take it away, Nico.
We got 8 players injured. Carry out for the year 2. Wanted to show the Maverick fans that we don't need you. You got a dead body, and you're lily white. Thought Anthony Davis would be what the Mavericks fans would like. And who we got starting at the point? Nobody. About at center. Nobody. Who we got playing the game tonight? Nobody, baby. Who is playing for Kyrie? Nobody. For Derek Lively and AD? Nobody. last Tuesday night. Nobody, baby.
He also did a verse where Luka responded.
I've got a dead body, and I have gimpy calf too. Luka might have bits of belly, but he'll drop 50 on you.
Yeah.
Now I don't ever bake, because I like my food fried. I like to smoke hookah, eat burgers, and drink beer every night. And who can shoot threes like me? Nobody. Who can make plays like me? Nobody. Who can smoke hookah and drink all night, but get you to the finals, baby. Who is worse defender than me?
That's the part, bro.
Who gives you what you need? Nobody. Who can party all night long but still hit game winners, baby?
That is awesome.
Who has worse defense than me? I like that, bro.
Funniest East European comedy since Borat, right there.
Oh.
2 decades.
Well, you sure put a whole lot of sauce on it, didn't you?
Good.
You'll never get this.
I guess you gotta lay out like all the Eastern comedians or whatever, Eastern comedy. You might be right. It's a short list.
Yeah,
it's a short list. You might be right.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah. All right, this is from the Rockies and Padres series. That's already passed, but Gavin Sheets.
Yeah.
Gavin Sheets. Not like Shaq last night, but the sheets on your bed.
Okay.
All right, Spanish call.
Lo menciono porque lleva 10 esta noche Nicolás. 2 bolas sin strike. Palo por la derecha. Es Gavin. Holy
Holy.
Whoa, bro. Whoa.
That's genius right there.
Yeah,
Really good.
He did that.
Holy sheets.
He did that. Hold on.
Es Gavin. Holy cheese. A la calle.
Huge bump for that.
Yeah.
If I'm in San Diego, I'm finding the Spanish call, bro. That's where the real fun's going down.
Facts.
Especially for the Gavin Sheets at bats. We gotta hear this, dude.
Brian Windhorse, you gotta chill.
Is obviously Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves can fit together beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also show that they can fit together.
Lakers big 3. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
We love each other and really mean it. We work together as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basketball analysis there.
It's so crazy. Football is weird too.
Yeah, same way.
It's amazing.
Okay, is it time to vote?
Let's do one more. NBA on TNT. Right. I watch it on Max. Should be HBO Max, but they totally ruined their branding. Charles Barkley has a message for Nico.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Is that my camera right there?
Is that my camera?
Listen, man, I consider you a friend of mine, Nico Harrison. I consider you a friend of mine. I wish you nothing but the best. I thought you did a good job last year with the Mavs, and obviously whatever happened this year didn't work out. Man, don't do no more press conferences. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't. Like, I got sympathy and love for you, but I have zero idea what you're trying to do. This war is over, brother. You got to taking the L. I hope you keep your job. I hope that team get healthy. But man, don't do any more interviews. Please don't.
What he's doing, he's going through a business crisis, and I think he thought after a month of laying low, or was that 2 months of laying low? The sort of that we're going to poke our head back up and talk.
77
days. This is why the crisis management people tell you to go away and never talk about it again. You know. Because you can't say anything to make it better. Charles Barkley is dead balls on right.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do is not talk about it again. But I think it's glorious that he did because it's brought it back up in such a massive way that might cost him his job here, maybe even before.
Oh, now
the
it's
draft.
getting nasty. Stephen A. Smith is on. Well, I got text messages saying Nico was the one that made this move.
Wow.
Yes, crazy.
Let's keep our pedal to the metal here. Maybe we could get some resolution and a refreshing start.
Get him out of here.
Is it our current champion here? The two things. Is it the Ronaman duet, Nico and Luka? Is it Gavin Holy Sheets? Windhorse on the Lakers' big three. They can share the load. Or Charles telling Nico to stop. I don't know who to vote for here today, gentlemen.
Nice.
This is very tough.
Good.
I'm going to go with the baseball player, Gavin Sheets.
Nice.
Luka song.
Wolchuk.
Nobody.
Brian.
Luka's song.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Ronaman. Now, Ronaman, please don't go on a rant or do a song about me because I didn't vote for you. Okay, no disrespect. I'm happy you won.
He likes us.
Yeah, I don't think he's like the morning.
Yeah, he's on Twitter thanking us for the love.
I did like there were two people from different area codes that said that he sounds like Bobby. He's trying to do the accent.
It sounds freaking hilarious. Coming up at 6 o'clock, Jerry Jones talking today. Trades. Brian has 5 names to look for in the trade market. We have that coming up at 6. We'll go around the bases. But right now, we stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
I have a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James because he's toxic as hell. Last night. You make love to me.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get
No joke.
There's just certain people I have no time for. Like if you're sexist or homophobic or if you don't believe in conspiracy theories. Just don't understand, how do you not believe in any conspiracy theories? I understand not all of them, not most of them, but you don't believe in any conspiracy theory? You just think the government's just batting 1,000 and telling us the whole truth? That's a strong stance to take. And again, as I said before, I don't like talking about politics on stage or off stage. I don't like talking about things I don't feel like I'm truly knowledgeable in. But I do know this. Our government is placed in charge of all of its people. I'm a father who's been placed in charge of just one son. And I lie to that all the time.
This is LA Live for Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in, first-time listeners. Welcome in, last-time listeners. At G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Send all your hate mail there. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Shout out to you, Mr. General. You're getting your wishes.
That's right.
Bill Gates says AI will replace doctors and teachers within the next 10 years. Doctors and teachers. That is terrifying, my guy, especially the doctors part.
Yes, I just think that it's true. I don't know if it's going to happen quite that quickly. Like, I remember doing Gavin's Gadgets in 2013, 2014. We're supposed to have flying cars right now. Remember that, Lucius?
Yeah,
Nissan was going to have a whole fleet of them.
Yeah, I do.
So I think that might be a little bit ambitious.
Then we hit the pandemic and everybody started drinking. Like, we all have alcoholism in our system right now at this point.
Yeah. So, I mean, who knows exactly what the future holds. But I do know there's a lot of doctors that are already using AI when they have symptoms that they're stumped by.
Shoot, man, that scares me. I do not like that. Let's start with, like, dishwashers. You know, people that clean the house or do, like, hazardous jobs. Let's not start with teachers and doctors. And plus, Bill Gates, bro, doesn't he own, like, he's owning too much. And he wants the AI so he can get rid of paying people. And he can just have AI robots do all his job. Free labor again. Let's not give it to him.
Yeah.
He's going around being a real-life Thanos, just snapping everything.
Yeah, there's some concerning things there, and they don't have a good track record of sharing the wealth.
They sure do.
And so many of the people cheerlead them to get more billions and trillions. You know, like, no, don't make them share it. No, that's communist. Okay, we got to like get them to start sharing it if we're all going to live like this future life where we have robot servants and we just get to enjoy ourselves, right? That's like the utopian potential of this, AI thing.
Yeah, I don't trust Bill Gates with this at all.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I just want to run that by you because I seen it down the timeline. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. That janky lawyer Tony Busby done hit Shannon Sharpe. Uncle Shannon. Freaky Shannon. Oh my gosh. I told you he was messy. I told you he was messy. $50 million lawsuit. Uncle Shannon came out and made his statement today. Have you guys seen that statement whatsoever? You see it down the timeline?
No, I did not see it down the timeline.
Well, he jumped on out and he posted this himself. It's on his Instagram and his Twitter. So,
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I'll run it myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media.
Dude, that's how you get in front of it. Just put the whole video out.
Put the whole video
Put all
out.
10 minutes out there.
Shannon put those receipts out yesterday, text messages. I mean, it didn't make him look any better, but it doesn't make him look guilty. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
it makes him look hella freaky. And kind of strange.
I mean, I think it's just amazing how talented Shannon Sharpe is that it can be this messy, and he's still just crushing it, and they're not trying to fire him or anything. They're like, yep, cost of doing business with Shannon Sharpe there.
Actually being at ESPN.
Yeah. He was on First Take today, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just on there, didn't he dropping videos? I did not lie to him. That bitch right there.
This is happening so much with the attempted extortion that when I see the accusations, I'm just like,
yeah. And they want you to read the accusations. They want you to be salacious with the headline, especially us in the media and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Without really knowing what actually happened, just so in the public, what is that called? The
court of public opinion?
Court of public opinion.
Yeah.
Everybody would think Shannon kind of did it.
Yes.
Or doesn't know, that type of thing.
Yeah. So I guess I just don't know. And I think hopefully we're getting to a point where we could, approach these with true ambiguity. Like, who knows?
Why is Tony Busby still practicing law out here? His name is in all types of weird situations. And Jay-Z and them ran him out of town. They can't practice law in New York. Ran him out of town for that law.
Yeah, because that's what he's willing to do. He's willing to take those.
He's willing to crash on out for it.
He's famous for taking the crash cases.
The crash cases.
The crash cases.
Yeah.
Here's that leaked audio that Shannon Sharpe tried to get in front of. Tell me what you think. You think it's been edited? They say it's been edited. Remember, he says he wants the whole 10 minutes, and we only got this little piece of it here.
I don't know. Anything I say, you're just going to, get mad at, and you're just going to hang up on me, so I feel like...
I'm not going to hang up on you. Here's what it is.
What does that even mean?
Nothing, Gabby. You want to be a dick to me now, so...
I don't want to be... Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't...
You know what?
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do.
Wait.
I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I have no idea what's going on in this situation, Shannon, bro.
Is that a Trevor Bauer type of intimate choking? Or?
I mean, if you look at the text messages, she said she wanted a dog collar around her neck and everything. It's weird stuff on those text messages. And it doesn't make Shannon look good at all. Maybe not guilty, but it doesn't make him look good. It makes him look, whatever, man. I ain't gonna judge, bro. You into that kinky stuff. You into that kinky stuff, fam. I'm gonna keep my eye on that situation. There was a carjacking in Queensland, Australia yesterday. A man has been charged over a fatal crash in a string of alleged carjackings at gunpoint in Queensland Sunshine Coast. Donald Towell, 41 years old. 41 years old. You too old for this, bro. By the way, this is getting a lot of hate online. Return of the Mac, as of late, is getting a lot of hate.
Why?
I don't know.
Classic jam.
It's a classic jam, bro. People are hating the hell out of it. That's why I'm playing it on a Toxic Tuesday.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I think at 41 years old, you should be out of the carjacking. You got to be light on your feet.
Yes.
You never know when you're going to have a door open, someone's going to smash the gas. You got to, quick jump on out of there.
Break an ankle while trying to. Yeah, you can't do it. You're too old, bro. Bones too brittle.
Yeah.
He's accused of being behind the wheel of his red Porsche, which crashed onto Bruce Highway near Aussie World. And he ended up shooting another man trying to carjack another car. Anyway, let's go to Queens News, 7 News Queensland for the report from a set of twins. Witnessed this whole situation, bro.
Witnesses are recounting some of the drama that